Right. So that being all said and done, the object itself hasn't changed. Nothing's changed about the nature of the object in itself. It's only responding to its surroundings.
So in short answer, in your opinion, is it yes or no? Gas have weight or like I
Well,
think
listen,
something that we can't measure?
if you define weight as an application of force against another object in the downward direction, and you add gas to a container, if the scale that you put it on shows more weight, then by necessity you'd have to concede gas has weight. That's how you defined it. So there'd be no way around it. Now, if you want to argue weight is something different, then you have to parse out everything we just talked about and demonstrate how weight is different than the poundage of a thing. Let's say it's 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms of steel going left to right versus up and down. Which hurts more? And especially since we were skirting around the term mass because we wanted to qualify the impact force of the object traveling at a particular speed, regardless of the medium that it's in. And if you know that weight can change, if it's measured in the downward direction in different buoyant environments, which means a different medium, then you'd have to have a different word to describe the quality that the object possesses, even though it's in different mediums. And so, what would you call that? Well, a lot of people call that mass, don't they?
Yeah, many people call that mass.
Okay, so if the quality of something striking you in motion, intrinsic to itself, that can't change regardless of the medium it's in, is mass, and gas has kinetic energy, which is motion, and it can impart striking force upon objects, then wouldn't it have mass also? The answer is yes, it would. There's no way out of it if that's how you define your terms. So when someone like Jesse asks you if you put gas into a container, does it weigh more on the scale and why? I mean, if you don't know the answer to that, that's problematic because you're the one trying to claim things like gas doesn't have weight, it seems.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because
So when
for
given
me, if I
those
put
scenarios, yeah, check this out though. I just demonstrated to you that according to your own definitions, it does. So you have an incoherent position that you need to update.
so n- I just agreed with what you said in general. That's what the paradigm is claiming. But for me, yeah, you're not putting a scale underneath a gas molecule, waiting for that gas molecule to have that downward vector toward the scale and be able to measure its weight. It's not possible. You're not you're not able to put a scale inside the container, a vacuum chamber or container, and vacuum out gas molecules that are inside the vacuum chamber with the scale, and you'll see that it will measure more. So yeah, it's just
Sure. Are you
buoyancy
sure?
and
Hold on, brother. Are you sure it will measure more? Because Jesse said it would
yeah.
measure more, but are you
No,
sure he's correct?
you, did, you didn't hear what I said. So the example that I am talking about is that the scale is inside the container with the gas. You're not measuring a container, you're
Okay, but
measuring
no, we're not.
gases.
We can't. No, friend, we can't do that. We already agreed that measuring something in motion in a direction that's not directly to the scale is silly. So the idea that you'd
Yes,
even think of this, even
exactly.
after we had this discussion, you need to just throw that in the garbage.
Yeah, exactly. That's why gas is completely different from something else because I can measure water You can
No,
put
no,
a
no, no,
droplet
dude.
of
No,
water.
no, it's not. It's no,
I can
no,
put a
it's not, dude.
droplet of
It's
water
not different.
on top of a scale. I can put a droplet
All
of
right,
water
dude.
on top of.
Always you're saying is something we already agreed upon. That measuring something that's static, as in not presently moving in different directions, when it comes to weight on a downward scale, is appropriate. But something that's moving in different directions would be stupid to attempt.
Correct. Because gas doesn't obey to that downward vector. That's why we
Right,
are
much like
talking
a
about.
child,
That,
much like a
that's
child,
why.
right? So if you take your 3-year-old child and you put him on a scale and he won't stop jumping up and down, how are you going to get his accurate weight? You need to shoot him and then put him on the scale.
Okay, so it's not the the thing that is meant to be. So the kid is not gas. So the kid is not
But that's a,
something like
listen,
gas. You're not.
Necros.
You can't shoot.
You're still avoiding the point, which
You
is you
can't
were
shoot.
asked if I put gas in a
You can't shoot.
container. In other words, restrict its motion,
That's,
just like I shoot
so
my kid and make him stand on the scale. Now, why does the
listen.
scale weigh more?
So that's the problem. That's the problem of that we are talking about. That's why we are bringing out this topic to the table, because gases need a container. They are not something that you
No,
can just confine like that, where you can shoot
nobody
gases like
cares.
you can
Nobody
confine
cares,
them
dude.
with
You weren't asked. You weren't asked about
electromagnetism.
that. You were asked. You were asked a specific question, Necros,
Yes,
by Jesse.
yes.
When, and this is what he said, when I take gas and I put it into a container, I previously weighed the container, it weighed A. Now when I weigh it, it weighs A plus more. Why? That was the question you were asked.
Yeah, because there is confined gas inside
Okay, so then the additional weight was caused by what, friend?
by confined gases.
By the gas, correct? So if
No,
you use any,
no, not by the gas.
wow, dude. Hey, watch this. Hey, watch this,
Not by the
Necros. You just
gas.
said
It's
it's
not
caused by the confined gas, and I said it's caused
exactly.
by the gas, and then you
It's
said no.
completely.
And you
It's
think that
completely.
somebody like Jesse is just real quick. I'm going to lay this out for you, Necros. Do you think somebody like Jesse would respect such an ignorant answer?
No, it's completely different.
Yeah,
Confined
it's so
gas
different, bro.
is gas. It's confined gas.
Yeah,
It's
let me help
gas
you out. Let
being
me help you out,
confined.
Necros. Necros.
Just listen. Just
Necros, let me help you out. Let me no, dude. No, I'm the
I don't
boss.
need
Sorry.
help.
Well, listen up,
I swear.
Necros. No,
I
you need
swear.
mental help. Pay
I
attention. Pay
don't
attention.
need help.
If I
I don't
take a
need help.
child, yeah, you do, clearly. If I take a child and I tie him up, is he no longer a child?
You're just waiting those cells what's composing the child. It's not the mental. You're not waiting its
Dude,
personality
everybody
or
can hear
something.
you struggling, dude. It's embarrassing, bro.
Just I'm sorry,
I suggest you to,
I'm trying to find the word.
friend, I suggest that you take a pause and you reflect on what the words that
So
came out of your
so
mouth. You
just
said that if you put confined gas into a container, it will weigh more. And then I said, so gas in a container causes it to weigh more. And you said no. That's a
so
problem, brother.
just listen to me. When you are taking a kid to put it on a scale, you are weighting the meat, the bones, what's composing the kid. So the kid being
Yep,
dead
yep,
or
yep,
alive,
yep,
the kid
yep.
being dead
I
or
agree with you. All right. Now you got to get muted so I can talk freely. So here's what's the problem, bro. You just said if you confine the kid and put him on the scale, you're weighing the meat, the bones, the blood. So if you take gas and confine it in a container, what are you weighing? Unicorn farts? By your own logic, you're admitting that you're weighing the gas, and therefore, according to this whole conversation, you're admitting gas has weight. So Jesse's one question, dude, completely explodes the incoherency in your position. So I suggest you reflect on this and parse out your position more clearly because it's incoherent at the moment. Okay? That's all I'm trying to say, bro. All right. You could be unmuted. Go ahead.
you don't need to mute me. You can say it that you want to talk over me. I can
No,
let
no,
you
no,
do
dude.
that.
How I do it is I recognize that when I'm talking, you speak straight through me, so I just mute you so I can talk freely. That's how
No,
I do
no.
it. It's not that hard. We're not talking about it anymore. This is your turn to respond to the merits of the logic I just presented, not to talk about me. Go ahead.
Yes. So you're not measuring the gas. If you want to measure the gas, the thing that you were talking about. Okay, so try to mute yourself, scream while you are muted, and you can represent your astonishment and those things while you are muted, please. So you are not measuring putting a scale underneath gases. You can't do that because it's impossible to
Oh
do.
my god, dude.
Because
Wow.
you're not, it's impossible to do because it's gases are always moving. You
In
can't drag
motion. Yeah,
gases.
we already
Just,
agreed with
yeah,
that.
they are always in motion. You can't drag gases, put them in drag. You can't do
Listen,
electro.
Necros, you're
All right.
going backwards. You're
Am I
talking about the
able to
same things we already
am I,
conceded. No,
am
I'm
I
not interested
able
in
to
talking in loops, bro.
am I able to speak?
No, because you were told a specific thing and you're not addressing the specific thing. You're going
Exactly.
backwards in the conversation. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. You're
exactly.
not addressing the specifics. Exactly.
I'm addressing this specific thing. I was asked a specific thing, so about measure what
Listen,
why.
Necros, I'm going to help you out. We are talking about gas that is inside of a container. Therefore, if you talk about gas not inside of a container, there's no reason to talk about that.
Okay, you're talking about contained gas inside the container. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so you have a
So,
container without contained gas inside. Okay.
so those
You then
gases.
introduce gas. The container now weighs more than it did before when you put it on the scale. Well, let me change that because that could be misconstrued. What I mean is when you put the same container on the same scale, the scale now reads more pounds. So there's an increase in what we have defined as weight being the impression on a scale in the downward direction. So that increase has been caused by what, my friend?
by
Anyway, I got hold on,
contained
I gotta go.
by contained gases.
Necros, what was the actual question that Jesse asked you? What was the scenario?
In reality, it wasn't a question. He just claimed that gas have weight.
He
I
just made
said
that
no.
claim.
He
You said
just
no.
made that claim. I said no. He said gas have weight, and that the proof that it have weight that they measure the difference between an empty container compared to a container filled with gas.
Are you
And I
sure that's the
said that
scenario? Because the video that he posted was of a vacuum chamber, so it weighed a certain amount with, let's call it, atmospheric pressure within it, and then he
yeah.
drew the gas out and it became lighter.
Uh,
So
they
what do you think happened there? I mean, this is all the same thing that we've been talking about for years.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same scenario that he was talking about. That the comparison between a gas filled with a container filled with gas compared to one which is empty. So they said that gas have weight, and the reason why. So that's why when they put gas inside the container to measure more. And I said
No.
that it's a contained gas, so gas moves freely, and that at that moment it's confined in a specific volume, so it's not moving really freely. So
It
that's
is moving freely within the container. That's the thing about gas, it's always moving. So it's not like it's just hanging
oh,
out there still. Those gas molecules are always in motion. So that's
so
sort of irrelevant.
I was thinking that they were contained.
They are contained. Every gas
Oh,
that you
so they are
experience is
not
in a
free.
container. Even no, they are free. See, even within the Earth system, they are free. They're free to randomly move in all directions. They have kinetic energy. They move freely and randomly in all directions. You put them inside a container, they're going to move freely and randomly in all directions. This is one of those. It's one of my favorite tricks that they pull on people. Is
Let me
it's like it's a sleight of hand. Let me explain to you what's happening so you understand. the pot or the container or whatever, you can think of it as an object with a certain amount of density, especially if it has the same density within it as far as air pressure is concerned. As soon as you remove that density or that air pressure, you're now changing the relative density of the object. Now it is essentially less dense than it was before, and so it will change vector to a small degree perhaps, or at least in the medium that it's in, right? It's going to become what we call lighter. It's an object. So it's going to lose what we would call weight, right? It's the same idea as when they say I'm going to balance these two balloons on a like they did this in 5th grade for me on a meter stick. They put a balloon, put a piece of tape on the balloon, put a piece of string or whatever, and it was empty. The other one was filled with compressed gas. Why? Because the container is elastic, it compresses the gas. And so you have a more dense object than the other. So it's going to descend, right? It's going to have more quote unquote weight. We're dealing with objects in their relative density in the medium that they're in. That's always whatever it is. And he showed it. He posted his own video, which proves our point. I have an object. It has a certain density. Ambient air pressure in it is the same as the outside air pressure. Now I'm going to take that air pressure out. I'm going to change the density of that object. I'm taking the medium or the air out. I'm removing the density. So now it weighs, quote unquote, weighs less. It's a very simple concept. This will always be a discussion about relative density. The cause, who knows? Less dense goes up, more dense goes down. Same density maintains.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, fair point.
I mean, I appreciate Jesse coming in and going ahead and proving what we've always been claiming, what we always observe. Yes, less dense objects go up, more dense objects go down, depending on the medium that they're in. Thank you, Jesse.
You are welcome.
Who's got birds in
So
the
maybe I should.
background? That sounds lovely. Sorry, Sensei.
It's me.
No, it
It's
sounds
me.
lovely.
So Jesse, does gas have weight? All right, well, you refuse to engage even in the VC, so you'll be muted, maybe banned. I mean, bro, it's not going to work. The sea lioning and then also the lack of response tells me that you're only here as an opportunist. We will use you like the troll that you are to display to people how dumb it must, has to be to believe in the globe and all the things associated with it. But if you don't engage so that we can show everybody on the live stream and also here in the VC that your position is untenable, then I'll just mute or ban you. You are just a useless eater to us, right? We're just going to treat you like garbage. We're going to be using you for content. If you can't engage, bye.
Lovely.
Never die. Do you believe you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
What are you talking about?
Talking about the globe Earth, a spinning water ball in a vacuum. Do you believe you live on one of those?
No.
No. Okay. So you understand that the
no,
Earth is flat and stationary, right?
No.
No? Do you not speak English very well? Do you even understand what I'm saying?
No, bro, I can understand you.
Okay. So what would you describe the Earth as then? Is
I
it a
don't want
flat
to talk with
plane?
you, bro.
Why not?
Because I don't want. And why you
Okay.
mute you?
Do you want to talk to anybody, or should I just leave you on mute since you're belching into the microphone?
No, I don't want to just listen.
You want to engage?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then you'll just be on mute. You can mute yourself, or I'll do it. You pick.
Okay.
I guess I'll do it. Welcome to all the newcomers, Muhammad. We have a Mohammed and a Muhammad. Welcome to both of you. Kine, has Kine been on the mic?
Mine said his or her English is not good enough to VC, but Kine asked, the why would they lie question, if you want to address that.
Oh, well, it's like the least favorite question of all time. But
I know.
if people are going to ask the question, I assume that they're conceding that somebody is lying. Now, why they're doing it, I cannot give an ultimate answer that I would be confident about. I have my own suppositions, but nonetheless, somebody must be lying, or maybe they're not. Maybe they are only proffering their own particular belief, and they want everybody else to believe the same thing that they do. Now, they don't have to be lying, but reality is what it is. So whether or not somebody is lying, reality, the one that we live in, the earth itself, is measurably flat. So we could waste time thinking about why people lie to us, or we could just enjoy reality and ignore the people that are giving us misinformation or disinformation. Probably not a satisfactory answer, but I can't divine anybody's thoughts, and I'm not going to try to appeal to motive. Now, if it bothers you that someone is lying to you, or if you think they are, you are free to ask them why. Not sure you're going to get a straight answer. If you have a college professor that's telling you that you live on a globe and you suspect that they are lying to you, which I doubt is the case, then you're going to have to ask them, why are you lying to me about the cosmology? Wait to see how long you last with, in that particular class as a flat earther, or in society as a whole.
I see we've got somebody called Mohammed in the chat. That's an interesting name, Mohammed. I've not heard that. Where are you from?
Sounds like an Irish name.
I'm from the United Kingdom.
I knew it. I think that's the most popular name in the UK.
Yep. I've got such a dry sense of humour.
Well, it's actually not the most popular name in the UK. The most popular name, I think it's like Noah, or it's like some name like that. What it is actually the most popular baby name. Think about it.
Yeah, so most
It's even
popular
worse.
recent name. Yeah, it's even worse, yeah.
I thought Wanker was the most popular name in the UK.
That is true. But I thought it was quite popular across the world. We seem to find a lot of wankers wherever we...
Pretty popular name in Australia.
Yeah, man.
But we're basically, just Brits. Brits with a different accent.
Brits on holiday.
Brits on holiday. Yeah.
DJ, do you know the song "Don't Take Me Home, Please Don't Take Me Home"? I just don't. Sorry, I just don't want to go to work. I want to stay here and drink all the beer. Please don't take me home. Do you know that song?
No. Nope.
It's a football chant. It gets sung quite a lot at rugby as well. It should be your national anthem, I reckon. Because you got to Australia and you just didn't want to go home because you drank all the beer.
Yeah, definitely. Probably all the rugby guys probably know that in Australia, but never a rugby guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Really? Oh, of course, that's why you moved to Poland, wasn't it? They kicked you out.
like if you said you were never rugby league, I could understand. But rugby
Rugby league.
union, you have to watch that.
Yeah, it's chaos.
That's why it's so good.
Yeah.
Even rugby league, it's got to be bad for your brain. Just getting just running full speed headfirst into people the entire game. It's getting pounded into the ground constantly with no padding or anything like that. And then I went to like a school that had a rough reputation. Just like all the other teams would just quit because our team would just start fights the entire game. The other team would be just saying, "Oh, all they want to do is fight."
Fucking sucks.
Well, that's unsportsmanlike.
Not in rugby.
It always used to surprise me here in the UK. You've kind of got the division between football and rugby. Football is the working man's sport. Rugby is kind of the educated man's sport, alongside cricket as well. It's a bit weird. But rugby is far more violent than football, and
Well,
it's not the working class sport. It's the tough sport, right? It's the sport of the upper classes. It's the sport that's played at places like Eton and Cambridge and Oxford and stuff, right? They got huge histories with these things. But yeah, rugby, probably one of the most violent sports, definitely up there. It's played by toffs in this country.
sure. We have a bit of a rivalry between the AFL, the Australian League football, and the rugby AFL. Call it gay AFL. But both of them are pretty
And good morning. What is hello, Effie Batman? Why aren't you speaking anything? Okay. Anybody who can talk?
Hello, is the person still in here that was trying to talk to somebody? Hello? I didn't catch his name, so I don't know if he's already gone or what. All right, I was just listening on YouTube. I heard somebody try to say hello, so I thought I'd jump in here and try to talk to him. The earth is flat. It's not our fault. It's not my fault. Everybody have a good day. All right, heard somebody new pop in. Who was it? Oh, it's just DJ. He's well aware he doesn't live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, correct? Mic check. My mic working. No. Checking of the mic. Not working. All right. Okay, the Earth is actually a ball in motion in the vastness of nothing. Is my mic working now? Nobody's got their ears on. All right, I'll just hang up for a minute. I can't tell if I'm working or not.
Loud and clear, Dave.
Okay, thank you. So you disagree with my silly statement about living on a ball in a vacuum of space, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I have to disagree with that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's when you actually investigate the physical reality claims of that literally does not hold water, right?
Literally. In fact, not only would it not hold water, all the water should boil. And everything should die in the space vacuum.
That's when you use that gravity stuff. Whatever you need gravity to do, that's what it does for you. Fixes everything with your model. There you go.
Right. Just apply a little gravity and Bob's your uncle.
And just glancing through the panel, I don't see any new people on here. Do you?
No, it's a bit quiet everywhere today, I think.
Yeah. Hope everything's well. And I'm trying to remember where you're at. Poland right now?
I'm in Poland now, but I'll be in Cambodia soon. We got our tickets booked and we'll be actually near Angkor Wat Temple, which is going to be cool.
Wow. You're going to one of the, well, depending on which history you read, that the civilizations there go way, way back.
Way
Angkor
back.
Wat
Yeah,
and all
man.
that.
Yep.
So good luck with that. It should be a good trip. I mean, what I hear about that place is one of the more freedom loving places. So good luck. Meanwhile, here in Kentucky today, I'm under a tornado watch. Ooh, that sounds scary, don't it? The tornadoes spin the other direction in the southern hemisphere. Hmm. If all these different weather patterns that we have over different parts of the plane and hot air and cool air mixing together and creating all these dynamic storms and stuff, but we're on a uniform spinning ball that's spinning once every 24 hours. Okay, checks out. I'll shut up. Just heard somebody new pop in and can't look at my phone at the moment. If you want to say hello, feel free. Hello.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future, quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck ups when you have tomorrow's fuck ups to look forward to? You are a fuck up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Well, that's some good life advice there, DJ. Thank you. Embrace your fuck ups. I love it. Now let's make one attempt to say hello to Vincent. Hello, Vincent. Welcome to the channel. What say you? Okay, Vincent has the right to remain silent and apparently the ability.
Fuck your phone. Stop texting all the time. Look up from your phone and breathe. Release yourself of the sense of obligation and the pressure of having to reply to every asshole that is blowing up your phone. Whether it is the friends, the family, or the work. How many of those messages are actually life or death? Remind yourself that you are a human, not a bionic texting machine that you have become. Leave the word on red and blue tick and reply when you are good and ready to reply. Put down your fucking phone and be more present.
Hello, flat Earth. I mean, believers of flat Earth.
I wouldn't call myself a believer, but hello. How you doing?
I'm very fantastic. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm enjoying another great day on this level plane of existence. Kind of rainy
Oh,
where I'm at, storms and stuff, but go ahead.
I hope that you are keeping safe in this storm.
You as well, sir. What brings us to the Flat Earth channel? Do you think you're on a spinning ball?
Whether our Earth is a globe, of course.
Of course it is. Okay, what's your number one proof that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Go ahead.
Ah, say, basically, the Earth, if it was not not even round, it's oblate, geoid in shape, which is the correct term. I only use scientific terms because I'm science science enthusiast. So basically, if the Earth was not in that particular shape, and given that it was flat, we wouldn't be having nights and days and phenomena like America must be experiencing daytime, whereas countries which are on the opposite side, they're experiencing nighttime. So that can only happen when the Earth is spinning and having rotation and revolution. And that is why we have seasons and Coriolis force. Thank you.
Okay, that's your number one proof. Did you get it all out? Who wants to respond to that? I mean, basically the sun moves, but people can elaborate on that. That's your number one proof, though. Honestly, that's all you got.
No, no, I have read that in geography. Very
You got
interesting subject.
geography. Okay, well, let's do the sun moving first. Okay, you agree that when you go outside and you look in the sky, you see the sun move across the sky?
Not everything you can see it from your naked eyes, and that is why we have subjects called biology for microscopic organism, geography for mega things like celestial objects, and that is why we have certain things. Not just because I can't see it, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Right now, I cannot see America. That doesn't mean America
That,
does not exist.
How
sir,
can
Yeah.
can
you
I
answer
say
his
that
question?
that's a strange answer to a yes or no question? Do you see the sun move across the sky or not? Yes or no?
Of course, I see the glaring sun.
Okay, Gregory, go ahead with him.
Oh yeah, I mean, he asked you, do you see the sun moving? Yes or no?
Well, the sun doesn't move. We actually move, and we think the sun is going from east to west. But no, that's not
Is
happening.
that your elongated way of saying no?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, but how about you describe what you actually see? Because your entire life you have woken up out of your bed, wherever you sleep. You open the window, open the door. You go throughout your day, the what 10, 12, 14, 16 hours, and the sun is moving. That's what you see. That you actually see your entire life. So why are you saying something contrary to that?
Well, I also see that water is clear. That doesn't mean I can drink it. I will only drink water which is free from contamination. That doesn't mean if I see the water is clear, I will drink it. No, not at all. I will only
What
drink
bearing
the
does that have
water
on
which
what I
has.
just said to you?
I'm making an analogy for you to understand better. Just because I cannot see something, that doesn't mean that it's happening the vice versa or what the thing which we are told. For example, the water example which I gave you, it's a very perfect example.
It's not analogous. The sun is not microscopic.
Uh, gra- y- what did you say? Come again.
You're making a ridiculous analogy. The sun is not microscopic.
Okay, listen. The sun is not might not be microscopic, but we know that there are other planets. Let's, for example, Neptune and Uranus. Are you able to see those two planets?
Are we able to see other stars that deviate from the normal orbit of all the other stars? Sure.
That's not, yeah, so just because we cannot see anything, that doesn't mean it's not existing. It is. Thank you. This proves that Earth is round. Thank you very
That
much.
that, that has no bearing. Oh my goodness. Fucking grief.
literally admitting we don't see what he believes is happening. To reply with just because I don't see, just because we don't see is an admission that you do not see, that your notion is contrary to what we see. Fucking ridiculous.
Walk away from the bullshit in your life. Each moment that you spend dealing with unnecessary bullshit is a moment that has passed you by. Your time on earth is short. Stop submerging yourself in bullshit and start immersing yourself in the pursuit of joy and delight. Do whatever makes you happy. Play more video games. Make ridiculous TikTok videos. Or laugh at other people's ridiculous TikTok videos. Spend more time outdoors. Go home and play with your dog or your many, many cats.
You just said stay away from bullshit.
De-bullshit your life and live an existence that is more peaceful and joyful. And don't forget to just chill.
But wow.
How's everybody doing today?
Yo, guys, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Yo, are you good?
That's good.
Where you from?
United States.
Nice.
How about you?
I'm from Algeria.
From where?
Algeria.
Oh, Algeria.
Yeah.
How's the weather there?
Uh, like cloudy. Hey,
How many degrees?
it's like 30 to like
90
25
degrees Fahrenheit, 95 degrees Fahrenheit about.
Fahrenheit. You're talking about Fahrenheit?
I think that 30 degrees Celsius is 90 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take a couple degrees.
Okay. I see. How is it in the USA?
Temperature right now where I'm at is 57 degrees Fahrenheit.
What about the World Cup? Did you go?
What?
The World Cup. Did you go?
Restate one more time.
What about the World Cup? Did you go?
What do you mean, where about the world?
I said the World Cup.
The World Cup? I don't watch the World Cup.
So you don't watch it at all?
I don't watch any sports.
Okay. Respect.
30 degrees Celsius is 86 degrees Fahrenheit, and then where I'm at, it's 57 degrees Fahrenheit. So, it's like 14 degrees Celsius where I'm at.
Okay. I see. Yeah, I gotta go now.
Adios.
Hey. Hello? Dylan? Are you there, Dylan?
Yeah.
Dylan? What's
Yo.
up, Dylan?
What's up,
Is it
Dylon?
Dylan?
I spit hot fire.
Dylan?
Are you a Glober or a Flurfer?
If I'm a global or flat earther? I don't know, bro. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm trying to be skeptic.
मैं भी बैठा मस्ती में खड़ी है behind तो फिर आग लगी बस्ती में
What? The fuck was that?
Sounded
Dylan, did
like
you hear that?
another
That was not
language.
hot fire, Dylan.
I don't know. I don't know what was said. I posted something in the chat though. This is
Okay.
paper about surveying and how they had some issues with before they were considering the curve.
So they ignored the curve and they had some trouble. Serious
Right.
major issues. Huh?
Yeah, basically. They were doing this railway, this 80-mile railway, and until they started considering the curve, it created all kinds of problems. And it basically like changed the way they did surveying in Texas.
Okay, so what does the flat earthers say?
I don't think they've got a chance to look at it, but when I've brought up surveying before, they have some different responses. They said that surveying just is uses plain surveying techniques, and that they
Yeah.
just add the curve in afterwards and stuff. But they correct for it because they try to produce flat maps that are accurate in elevation, and so the curvature is not something they're trying to measure. It's something that they do measure, and then they correct for it, right? But they argue against that.
Yeah. Let's see. I see. That's interesting, though. That's very interesting. Okay, Dalan, honest question here. You think they went to the moon in '69 and a couple of months ago?
I think
Keep
they
it
went
real.
a couple of months ago. I think there was some fishy stuff with the Apollo missions for sure, but
Yeah. You really think they went there '69 when like we're literally losing GPS and phone signal on the countryside? Like go anywhere rural, you're gonna lose the signal and you can't even make a phone call. And they are supposed to call from the moon to the president without any delays. You know, let's just not, and that's if you take into account that everything went well. I mean, the fuel alone, the mass doesn't add up. If we're gonna be scientific, that on the fuel they need to go back to go there and come back would never be. That wouldn't be enough. And then you have
like
the
I said,
radiation problem in the Van
some
Allen belt. What you say?
I'm not 100% either way.
No, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to be skeptical, and I'm looking at it from a scientific perspective. And there's no way they did that from a science point of view. Like you have the fuel, you have the radiation, you have the footage, the telemetrics that they somehow lost, the technologies they somehow lost, the footage that was broadcast over. I don't. It just doesn't add up. It's too many inconsistencies, and also getting a perfect photo like that on the surface of the moon with all that radiation on film camera. That should never have been enough. Like that would destroy the film camera immediately. The film in the camera, it would be fried immediately, considering the temperatures on the surface of the moon, right?
I'm
So
not
you have,
sure.
yeah, I mean, it's like 9/11, right? You see those
Film
twin
can
towers.
be pretty stable.
What you say?
Film can be pretty stable depending on how they packaged it, but I've definitely gone back and forth on it, before. So
Yeah. And also with that technology in '69, bro,
I know it was pretty. They uh, they
it
didn't have
looks
a.
like aluminum, bro. I mean, look at the aluminum alloys on the thing on the lander. It looks so fragile, and also the panning. Have you seen the videos how they pan perfectly upwards? I mean, who's and they're saying that that they control the camera from Earth, and that person must time it perfectly to pan like that. And it's like the delay, if you can't consider the delay, so I don't know, 10 minutes delay or some shit. So there's no way he could pan that camera upwards while the lander is going upwards. No fucking way.
Didn't they automate it somehow?
No, there was no automation. Look at the footage. It's a perfect pan
What?
upwards.
How do they say they? How do they say they accomplished it?
They say someone controlled it from us, but there's a delay of 12 minutes or something, 10, 12 minutes. So how the fuck can he?
No. It's
Yeah.
like 3 seconds.
No, it's not 2 seconds.
It's like 3 seconds. Yeah, maybe 2.5 seconds.
Even if, I don't know the delay, but let's say it's a couple of seconds, right? Even though it's impossible to have a perfect pan like that.
It's definitely real fishy. There's definitely some fishy stuff going on.
I don't buy it, Dana. I just don't buy it. It's impossible for them to manage it like that in 1969, when they have a race against the Soviets for Earth, for space. You know, it's just not possible. I don't buy that, bro. I just don't buy that. It's too fishy, you know. A little fish is okay, you know. Fish smell fine, but like this is like rotten fish. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like it's not just a whim of fish smell. It's like full rotten fish.
Yeah, when I was looking into it before, I definitely was questioning whether it happened. Um, there's other potential explanations though that they might have had some other technology. I think that they've had some
Are you speaking of the technology that they lost? Because didn't they say that they lost technology to go back to the moon all these years? And then somehow they got the technology back and they built another lunar lander, right? But with all this live streaming technologies and connectivity and all that, not once did they take the camera and show us a live stream footage from that shuttle back to Earth. Not once. Why not put the end of all these critics and flat earthers and all of that and just show on a live stream, show footage from the window of the shuttle back on Earth? You know?
they have been doing that.
They are not doing that.
The
Yeah, they
the
haven't.
last the
So
last
like,
launch that I saw, they had they live streamed it.
yeah, no, but they didn't take the camera. They live stream inside of the shuttle, but they have never taken the camera to the window and show a live footage from the shuttle looking at Earth. They've never
When
done
you
that.
shuttle, we haven't launched a shuttle in like over 10 years.
Yeah, Moon Lander or whatever. The last mission they did like a month ago too. That one looks so fake. I just don't buy it. I don't know.
You think they're still not going?
I don't know. Something is just fishy. It looked fake. It looked AI.
Hmm.
Look at those images and the footage, and you tell me if it looks AI or not.
It looked legitimate to me, but I was
Really? Does that really look legitimate? I really close
I
it.
was I wasn't really scrutinizing it. Just whatever I saw the last time.
Yeah, I mean compared to 69, of course, the technology has come further, but I don't know, Dylan. I'm just not buying it. I don't know.
I think they've had other tech for a long time. I think they've had like anti-gravitics and stuff, and
I
they
do
just try to
believe that
say,
too. Yep, yep. I think they have had
so
that for a long time. But you also have to imagine, like, if they would show that the whole aviation industry would die.
right. So maybe they're faking certain things in order to try to maintain the cover on the anti-gravitics. Because once the physics gets out, then
But it has been out for a long
probably
time.
it's probably
Was it
not as
Tesla?
hard as. Go ahead.
Was it Tesla that did the schematics for free energy and a anti-gravity? There was the free energy schematics as well.
Yeah, I think that it's like ether, that once you can interact with the ether, that you can do anti-gravity, you can do free energy type tech,
Yeah.
like all this disclosure that they've been starting recently, like these congressional hearings and these videos that they put out. It doesn't really prove aliens, I don't think, but it proves that there's something other than regular aerospace physics that's propelling these crafts. Like
Yeah.
they're caught on radar, accelerating dramatically.
And you have to understand, Dylan, they have had this for a long time. A very long time. Same with the AI thing.
When you follow in all the fringe stuff, it seems like they've had it since the end of World War II.
Yeah. Yeah, the Germans had they had a surfer of some sort, anti-gravity surfer. Like the German Nazis were very, very intelligent.
Right. They had the Foo Fighters. People were observing these craft for a long time. So
Yeah.
if that's true, then it's not that the rocket programs were completely. It's not like if they've probably been going to the moon, but they want to cover up how they get there. So
Mm.
if they had that tech, they could probably cheat, and convince, say, the Russians didn't have it, and they want to make it look like our rocket
What?
program.
But it
Just
must
spec,
have been.
they could
Yeah.
have like
But Dylan,
used
you have to
it
think about
to
it like
help.
this. They must
Yeah,
have had some treaty of sorts with everyone, every country involved. I think they have a treaty of some sort to not disclose anything, and because they are all following a script. That's how it feels like, that everyone is following a script of some sort. But what do you think of the Stargate, though? Do you believe in a Stargate?
I've seen the movie Stargate a while back. I don't know what Stargate you're talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They in many ancient cultures and paintings, rock paintings, they have painted a Stargate. Did you know that? There's a lot of that in the Middle East, in the ancient Mesopotamia, I think it's called. They have a Stargate painting in on the tablets and on the walls. And do you think they just paint that out of the blue? They just paint the Stargate and people coming and going through it if they haven't seen it in real life or from somewhere? And maybe the movie is just they just show you or tell you. It's like a programming. I don't know what they call it, but they call it something. Preemptive programming? Or what do they call it? Like they prepare you for this stuff.
Yeah,
Tyler?
that's something to speculate on. I can't say for sure at all.
I mean, we will probably never know. They have a tight lock on her. I also heard of this project where they can look into the future. There's this device they can see different timelines and shit like that. Project Helios or some shit. No, something.
Well, they say remote viewing is able to see like all the information in the future and the past. I think I
Yeah, it's
heard of
like a timeline
Project.
thing. They can see different timelines. Apparently.
You
Wasn't
got
there
to
a
draw
movie
some
about
lines.
this?
Just look at what theories are out there. It, I I doubt all of it's true. There's got to be probably uh more baloney than truth when it comes to these like super fringe theories. Like it's like fiction. People love to write fiction and love to
But they are doing that deliberately. Like I think they are just putting a lot of information out there so that you don't know what's real and what's not real. Dalan, have you played the original Call of Duty, COD 5?
it's been
From
a long
'08?
time. Huh?
Yeah, bro, I bought all of the Call of Duties again. And I'm playing it. There's still people playing online on Xbox.
Yeah, I can't let myself get into that stuff.
Why not, Dalan?
It's like video crack. I can't touch
So
that.
like crack cocaine.
Yeah.
Nah, you have to have,
Yeah.
it's the thing is you need to have self-control. I see it as a good way of self-controlling. I don't know if it's just me, but I've had this my whole life. If I don't do what I'm supposed to do in work or when I was a kid, it was homework and stuff like that. I can't enjoy playing the game because I feel guilty. I've had that with me my whole life. So I can't just enjoy and keep playing it if my grades are suffering or if my job is suffering. You know what I mean? But once I do that, once I finish my work and stuff like that, then I can like just relax for a while and just play for like an hour or two. Then it's fine. But I can't just be playing nonstop without doing anything else. I can't do that. My conscience won't allow me to do so. So I don't know. Do you guys? No one has that. I thought like it's common thing to have. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we all have some sort of that.
Yeah.
They're telling us to stay on topic.
We want to stay on topic, but we are, in a way, we are staying on topic because we are getting addicted by different things and programmed to believe either the globe or something else, right? So it all makes sense. It all comes back to what we're talking about here. Someone has tagged me. Can you guys stay on topic, please? Dylan 9679. All right. But yeah, these Call of Duty games, brother, it's really good. It's very gritty and darker, and things were different back then.
So do you think the Earth is flat or a globe?
I don't know, bro. I'm skeptic. Maybe there is curvature. For me, the best thing to do is to just go up there and check. I think maybe it's like something is different. I don't think it's the way they're telling. I think something is different. So how is this guy?
Well, I posted that article. It's the consequences of ignoring the curvature of the Earth in 19th century
Exactly.
large survey.
Yeah. So there is a curve.
Yeah. So when people say we never measure the curve or surveyors don't measure the curve, it's not true. When you check their published literature and you check their methods, they do measure the curve.
Yeah, and another thing, Dylan, is also about the tides, That's something that no one explains, because if it's a plain field, you wouldn't have any tides. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Right. There's a bunch of like physical phenomena that we explain with the globe model that have to be something else entirely if it's a flat Earth. Like eclipses have to be
Yeah.
something else. The tides would have to be something else. Like you were talking about like whether we not we went to the moon. When I've talked to, I mean, there's some beliefs that the flat earthers that I've talked to have that aren't necessarily the shape of the Earth. Like they seem to believe that there's no gravity holding the atmosphere in, so that they need some sort of containment in order to hold the pressurized atmosphere in. So I don't know. They have some strange beliefs, but yeah, when I look up proof of measuring curvature and do surveyors use curvature? Yeah, we certainly do.
Yeah. I just think there's a lot of things that we do not know. And that's I think more. And I think I also believe that there has been different different civilizations before us, intelligent ones that have been like it's been too many resets that we do not know of throughout history.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's been reset many times. I mean, you
Yeah.
just have so much time too. Like even even if it was reset many times in like our civilization is a few thousand years old. We go back like with recorded writings. I think the Sumerians are about 6,000 years old. Um,
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
6,000 years is a long time, but it's like nothing compared to just some of the fossil records that we have. Like I think there's
Exactly.
fossils that are 100,000 years old, like anatomically modern humans.
Yeah.
So, and
And I
there's
also
other,
believe that humans have been around for way longer than what we're told. So yeah.
yeah, and even a million years is like nothing compared to, they say that the Earth is like 4.5 billion years old, something
Mm,
like that.
yeah. Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of resets many times. So yeah.
I was wondering at one point, like, they say these dinosaur periods were like millions and millions of years long. Like, I wonder if there were civilizations even as far back then.
Probably. And very highly intelligent ones, you know. Not just like us now. But I think really intelligent ones have been around. That might even have gone to space. Or maybe we are aliens as well, you know, we never know. Maybe life didn't start on here.
Right. There's a lot of, people say a lot of things. It's the farther you get from the mainstream, the more skeptical you have to be though. Like
Yeah.
Mars, for example, it seems like there was life there and there was liquid oceans.
Yeah.
There was that some people say there's structures there.
Yeah.
Like you've seen that face at Cydonia.
Yeah, but I've also seen and heard stories that they never like the rover images. I've seen some very identical footage from Earth. So they basically have just filmed Earth claiming and then put some filter on there and then claim it to be Mars. So I've seen that too. I don't know, like there's so much shit out there. You don't know what to believe. So but yeah, the face is one example that became very famous and everywhere and yeah. I don't know. But the water stuff, how much of it is true, how much is not, I don't know. Like you don't know how much of the footage is real and how much is tampered. Because when you have only one major entity that provides, so one provider that provides all the information, it's hard to tell how much of it is real and how much is fake because they can fake it easily because no one else is providing any images or evidence or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm really concerned that the age of being able to tell the difference is kind of over now
Yeah,
because
we know we only have one source and we are basing our trust in one source. And that's the problem.
now it's so easy to create very realistic like AI images, and you got to figure the government probably has access to much better versions than the public, so
Yeah,
it's probably very easy to fake anything now.
I think it's been for a long time. We just haven't known it. That's what I believe. I think it's been like that for a long time. Wouldn't you say?
I think it's changed. Like in the past, there was information spread very slowly. Like they didn't even have television screens, so everything was like newspapers, and before that, like there's just information spread much more slowly. You know, they didn't have even like telegraphs and stuff not that long ago. So
Yeah. Yeah, but life was simpler back then. Like I remember when I was younger, like now I'm replaying these old Call of Duty games, like I said. It's way it was way more fun playing these games, even though it was very simplistic, you know. And same in the way of living. Like now we have never been disconnected as we are now, but people have never been this lonely. So, you know, it makes you think. Can you start with that music shit? Who is playing this music there? Mod? Can you mute this guy? Dalan? Dalan?
yellow.
Is your name really Dalan? Dalan?
It's Dylan.
I see. Yeah, it's Dylan here as well. I just say they have called me Dylan. I don't know. Like I just find it more fun to say Dylan, but it's also Dylan here. So
That's
I hope.
from a Dave Chappelle skit.
Yeah, exactly. I love Dave Chappelle, bro. That guy is very talented. That rap scene with Dylan was just hilarious. It's based on an actual rapper, I think. I got very mad when that episode aired. But the Chappelle Show was way ahead of his time, bro. That Chappelle Show was really way ahead of his time. He would never be able to do a new Chappelle Show nowadays.
They're gonna get mad if we don't stay on topic.
Oh, but we have stayed on topic for a long time,
That's
guys.
true.
And also, no one else is talking, so you know.
What do you think is the best evidence for the globe?
Well, that paper you posted is pretty good. The tides are another thing that is good. The seasons is another thing. You know, I think there are many
Yeah,
scientific things. Yeah, because how are you explaining the seasons with a non-globe model?
I'll try to steel man their arguments, I suppose, but from what I've seen, they to the extent that there is a model, they have a some flat earthers will say that the orbit or the rotation of the sun, rotation is not really the right word either, but they imagine the sun is traveling in these circles around the earth, illuminating different parts at different times, and so that the circle gets wide so that there's less sun.
Yeah, but why is there different seasons depending on where you are on the land? You know what I mean? Like it can be summer in the northern hemisphere, but it's
They say
winter.
that the sun takes a bigger circle, so it's traveling over the south farther, but these
But everything
this
is flat. There is no curvature.
right, they imagine that it's just it's a small sun and it's traveling over the earth um in these large circles, and so the sun would have to speed up to make the same journey over a large circle. I'm surprised there's not one flat earther to come in.
Yeah. And what about the tides? What's the
I
explanation for
I
the tide?
think the biggest one, I don't know, like they don't believe in gravity either, so it's I don't know why they think that the form. In the globe model we have like pretty a pretty sophisticated model, like the sun and the moon are both affecting the tides, and so when they're combined you get like stronger tides during like a full moon um and a new moon, the spring tides and the neap tides. So that seems to correspond pretty well with the globe. The thing
Yeah,
that the thing that really like breaks it is the southern hemisphere. Like if you imagine that the earth is flat with the north celestial pole in the center, then everything is circling. You can imagine like one hemisphere of stars and other celestial objects, but we know that it's a full celestial sphere. Like we have a southern axis, so like where is the southern pole if the southern if the southern hemisphere is just farther away from the North Pole and just a large circle, then you would expect different results. Like you wouldn't be able to see from Australia and South America, for example, like looking south, you shouldn't be able to see the south celestial pole because those would be different directions.
yeah,
So like celestial navigation is like hundreds of years old. People have been using that to map the globe and navigate. So they'll say
yeah,
the sky has nothing to do with the ground, but it is very relevant. If celestial navigation has worked for hundreds of years, then it is relevant to the ground. Like that's how people were creating maps,
exactly.
you know.
Yeah,
It's just there's there's probably issues with the standard model. Like the way they say that light is both a particle and a wave, and we have like dark energy and dark matter. There's definitely questions with the standard model of physics, but the shape of the Earth is not a legitimate question. I don't think. Like, so we get into these debates about the shape of the Earth because they're supposedly measuring the Earth to be flat.
But
But
we're not getting into debates about the shape of the earth. People who believe it's a globe, which is a shape, are flat's not a shape. I mean, there's nothing semantic about it. Obviously a globe or whatever shape someone believes the ground is. Let's just deal with the globe. There's supposed to be 8 per mile squared drop from any given observer's location. That's not the case. Not a, that's not measured anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's measured not to be the case. So it's not about what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. What I just told you is what is and what is. You guys wanting to talk about shapes, which we don't talk about, maps, which we don't talk about, what's going on in the sky, which we don't talk about. None of that has to do with the fact that the ground is horizontal beyond the scope of what a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles should be. And every time we point this out, people ignore it. People like you, people like everyone else. Because you guys want the conversation to be about arguing about shapes and which shape it makes the most sense to be. Well, I'm not here to argue about shapes. That's not a shape. That's the first thing you guys should have learned when you came in. Second thing you should have understood is what we were talking about. Because if you could follow that up with, yeah, but again, unless you're going to tell me that no, the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, and it actually does directly measure that way, we have nothing to talk about.
right, but I brought up like surveying material, and surveyors measure the Earth in the similar way that you guys are measuring it with like direct observations and theodolites and special equipment. I mean, it's a whole profession, and they seem to be measuring curve and accounting.
No, they're not.
What do you mean, no, they are not? You can't be just saying, no, they are not.
I know, because that would be a hand wave dismissal. So you said they seem to be doing what we're doing. Okay, link me any source where they're
You already
act
did. Link us all.
again.
It's in the title.
You gonna get muted? Is that what you want?
What?
You want to get muted? Because I
No?
didn't tell him what I'm asking for yet. I didn't ask for a general source. I'm about to ask him for something specific because he said, right? They do something kind of like what we do when we're looking for direct measurable permanence. Okay, so link me the source in which the measurement is actually directly saying, here's how much drop there is over this span. That's not in the chat. I know that for a fact because again, the Earth measures flat. But I'm open to whatever you think it is.
There's published papers on the surveying journals, like where they describe measuring the curvature.
Just link the relevant bit and read it out loud too, if you can, because I'm at work. Like the thing that actually validates that cross pollinates between what I asked and what you're giving. Do that.
It's surprisingly difficult to find information that you guys will accept because I've presented information about measurements of curve, and it's funny because like we'll bring up refraction as the issue why you would observe these laser tests to be um, showing up as like showing no curve. If refraction is k equals 1, then the radius of curvature of light matches the radius of curvature of the Earth. But then when I brought up other
Okay,
measurements of the curve, that
before
you guys will say, oh well, they didn't know exactly what the refraction was, so you know
before
that.
I get into the test of Andrew Thomas Young, because I was the first person in this room to educate people on what they're saying about refraction. And obviously the primary source is Andrew Thomas Young. So, um, did you not speak to DJ already? Because I'm damn sure not about to waste my time repeating what I believe you might have already heard.
It does seem like we end up going in circles with some of this stuff, so sometimes I feel
Okay,
like it's a waste of time.
I know what Andrew Thomas, who is the subject matter expert, says, and like nothing you said today justifies what's in any of his literature. So I don't even know why you're saying what like. Again, I'm asking you to provide
What Andrew
the same
Thomas's
thing as
what
a
is
source for me.
what is
Mm.
Andrew Thomas?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young is the one that did the paper about refraction and all of the information that the Globers are pulling from in the first place. All of it, everything you're regurgitating, all it's all right there. So
There's independent measurements of refraction. There was another paper that got brought up like not that long ago where they showed
that's
refraction,
not
how it
irrelevant.
varies throughout the day.
They're following his work.
Do
This
you
is what
believe
I
that
mean.
refraction exists? Are you refuting that refraction exists in the way that we describe in the typical
That
literature?
that 7/6 R refraction is the refraction that you're trying to apply in this circumstance? Because you got to refute it because it doesn't help you. So then when you go beyond what the subject matter expert says, that's how I know you're fucked. Get what I'm saying?
There's more than one person doing refraction studies. I don't know
Okay.
what this subject when this subject matter that you're talking about was even published, but there's still publications that are relatively recent that are
We're, we're not
measured.
talking about validating the Earth as a globe because there's drop over distance. We're talking about, I guess, what you're bringing up, which would actually make it impossible to actually validate your claim in the first instance, because it's not my claim. So if there's all this refraction happening, again, how are we supposed to validate the initial claim in the first place? Can't do it because you're talking about how, okay, well, we can predict using refraction. No, you can't. I guess you haven't spoken to Indio yet either. I'm assuming you did because you did basically say you had a conversation with you guys went in circles. I'm pretty sure you spoke to Indio as well. So like all this dumb shit you're doing right now, like you're brand new, like you're gonna restart the conversation. Like I don't know what it's for. I'm just here because I figure. I mean, I don't know who's in here listening, and I don't know who doesn't know better. So I'm just here to say this guy's full of shit. This guy being you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're kind of bouncing around a little bit. If you want measurements of the curvature, they've been provided. There's just people, you guys just have issues with it.
No, it's not issues. What I would describe and what you would describe are two different things. Now, you told me we were doing similar things. We can't be doing similar things when we have different methodologies. That doesn't make sense. So now, if the premise or the outcome is supposed to be the same, i.e., some way of actually measuring curvature directly, I know that I have a way. You're not. Explain to me how you've given something that's a direct measurement of curvature.
Sure.
Well, because I know it's indirect. I know that for a fact already. So I'm asking for direct. You can't pass off indirect as direct. That's just what it is. Know what I'm saying?
So, do you
But
acknowledge
the
like
only thing I can do is
surveyors make accurate elevation maps?
the only thing I can do is view. And then you say no, they actually are making direct measurements of drop off. That's the only thing you can do to counter me saying that's not happening. You could be saying no, it is happening, and here's the direct measurements. But you're not saying so. I don't
It's
I
not
mean,
as though you guys are taking a ruler out there and you're measuring the physical earth. You're using laser tests. You're using the angle that the light
that's
is
correct. That's correct because we're not trying to measure the shape of the earth. We're just trying to measure whether or not the part that you guys say is curved. And when we directly measure it, it's just horizontal. The part that we measure that's not supposed to be horizontal is horizontal. Everybody understands that.
well, that's some sort of appeal to popularity. But if we're going to do
Nope.
that,
No,
the
it's not.
most people
Actually, 1 + 1 is
think
2.
that
Everybody
everybody knows that.
feels that's dumb. Did you even say that? I don't think this
You
is
know
on my.
that everybody knows that, whereas
Yeah,
the flat earthers are in the minority.
that's not that.
Let's try to. I'm gonna pull up another paper or something so that we can have some actual
This is going to be a
information
direct.
over.
That's all I need. If it's not going to be that, then I mean, you could do whatever you want. I just won't be here for it.
What about the paper that I put in there earlier this morning, up at like 11:07?
Yeah, I mean, just screenshot the part. Like, make me look dumb. Just screenshot the part where they're going over the measurement of the drop over distance directly. Just do that part.
All right, give me a sec.
Thank you, dude. I'll be going through it soon. Stuff on the site.
Hey guys.
What's up, dude? Just a quick question. Have you played Call of Duty World at War? No?
Any flat earther here? Hello?
Yeah? What's your argument for the Earth being a globe?
Well, first I want to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Listen. So can't we just summarize this whole argument to this short argument that everything that happens outside of the Earth, like the stars, the sun, the Antarctica, the seasoning, whatever it happens is happening on a flat Earth. So this is the perspective of flat earthers, right? So I just want to say how one is even able to debunk it, because whatever they claim, the
Well,
answer
that's
would
not
be
no
whatever
no
is happening
no
on a flat
no
Earth.
no. Dude, so your premise is all fucked up because all you did was beg the question. Yeah, they put 19 in my bin. That was it. That wasn't mine. All right, brother. Yeah, your premise is all fucked by saying all of this stuff is happening on a flat Earth, but you didn't actually say how we've established that it's flat. You just said that. Like, who's gonna accept that? Nobody, because everybody thinks it's a globe. You know what's more simple? Me saying there's no directly measured curvature anywhere. As a matter of fact, I don't care what 2 points I can measure, is going to be horizontal from A to B. That's something simple you can say that nobody can actually refute. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you have a point, but listen. So, I mean, when there is a concept, we can define it, but by the things that are related to it, right? So, for example, just don't interrupt me, okay? Because I know what you're gonna say. For example, consider me. If I don't take a shower, I would stink. All right. So if I just take out my shirt and put it out on the floor, whoever smells it would, can conclude, have a conclusion that okay, I have not had a shower for a while. I think it can be applied to Earth too. Like for example, we are seeing stars, sun, stuff like that, and we can conclude how they affect the Earth, and we can make a conclusion about the shape of the Earth. Do I have a point?
What do you think? Do you think I have a point?
No, I'm not a flat earther. I just
No, you don't have a point because that's late. You don't have a point because that was logically fallacious. Logically fallacious meaning you had a premise in there that you weren't going to prove. You were again yet going to pass it off as just true.
all right. So let's just assume there is no measured curvature on the Earth. Okay. I mean, that's a point for you. But
How would we have to assume that? There's curvature on the Earth, so let's be hyper specific. Why would you assume anything? That- The assumptions were the problem in your logical flaw in your last argument. It's the assumption part. So why would we assume there's no curvature? Have you heard of a mountain before? Have you heard of a hill? So, being specific for the audience and the people that are listening,
yeah.
what do you mean by let's assume there's no curvature? Why would we have to
I mean,
assume that?
yeah, I see where are you coming from. Actually, it's kind of annoying. It's so annoying when someone makes assumptions to make a point and make a conclusion based on assumptions. I say that, okay. But that wasn't my point. My point is that, okay, listen, I have ideology, okay, and some aspects of that ideology completely make sense to me, 100% measured, okay. But there are some aspects that do not fit that
Didn't
ideology.
didn't I? But
Yeah,
didn't I
go on.
just say? I just told you that everything that you're saying right now about things that are making sense that fit your ideology have nothing to do with empiricism anyway. You can feel how you want, you can believe what you want, and you can make sense of the world however you want. But it doesn't make what you're saying is true, because those can be two different things. Those two things are independent. What you believe can be true, but that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about your views that do make sense, and then there are things that don't make sense. That has nothing to do with empiricism. That has to do with your lack of understanding of something and your understanding of something. There's nothing hard about that. You understand some things, maybe, and you don't understand other things. Like, that's not a bombastic statement.
Yeah. Uh, okay, let's keep it simple. I mean, when you said those two things are irrelevant and unrelated, uh, do you kind of mean the relation between Earth itself and the outer space forces? Could that imply to it too?
Well, you're making an assumption already.
Already? I did?
Outside forces. What's that?
I never said abortion. What?
Outside forces. What's that?
Oh, I mean, like the way the space interacts with like Earth, like sun, like
Yeah,
stars.
that's the assumption right there. I mean, other than the sun going overhead and you feeling the heat, like that's your direct experience. You don't know nothing else. You don't know what the energy is doing. You don't know much of anything other than what you experience, unless you're willing to make a few assumptions. So again, I'm asking, like, what about? I don't get how you're gonna go off of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, the space environment that no one actually has any direct, you know, experience with, and put that against Earth, something that you experience every day. You're standing on Earth right now. Unless you're in a building, then you're standing in a building that is on the foundation of Earth right now. But you don't know shit about the sky other than what it looks like and how you feel when the sun touches your face.
Yeah, I see your arguments. I see where you're coming from. Uh, the thing I have seen the photos. I mean, you directly mean, uh, if this whole flat Earth thing might be debunked, it might be something has to do with the way the
Let me go
curvature
back.
of Earth.
Let me go back to you just said if the flat Earth thing were to be debunked. I'm gonna go back
Yeah.
to what I previously said to you. Um, how would we assume that the Earth is flat? It
Uh,
either is or it isn't. All you did was in a roundabout way bring us back
uh, hey, your
to the
voice
same
kind of
conversation
comes.
and try to have it. And I'm saying again, well, if you're gonna say um might deal with things not making sense as secondary, because the Earth being flat wouldn't make sense if it didn't measure that way. Like if you could actually measure drop over distance, then what I'm saying did make sense. That's how that works. Not just starting off with, well, if this didn't make sense, what's all this if stuff? Do we know or do we not know?
That's a good point.
So, Elijah, I put an article in the it's a full article, and it's not long, but it
I didn't
shows
ask you
direct
for a full article. I
observation.
told you, all due respect, I said just screenshot the part that directly gives me what you said it would give me when I asked you for a direct measurement. That's
It's
all I
pretty
need.
easy to just
Just
look
find,
at like the page
no,
on it.
just,
I showed a
look, but
screenshot.
I'm working though. Just find that part and screenshot it. That's all. You did most of the legwork. Okay. Take it the rest of the way. No big deal.
I don't seem to be able to put screenshots in the chat here.
I'm sorry. I lost connection. Do you have my voice, Mr. Elijah? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, again. I think I know your arguments. So, I mean, there are some pictures that I guess you, as a flat earther, would say if the so-called claimed curvature exists, you might not be able to
No,
some
I'm
shape.
sorry. I'm sorry. No. No.
Uh, know what?
I'm saying no. You're trying to give me an argument that I had no need to give. I'm not even thinking about it from your perspective. And I've already explained to you why. But you keep trying to repackage it with all of this if language. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
So I just copied and pasted the data and results because it explains the direct observations that they're making. Like there's a hill, a 764-meter high hill called the Monte Sia, and they observed this hill from 72 kilometers away in a from a place called Salau. They took photographs of this hill, and they know the distance from the hill to the observer, and they're able to calculate the radius of the Earth from those observations. because of the drop over the distance. So you were looking for some documented observation of drop over distance, which would
Oh yeah, I'll check it out
show
when I get a
curvature.
chance. I'll check it out when I get a chance. Because it might be, I might turn it into a video. Who knows? Like, it's content, of course. Whenever Glover brings us their proof of the globe, like, you know, it's usually useful. So, like I said, I'm not dodging you. I'm at work. I'm gonna, as soon as I get the time, I'm gonna dig in that ass. The information that is. See what I'm saying? You know, I read the little piece of information there that you put, and that's not like doing the same thing that we do. Because you know what my problem with that information is? Do you want to know my problem with the information there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your
It
problem with the?
assumes that it assumes that the horizon is physically blocking the view of the observation in the first. So you're using, not you, but they're using, again, what they assume to be Earth curve to tell them how much of whatever is missing beyond the horizon. Now, I don't need to make assumptions to show you how flat the Earth is, but you need the horizon to be the globe's horizon in order for your story to stick. The problem with that is y'all can't validate that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. And we just went over the whole refraction thing, so I guess you understand that already.
It seems like you guys use observations and light. I mean, it's simply the path of light that we're calculating from. You believe in trigonometry. I mean, there's not really the
I
effect of the horizon
mean,
is not really that critical. It's I mean, it is in a sense because we're saying that the curvature is occluding the observed hill in question here. So in a certain sense, but it depends on what you mean by horizon, I suppose.
they use
What you wanted to observe was a measured drop over distance, and that's what they observed. And they documented it pretty well.
So I guess you're not hearing any of my responses, or what? Maybe he got busy because I don't think he would just drop this and then disappear like that was it.
Oh, I heard you say something about, the horizon was necessary for these observations, but they measured the
No,
drop over.
you didn't hear what I said, so stop there. No, the horizon has to be the leading edge of a sphere for the argument to hold up, and that can never be validated. According to y'all, there's refraction everywhere. Sucks for y'all's claim, not my claim, but since you can't validate that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere in the first place, I don't understand why it's an assumed thing in your argument. That's what makes it fallacious. Now, what I said was, whenever we're talking about how the earth is measured, forget me. Whenever I'm talking about how I know it's horizontal from point A to point B, I'm not making any assumptions. And it doesn't just have to do with light either.
It seems like your laser test that you're probably referring to.
I don't even give laser tests. That's not my argument. That's not my jam.
What is your argument?
Coney Island, looking at the fact that the horizon is not the leading edge of the sphere. When I'm at Coney Island, looking at the shore, Jersey Shore, and then seeing all of the boats and things adjacent, seeing is that I'm in a pretty interesting spot in Brooklyn where New Jersey Shore is actually alongside me. And then adjacent to that is the open ocean. So using that landmark was actually quite convenient for me. Not only that, but again, that's hardly my job. I talk about how airplanes landing and taking off do that over flat Earth all the time. We got 100, 200, 300 miles, sorry, nautical miles, that they treat as flat when they're doing their trigonometric calculations for how they're going to land at the airport. There's no curvature in any of that math. There's no globe, there's no none of it. So, in all the practical ways that I can show something is horizontal from point A to point B, it defeats how much curvature there should be every single time. And I don't have to make a damn single assumption.
You asked me to show a measurement of curvature, a measurement of drop over distance that would show curvature, and I did that.
No, you didn't. Because that's not what I said. You need to show direct, measurable drop over distance. That's not that. Seeing is that there's an assumption in there.
The assumptions are they know the distance away from this hill. They
No,
know the
I
height,
told you what the assumption was. Don't
height
like
of them.
let's not make this a long conversation. Just deal with the one assumption that I brought up.
What was the one assumption you brought up?
Isn't it the leading edge of the speech? They can say all of the other stuff that you said is true.
Yeah, I don't think that that's an assumption in this observation.
It's an assumption because it's definitely not true.
Show me where
Especially
that's
because
an
of what
observation here.
well, no, the horizon being the leading edge of a sphere is always the baked in assumption. Why are we playing dumb? Why are we playing dumb? I don't get it.
So it's impossible to measure this curve over distance because when we measure the curve over the distance, when we measure this drop over distance, you say that it's assuming that the Earth is a sphere already, but that's what you asked for, was the proof that some evidence that there is a drop over distance,
Oh,
and
I
that's
mean,
what you
maybe
provided.
maybe listen. If the horizon was provably the leading edge of the sphere, we wouldn't be having. It's not my fault that it's an assumption because you can't validate. That's not my fault. That's just the nature of what your argument includes, and I'm pointing out that one of the major factor, the thing that is actually obstructing things in your argument, yeah, the leading edge of the sphere bit being the horizon, that part is the thing that you can't validate. Not only can't you validate it, I invalidate it. I just told you about Coney Island. So I don't know how you're going to get around that
It seems like
mentally.
you're just not able to like take any
No, you just
evidence
told you just you just told me
against your
you just
belief
told me
then,
I'm not
because
going to accept
you
it
have
because
more.
you just told me
Drop
you just
over
told me I'm not going
are
to
you
accept
talking
it
about?
because it's not possible. You just told me I'm not going to accept it because it's not possible. You goddamn right, it's not possible, but that's not my fault. It's the nature of your argument. It's not my fault. So now you're asking me,
You
what
said you
should
wanted
what could
direct
you yeah
observation
what
of
yeah, but you
drop
can't
over.
give it. You can't give it. That's not my
I did
problem.
provide it. What's
No,
actually
you
wrong
didn't.
with
No, you
this
didn't.
observation? What do you
No,
think
what's
that they're doing?
what's
What do
wrong
you
is
Can you
the
steel man
assumption.
my
What,
argument
what's
and
wrong
steel
is
man like the argument made in
okay.
this paper?
There's a bunch of mountain or whatever they're viewing missing behind the horizon, underneath the horizon. Okay, in order for that statement to be true, the horizon has to be the leading edge of the sphere. Except you haven't validated that, and I've also invalidated it. That's where we're at right now. So you saying, well, if that's the case, then I don't know why you asked me to get what you asked me to get because it's impossible. That's not my. It's the nature of your argument being flawed.
Yeah, I don't think you're arguing in good faith here.
I'm not. I mean, you can feel that way. I'm pretty sure how this sounds.
Right.
Sounds good.
We're talking
Sounds
about
good
being
to me.
able to actually
I
measure
have these.
curvature.
I have these conversations all the time. I I I play them for random people and friends all the time. I'm pretty sure what I'm saying is following. I'm just waiting for you to give a counter that's sequitur that would actually, make me move forward in the conversation. I can't move forward off of assumptions or fallacious reasoning. And I'm pretty good at pointing out to other people who are following along that that's what's happening.
My argument is that it's a globe and that we can observe the curvature. I provided an article that shows the observation of this drop over distance, which shows the curve as we would expect on a globe about the size that we think it is. Your refutation does not seem to be reasonable. How else are we going to measure? I mean, you said you use different techniques than this uses. It's literally
Well, it's not.
observing.
It's not. I'm not. Look, I'm not doing the same thing you're doing. That's the problem. Like you're making a claim. I'm debunking a claim. Two different things. First of all, that's why I don't have to make any assumptions. That's number one. So you're. I don't know. You're not hearing yourself. You're like, if I can't do this, if I can't make the assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and therefore also If I and also if I can't say that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, then what am I supposed to do? I don't think you're arguing in good faith. I like the way that sounds. That's okay. Because that is the summary. You summarized it quite well. Only thing is you think that I'm not arguing in good faith. Okay, well, for the people that are listening and taking on board what I'm saying, all I'm saying is no, actually, you said that you were going to provide a direct measurement of drop over distance. Now you're asking me how's that possible if you can't make these assumptions? That's a nice spot for me to be in, bro. Sorry. Like, I'm not mad.
Yeah, this is unreasonable. It's literally a measurement of drop over distance. You don't have to assume really anything else. When you say the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, like that's the whole argument in contention. It's not that we're assuming that a certain radius. They
Oh,
are
so you're begging the
calculating.
question?
They're
Oh, so
calculating
you're
what the
begging the
radius
question?
have to be based on that drop over distance.
So,
They're not
so if
starting
the
with the radius.
horizon, yo, hold on, homegirl, your phone. I got. Oh, yeah, you're begging the question. Like, the more you talk, the worse it gets. Cause like now you're saying what the horizon being the leading edge of the sphere is the point of it all. It's the contention. Okay, then. So why are you using it in your argument? That's called begging the question. That's fallacious reasoning. You should be using a different argument then to validate that the horizon is actually what you think it is, rather than begging the question. I mean,
The question is, does the Earth curve or not? If it does curve, we should observe a drop over distance.
I'm
In the
sorry.
evidence that I've seen flat earthers provide in the past, they're saying that they don't observe a drop over distance because they're doing laser tests and other long distance observations where they don't observe a drop over distance. But here I am providing a similar observation over a distance, a known distance to a known height, and they are observing this drop. So,
I know you don't understand. Did you just respond to
so
what I said? Because it's not. Do you not know what begging the question is? Like a begging the question fallacy? Do you know what that is?
no, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that.
I'm sorry. I assume. Okay, my bad. So, begging the question is circular reason. So it's like when you use the premise to prove the premise. So, and again, like you might not think that's a big deal because people do that. Like that's a part of our programming. The the programming, like the TV and the listening to the politicians go back and forth and the music that we listen to, and like it bleeds into our culture and the way we speak to each other. If you don't think making fallacious arguments is important to note, like I mean, if you don't think that making a fallacious argument is possible and it's a thing and it's something that isn't um something that isn't what's the word, permissible, eh, I don't know, like I don't know what to tell you, because that's the first thing I realized when I got here is the reason that I believed so many lies is because I didn't understand what fallacious reasoning was. Begging the question, affirming the consequence, and reification are the three main ones that hold the globe together. You can't make a globe argument. But if you don't care about making fallacious arguments and you're going to say, yeah, well, then that's just going to keep you thinking what you think. Like, again, it's very hard to say, well, begging the question, you're saying this, and you're just using that as a semantic way to, stop the conversation from happening. Like, fam, if you like math, if you like ones and zeros, if you like things that are logic and simple, well, you can't punch in any number and get me to pick up the phone. You can't say any sequence of words and miss sense. You can't put together a string of logic in any kind of way you want, and it just makes sense. That's not how the world works, and that's why
We're talking about measuring the curve. What kind of a method would you suggest would be is better than this? What is actually wrong with this method for measuring drop over distance?
Oh, this one's junk. I was just looking over it. Yeah, it's you haven't taken a bunch of the variables into account that would be required. I mean, this exact observation could occur on a flat Earth without issue if the right conditions were present. And in your observation, they haven't taken any of those conditions into account at all. So if you think that this is a good observation that validates the globe, it's just due to your lack of understanding of the confounding variables. Sorry to cut in, Elijah.
Do we at least agree that it is a measurement of drop over distance? We can talk about confounding variables in a second, but let's go one step at a time here.
in order to say it's a measurement of drop over distance, you have to accept that the horizon, like I told him earlier, DJ, here, you would have to accept that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. If you have already validated that, you would need to do that first in order to make this argument plausible. But at this point, you're just begging the proof because you're using it as the proof in itself.
Yep.
Saying that
We can
I'm
just
assuming that the
recreate this on a flat surface. We can just recreate this same scenario on a flat surface, just by manipulating the temperatures in the room.
So
So
you're saying
obviously
the
it's not a proof of anything.
refraction, it's not a reasonable.
Well, they didn't even take refraction into account at all in your observation. That's your guys' argument for the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of observations that we have. And I'm just talking about your own atmospheric specialists, right? Your own scientists, your own mainstream meteorologists and whatnot. Okay, they all claim that there's a type of refraction that can cause bottom-up obstruction on on a flat surface, or when something wouldn't normally be obstructed. And so if you just want to claim that you can't see the bottom because of curvature, then you would have to take all of the other things into account and eliminate those things first, and then you could say it's curvature. But none of those things were taken into account. It literally says in your article, we have not taken into account the refraction of light. And there's a screenshot right from your article in the side chat there. So obviously that's something that you should take into account if you want to make a very specific claim like this. I mean, you guys are claiming to know the size and shape of the Earth. We're not doing that. We don't know the size of the Earth or the shape of the Earth. We're not making those claims, but you're claiming that this perfectly matches up with a globe of a certain size and shape. So, I mean, you might want to take into account the things
Sounds
that you
like
should.
you're just putting it back at us when we say that you're observing these straight level experiments. The refraction is the cause of these observations. Now
I
you're
didn't say
saying
that. I said
you're
that. I
just
didn't say
flipping it
that.
around and saying, "Oh, well,
So do you
refraction."
agree? Do you agree refraction exists or not?
I do agree refraction exists.
Okay. Do you think it's something that should probably be taken into account if you're making a specific claim like this?
To get the most accurate measurements, you'd want to try to account for refraction as best you can. Yeah.
Okay, did they do that in your test? In the side chat
No,
there.
I
Right,
take
so it
your
says, we
word
have
for it.
not taken into account for the refraction of light. Right, so that's a no. They didn't do that in your test, right? So
It doesn't
it's
seem
not
like
very
you do it in your
very
test either.
We're not making the claim of the size and shape of the Earth. We're testing your claim, and we can't find any evidence of the horizon being geometric. We can't find any evidence of the curvature existing that you claim exists. We shouldn't even have to go out and do tests, right? This is your burden of proof. We all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, even if you think it's a globe. That's what they teach us at school. That's what they teach us at university. You're
The
too
claim that
small,
I
you don't
keep
see any
hearing is that
curvature.
we never measure curvature, and that every test that's ever done, there's no measurement of curvature, and
That's
yet
correct.
here's the test, and you're saying, oh well, refraction explains it, and that seems like
No, I didn't say that. I said that's, yeah, you didn't take it into account. It wasn't taken into account. So that's a very, very important variable that could cause this exact effect. In fact, the textbook definition of sinking refraction is exactly what we see in this observation. It matches the normal lapse rate. It matches exactly what we would expect to see on a flat Earth if the conditions are correct. So if you haven't counted that out, then this isn't evidence of anything. And
you can't say
therefore,
it's
you could say this is,
exactly. You don't know what the
right?
conditions were.
Well, no, I don't need to know what the conditions were because I'm not using it as evidence of anything. You are. You're the one using it as evidence, and you don't know what the conditions were, and they don't know what the conditions were. So therefore, it's not accurate, and it can be tossed in the bin because it's not useful.
Well, the same can be said for your observations then. These laser tests that you guys claim, like you guys
We're
aren't
not
accounting
claiming
for.
that they're flat Earth proof. We're not claiming a geometric horizon. We're not claiming that these long distance laser tests are flat Earth proofs. Right? This is just further validation that there's no curvature. No, we're testing your specific claims. We're not going out and claiming the size and shape of the Earth. That's what you've done. You've said that the Earth is a certain size and shape, and even though we experience it as flat, really it's curved. We're just going out looking for that curvature, and we can't find it. We're not saying, oh, this laser test is flat Earth proof, right? We're going out saying, look, this laser test shows the laser hitting the target over 40 kilometers at 5 foot above the surface of the water. How can that work on a globe? Right? We're not making these specific claims like you are. It's very different. You're claiming that the reason that the bottom of the mountain is missing is because the Earth's a globe. But you haven't taken into account the atmospheric conditions.
And it seems like you're claiming that these laser tests are proof that the Earth doesn't have a curve, and yet you don't account for refraction.
No, I didn't say that. And in many of the tests, they did eliminate refraction as being a possibility because of the meteorological conditions present. Well, if you understood anything about it, you'd understand, right? Like if you had warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, then the light can't bend downward. So you can't use refraction as an excuse at all because you don't have the building blocks for what you would need the refraction to be doing for your observation to work on a globe. It's very simple. Light would have to bend downward for that observation to work on a globe. It would have to drastically bend downward, but you don't have any means for that to happen, right? You don't have the gradient that would be required for that to happen. It would be impossible for the light to bend down in that scenario. So you also don't have any evidence that refraction can do the things that you're claiming it to do, right? So if we show you a laser hitting a target over 40 kilometers distance and you claim it's refraction causing that, you don't have anything to back that claim up. If that's your rebuttal,
Well, you
you
don't have
can't.
anything to back up the claim that refraction is causing this observation.
We're not. Yes, we do. We have your own experts, right? So they say that, right? So let's look it up. Let's just look it up straight away, right? So I'll just do a simple Google search.
I
What
mean,
is
even
sinking
regular,
refraction?
even
Right,
with like,
let's see what the experts say about sinking refraction. So sinking refraction is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible will appear lowered, compressed, or hidden below the horizon. It's exactly what we see in your observation. You didn't take that into account? That could be happening, right? Or do you deny refraction now?
No, I'm not denying refraction. I think that it's
Okay, so stick with me on this. Could that be the reason that something is hidden from the bottom?
sinking refraction can happen, but because of the pressure gradients, we know that the pressure is much greater towards the surface. The
It's
optical
not about
density is going to
pressure.
be greater.
It's about optical density, not pressure. It's about
Pressure
temperature.
increases the optical density.
See, this is the problem.
Oh,
You
oh,
don't know
oh,
your stuff.
come on.
You
Let
don't
me
think
let
that
me
air pressure has anything to do with the optical density?
Yo, listen, bro, because you're trying to run away. Okay, so let me ask DJ's question in a slightly different way. Well, two questions. So you believe refraction exists, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that this observation matches the globe pretty closely, right?
That was their calculation. They calculated
Okay.
the radius of the Earth based on
So if
their.
we include the variables of refraction, would it be close?
I'm sorry?
So if you included refraction, would it be close or would it not match the globe then? Because you're saying it matches the globe without refraction. So with refraction, it wouldn't match the globe, would it?
Well, refraction can be, different amounts. It's
Okay.
an
Is there
error in the
information on how much there should be here or
how
no?
much refraction. Yeah.
Is there any information in here that you provided? How much there is?
No, they did not account for refraction in that.
Right. Oh, what a shame. Okay, go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I mean that sums it up, right? I mean they didn't account for a major variable, and therefore it's not accurate at all. So you can't make a claim with it because of that reason. I mean, it's as simple as that.
It just seems like you're turning back the same argument that you guys seem to complain about that
Oh, really?
globalism.
Like
Yeah,
what?
because we would
Like what?
when we see these observations that are
Mm-hmm.
showing seemingly no curvature,
Mm-hmm.
that's usually the explanation is, oh, it's refraction. And
Oh,
so here
really?
I'm
Is
showing
it? What
a
type of
test that shows
refraction?
curvature, and you're saying,
What type
oh,
of
it's refraction.
refraction?
So it
Okay,
just
so
seems like you're turning
if we can see
the
something
argument
20
right
miles away, if we can see something 20 miles away that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by hundreds of feet, you're claiming that refraction can cause that to happen? Is that your claim?
One more time?
Okay, so if we show you an observation where we can see something in the distance that should be hidden behind a geometric horizon, should be hidden behind the horizon by hundreds of feet, but we just see flat water the entire way across. We don't see any sign of any heavy refraction effects, right? We don't see any sign of any miraging. We don't see any sign of any horizon that should be there on a globe. It's just flat water. So you're claiming that that could be refraction causing that. Is that right?
Right. That's
Right.
generally
What type of refraction are you talking about that does this? Because I gave you a specific type and I read out the definition, and I can give you .edu citations, right? It's called sinking refraction, and it's where something that would normally be visible appears to be hidden, even though it's not actually hidden. That's the
Right.
definition
When you
of
say sinking
it. Okay? So
refraction,
I
you're just
gave you a
referring
specific
to
type. So what are you talking about when we show you all of these consistent observations showing zero curvature, just flat water over huge distances? What type of refraction is this?
Well, let's just clarify for a moment. When you say sinking refraction, you're specifically referring to a K constant that's less than 1. I mean, that's negative.
No, absolutely not.
Because you're saying that the light is bending
You would
upwards.
have to have a negative. No, that's not what I said. I didn't say that at all. You
In
don't
terms
have to
of
have
in terms of
K.
the
You
K
don't have to
constant,
have
when you
have to have a particular refraction coefficient, because you can have sinking refraction inside a room, in a house, on a flat floor. Okay, so K, right?
when
K is in relation to the radius of the globe. When they do the K calculations, they're inflating and deflating the radius of the globe. I can make things disappear inside a house over a flat floor. It doesn't have anything to do with K.
When you say
It has
sinking
just
refraction, you mean light is bending upwards instead of downwards.
yeah.
That's all I'm talking about. In terms of K, what we mean is a negative, or negative K. If light is bending upwards, then that means K.
No, because the way K is used, right? It's in relation to the globe. It's in relation to the radius value. So when you're talking about a negative K refraction coefficient of like negative 0.1 or 0.2 or something like that, right? It's in relation to the globe radius. So the way you would calculate it is you would actually lower the radius of the globe from 3959 to something else. Lower.
But changing
right? And when,
changing the radius of the globe is not going to affect the positive or negative of the K.
got nothing to do with it. We could
If K
right.
is negative,
So on
what we mean is the light is bending
a
upwards, and
flat
if K is
floor, you don't use
positive, then
the
light is
refraction
bending downwards.
coefficient. You're using stuff that's directly related to the globe Earth. That's begging the question. So we're just talking about light bending up or light bending down.
Right.
Because of the
in terms
temperature.
of
And the
K
temperature,
constant,
so why would the light bend up? Why would the light sometimes bend up? What do you think's causing the light to bend up?
if the optical density gradient is higher upwards than it is
Right. And
downwards.
what would cause it to be higher upward? Because your argument was that the atmosphere is more dense, lower. So why would it sometimes bend upward? Do you think maybe temperature could be the main thing that controls it? Like all of the literature says? Yes. Temperature in the lower troposphere, even just according to the mainstream experts, right? So temperature is what controls the optical density. So
Pressure is also a significant factor.
only on a broad scale. Only if you're talking about a broad scale, and we're not doing observations through a broad scale. We're doing observations through a tiny little vertical band of air that's maybe a couple of meters high. We're looking through this tiny little band, and the natural pressure doesn't change much at all in that distance, in that height, vertically. It's hardly anything.
The pressure gradient
Someone's
is
got some
most
echo
extreme
going
the
on.
lower
Can
you
you
get
mute
to the
yourself?
surface.
Hold on a second. I gotta. Right, whoever's got. What did you say?
I said the pressure density gradient is most extreme closer to the surface.
Oh, why would the light be bending upward then?
Well, you can still have the optical density be inverted.
No, an inversion is when you have cold air down lower. An inversion is where you have cold air down lower. It's called a thermal inversion. The normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler up higher. So when you have an inversion, that's when the light should bend down. It's not normal to have an inversion. That's why they call it a temperature inversion. It's rare. The normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up. And light bends towards the cooler air.
We specifically went over a whole study of refraction, and it showed much more instances of light bending down than upward.
No, it didn't. So this
Yo,
is the
guys.
thing. This is the thing. Hold on, yo, bro. One
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Okay, continue.
All right. So this is the thing, dude. You didn't take into account in your test something that's very important to take into account if you want to make a very specific claim. You should just be honest and admit that, yeah, they should have taken that into account. This matches the definition of sinking refraction. We don't know if it is or isn't that. We don't know if it is or isn't curvature. It's just inconclusive because they didn't take things into account that they needed to take into account. So you can't make a super specific claim like you're making with this information. That's very different to what we're showing in tests. We're showing you a laser hitting a target. We're claiming that the laser hit the target from 5 foot above. Yeah, but we're showing you the laser hitting the target. If you're saying that it could be because of refraction, then show us refraction bending a laser beam downward. over a
So
large body of
you're saying
water or land.
refraction doesn't
Show it.
affect lasers? It affects
I said,
it affects light, but
no, I
not
didn't say
lasers.
that. That's literally not what I said.
Well, you're asking me to prove that lasers are affected by
No,
refraction. That was what your
no,
question just
I didn't
was.
say that. I didn't say ask. That's not what I asked you to do.
What
I was
did you
very
ask?
specific. Okay, I said, show me a laser bending downward over a large body of water. That's what you're claiming is happening. You're saying the laser's always bending downward when we go out and do all these laser tests. So show me a laser bending downward over a large body of water.
Yeah, you're asking for proof that lasers are affected by refraction.
No, I didn't say lasers aren't affected by refraction. I asked you to
No,
back
you asked
your
for
claim
proof.
up.
You said show you proof that
Refraction
lasers
exists.
affect downwards.
I just
and that's
explained
what
to you that the normal lapse rate is that it's cooler as you go up.
Yeah,
And
can I
it's
say
also
this?
more humid as you lower to the surface. There's no reason the laser would bend downward.
I
I'm
just
not even
wanted to.
saying it can't, right? You're claiming that it's bending downward hundreds of feet to somehow perfectly guide to the sensor of the camera and
Yeah,
get it
I
to
just wanted to address this language. The language that Homeboy is using, because I mean he's equating what you're saying to. Let me tell you something. Refraction isn't the bending of light exclusively, or if at all. I don't. It's not that. It's
That's
like
exactly.
no, because what the fuck is bending when there's refraction helping you see with glasses? Okay, it's
Yeah, it's
more of a
broad.
conical. It's more of a conical kind of thing. And cones typically, especially cones of light, travel in a straight direction, albeit them spreading outward. So now that's refraction because it's obviously coming through. But like the collimator and all whatever lenses it's using to do what it's doing, great. Now the refraction you're talking about is that collimated light bending down 7/6R or whatever the fuck your claim is. How do you know? Like that's the thing that you're supposed to be validating. We're not saying refraction doesn't exist. You're saying it's bending over large bodies of water. Show that.
Precisely. Yep, exactly. So look, that's all, dude. Just back your claims up.
Yeah, I don't think it's getting anywhere.
Not
But
for you, it's not.
it's been good. I tried.
Yeah, good. Well, good effort. I mean, you weren't able to back any of your claims up. You presented some evidence. So it's a quick summary, right? So you just presented some evidence where they didn't take a very important variable into account. And then instead of admitting that maybe that was a flawed test because they didn't do that, you tried to reverse the burden of proof back onto us and start attacking our tests, right? Which led you to another claim, so you shot yourself in one foot already, and then you decided to shoot yourself in the other foot. And so then you made a claim that lasers are bending downward over these large bodies of water consistently to somehow guide perfectly into the target. So now you've shot both feet out, right? And now you're going to run away and pretend that it's not getting anywhere. And he's gone. Yeah, good point, Elijah. We don't even have to make any claims about refraction, right? This is just hostile witness stuff. You guys want to claim that refraction does this and that? Just show us. Show us. Back your claims up, Globus. Because Dr. John D's done 350 plus hours of laser tests, and over years, using different spectrums of lasers and different temperatures in different seasons and daytime, nighttime. And he said he's never seen a laser bending downward. And he puts out a challenge to the globe earthers to show us a laser beam bending downward over a large body of water or land. And this was a challenge put out back in 2019 or something like that. Still, nobody's been able to present this laser bending downward. And that's not us denying that refraction happens or anything like that. That's just real world tests show that that doesn't happen.
All of that is solely and exclusively to satisfy 7/6 all.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Yes.
light doesn't bend in a meaningful way that people would actually really take note. There's no reason. Unless you're trying to say, oh, look how light is bending around a globe. So therefore, couldn't you be looking at things that are beyond the curve? Like,
This is some precision bending as well. Like, yeah, I don't even like using the word bending.
it's a misnomer, and it only serves 7/6 R. That nowhere in refraction anywhere does it serve a purpose to say light is bending.
We have footage of them bending upward, like Dr. John D says in his videos. He's got footage of them bending upward. He said it doesn't happen often, but he presents plenty of footage of them bending upward, and he explains why that sometimes happens. But he said downward, nah. And he's not even saying it can't happen. He's saying it's for it to happen as the normal, and that's their rebuttal to every single laser test that we've done. Light's it's perfectly bending around the curve to find its way into the camera sensor.
It's so obviously false at this point. It's crazy that, like, you would think more Globers would go, oh, wow, okay, you know, because they've been holding on to this refraction thing for.
It's just a buzzword at this point that they learn how to say, and they hope that the problem goes away when they say it. It's like gravity. It's like a different version of gravity. And they say, oh, gravity explains that. Oh, refraction explains this.
Hello? Is anyone there? A guy
You
named
auditioning
was
for
in
a
What happened to
B-roll?
Dallon?
You auditioning for a B-roll?
Yeah. Yes. I posted something in the side chat. What do you guys think about that? And where's Dallon, by the way?
Clearly you're not
Like,
gonna let the joke go on. What are you gonna say? What are you saying?
what's going?
I said clearly you're not gonna let the joke that I was trying to have live. So go on and say what
Of
you needed to
course.
say.
Of course. No, no, no. Say the joke. I didn't hear. My bad.
It's the moment's past. What do you need, buddy?
Where's Dallon?
Sorry?
You guys were having a discussion with a guy named Dallon. What happened?
No.
Did he post the evidence? He said he was gonna post some evidence that you wanted about the measurements.
He said he was gonna provide direct evidence of direct measured evidence of drop.
Of a
So
distance?
what he provided had assumptions in it, and then I told him about those assumptions, and he wanted me to accept those assumptions as plausible. Didn't.
Ah. So what's the longest distance that's been measured with zero curvature? Is it 255 miles?
No, it depends how high you go, right? So Jay Tolan's got footage of things over 500 miles away, or 1,000 miles away. That's what he claims in some of his videos. 1,200 miles, 1,000 miles, using infrared from 40,000 feet, right, from a plane, seeing things that should be hidden behind miles of Earth curvature. But from the ground, the record's 306 miles.
306 miles.
Yeah. And we can see mountains that should be hidden behind the curvature.
Is this where was this taken in the US? Or where was this taken?
What's that, sorry?
Where was the
That was
measurement taken? Yeah.
it was in Turkey, I think.
Okay.
Check. Yeah, Turkey. I'll give you a link.
Hello? Jay? Why don't you come up here and tell us
What do
what
you
you
want to
wanna
know?
the stuff in the side chat. Tell me about this the medium, how laser affects or the light's reflection. If it's coming and going from different mediums. The floor is yours, thank you.
Well, I don't know what you want to know. It's gonna deviate towards the more dense medium. It's that simple.
Just make us all like imagine a toddler. You explain it for a toddler. Go from the beginning.
Yeah, so light will deviate towards it's not something that you could explain to a toddler. But light deviates towards a denser medium. So if you have a denser medium, light will deviate towards it if it has a higher optical density. That's the easiest way to explain it.
And this affects the measurements how exactly?
Which measurements?
Proof of curvature, distance over drop over distance and proof of curvature.
Oh, well, as the light is bouncing off what you're looking at in the distance, it has to travel through, through the air. And the air isn't uniform. It has different pressures and temperatures and humidity and things like that. So that affects the light. And that needs to be taken into account if you want to make very specific claims about the things that you're looking at in the distance. So, for example, if you can see a ship out in the ocean and the bottom of the ship look like it's missing, well, it just so happens that there's an effect called sinking refraction. And the experts, right, the so-called experts, they claim that that is something that happens, right? So if you see a ship and the bottom's missing, and someone wanted to claim, oh, that's Earth curvature blocking the bottom of the ship, I would say, okay, well, did you take into account the other things that could cause that? And 100% of the time, the answer is no, that wasn't taken into account. So it's like, oh, okay. So there's something else that could have caused that to happen, but you didn't take it into account, but you want to claim it's Earth curvature. You know what I mean?
So you're saying there is no proof of Earth's curvature, drop over
Yeah,
distance.
yeah, exactly. There's no empirical evidence for it. The only evidence that you have is like faith-based or calculation-based, which is faith-based. I mean, so like pictures from space or something like that, which could easily, just be fake. You can't verify them, but you can test them in reality. Like you could actually go out and say, oh, okay, well, they claim like here's a picture from space. That means the water should be curving. How much should it be curving over 20 miles? Oh, 266 feet. Right, let's go check for that 266 feet of curvature over 20 miles. And then when you go and check for it, you find zero curvature. And then the globe earther might say, oh, what about refraction? It's like, oh, okay. So now are you claiming that refraction can flatten out 266 feet of curved water? That's another crazy claim. All right, back that claim up now. And they can't do that. So we're just detecting flatness, right? We experience the Earth as flat. When we see a large body of water, it appears flat. The horizon appears horizontal. The water appears flat, even if you think it's a globe. So that's kind of like the baseline. That's the starting point. It's what's obvious. And if other people want to claim that, oh, actually it's curving, it's like, all right, prove it. Right? It's kind of like if me and you are standing in front of a cow. We're looking at a cow. We can hear it mooing. It's right in front of us. I'm like, oh, there's a cow. And you're like, oh, no, actually, it's actually not a cow. You're like, what? We can see it's right there. There's a cow there. It's mooing. We can hear it mooing. We can see the cow. It's like, well,
Why a
it's
cow, bro? All
not a
the things
cow. It's
there.
like, and
Why are you
then you
thinking
would
about
say,
a
oh,
cow?
prove it's a cow. It's like, I don't need to prove that's a cow. We can see the cow. You want to say it's not a cow? Go ahead, my friend. Validate your crazy claim.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like that.
it's just like that.
It's just like that. Yeah. We see flat water. They're like, oh, actually, it looks flat, but it's not flat. Really, it's curving 266 feet over that 20-mile distance. It's like, oh, really? Is it? Okay. Prove it. Because when we try to test for it, we're like, oh, they claim it's curving at 266 feet over this 20-mile distance. And then we check for the curvature. We can't find it. And then when we ask you guys, we're like, we couldn't find it. How did you guys go? And apparently you guys didn't do any good either trying to find it. So we're back at square one. Flat Earth.
Pull on that. Watch it. Pull on it. Pull on it, but watch out. It's pulling a little bit harder. It'll come. Now go ahead, pull. It's like steady pressure. You don't have to hold that if you want. Steady pressure.
Paraplegic,
It'll
you're
come.
making. Just to let you know.
Yeah, pull from my top. Pull on that.
Hi,
Steady pressure.
Mikey. Steady pressure.
It'll finally come after a minute.
I was saying this weekend.
That
Steady
hard, but
pressure.
it just takes a minute.
All right, I should mute him, Freeze. Even though that was kind of funny.
Hey DJ, you still here, bro? Is there a server where we can listen to the Flat Earth Music Bot? I remember finding a channel where it said like FE Radio. I can't find it anymore.
Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Hey! Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. Free, free, free. Man pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the high-tech gospel. Them build space age systems just to track, but I walk in the field, man, the ground stay flat. Walk to the river, sit under the tree, breathe in the air, yeah, the experience free. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road stay level like it waiting for me. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Turn on the TV, there's a globe on that. Buy a brand new shirt, there's a globe on that. Plumber truck drive by, there's a globe on that. iPhone background, there's a globe on that. Music album cover, there's a globe on that. Hollywood movie, there's a globe on that. Them stamp it everywhere so you don't forget. $1 billion brand, yeah, cost them sweat. But me walk outside, feeling the breeze. Water resting flat, calm as you please. Globert cost money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Pay for the rocket, pay for the flight, pay for the telescope to steer in the night. Searching for the curve that they say is in reach, but it's just a straight line looking out from the beach. Wally get thin, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat Earth is free, my friend. Free like a dream. Globe Earth costs money. Flat Earth is free, 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 free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet.
I need the link to that. I needs that.
I would appreciate the link to that too. Thank you.
man, pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the space age gospel, pay for the globe in the class on the wall, but the walk from my heart still feel flat overall. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and a next step, see the road still level like you waiting for me. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, my friend. Free like a dream. Teacher got charts, graphs, big equations, still can't find change for the bus station. Pilot fly high with $1 million dial. Me be a foot boy, just a count each tile. Them round up tax, round up rent, round up world, round every cent. Me round the corner for a fresh cool breeze. World feel flat when me bend them knees. Love it, cost money. Flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, my friend. Free like a dream. Spin it how you want, still a straight walkway. See look like glass from the harbor quay. Wally get it, but the words same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story, but this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend, my friend. Free like a dream. Globe Earth costs money, flat earth is free. Free, 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 free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet. Hey, 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 hey.
Dylan, what rotation did they measure? Did they measure the sky or the Earth?
They measured the Earth's rotation.
How'd they do that?
With this Foucault's pendulum. I'm not sure if that's the right pronunciation, but
Well, it doesn't measure rotation. That's just something that hangs from the ceiling and will sometimes, not always, it will, process 15 degrees per hour. Sometimes it'll go backwards. Sometimes it won't do anything. That doesn't measure Earth's rotation. That's a precession of a pendulum.
yeah, that's what you're saying, but it seems like that's exactly what it does.
Okay, well, and how does it do that? Just watching something swing and process one way or the other, how does that tell you that the Earth is in motion? Are you going to beg the question of relative motion again, or are they?
Well, especially at the South Pole or at the poles, it's easy to consider like the motion of this pendulum um is going to try and, well, I say try, but um this inertia of this pendulum, once it's set in motion, is going to try to stay in the same path of motion, and it's like the Earth is rotating underneath it.
Yeah, that's begging the question that the Earth is moving. Like I said, how are they proving that the Earth is moving? By watching a pendulum process. All they're measuring is the pendulum. The Earth is still the thing that we need to see if it's moving or not.
Right, but it's like a gyroscope or something. It's a proxy for the rotation of the Earth.
No, it isn't. It's just something that hangs from the
You would
ceiling.
expect
And
the pendulum, if the Earth is still and stationary, to just to keep swinging in the same direction that was started spinning.
so, like all other pendulums except for Foucault's, which happens to be a patented design, interestingly enough, it's got a little mechanism in it. It's magnetic, right? So it's this one thing. It's the only pendulum
No,
on Earth that processes.
you don't need a special mechanism to run this experiment. It's a simple pendulum.
Well, it's not an
They
experiment, first of all. Second of
they
all,
they use mechanisms to keep these display ones going for long periods
yeah,
of time with
isn't that weird?
well, no, I mean the air friction and other mechanical losses are gonna mostly air friction is just gonna slow the pendulum down after a period of time.
Uh,
So in order to
right.
run this test for a full 24 hours or continuously like they do in some of these
Okay,
displays.
so tell me this: when the pendulum processes the wrong way, is the Earth spinning backwards?
Where is this pendulum processing the wrong way?
Pretty much every place they have these displays. You don't understand this, but a lot of these are manually started, so they have to have somebody come along and manually start it, pick it up, and let go of it. Okay, and then sometimes it will spin the wrong way. It'll process the other direction. Sometimes it won't process at all. They tell us that they have to start it just right to get it to do its thing. So when it doesn't work the way that they say it does to make sure that they're measuring Earth movement, when it goes the other way, does that mean that the Earth is spinning the other direction?
Yeah, I don't see any evidence of it spinning the other way or just spinning in random ways the way you're
Well, did
describing.
you look for it, or did you just go ahead and just believe the first article that you saw the successful ones, and then decide to pay attention to those ones and not look when it actually doesn't work?
Do you have some evidence for it not working? I looked at the article Dr. Yoda. Are you Dr. Yoda? No.
No.
I looked at the article Dr. Yoder put in the chat, and he seemed to think it was going the wrong way too, but that's not what they were saying in the paper. It just was going uh, on a different direction from what they were anticipating at first, because they were from the northern hemisphere and they just They just didn't think about it critically when they were setting it up, but it was going the same way. They just wanted to set it up so that they could measure the angle that it was precessing.
Yeah, it sounds like you're not even familiar with what's going on here. You understand what a Foucault's pendulum does?
I think I do, yeah.
Okay, so what does it do?
Well, it's a simple pendulum and it swings back and forth, and it based on your latitude, if you're it's going to, if we're going to use the word precess, I'm not sure that's the correct use of the word, but you could say that the line that this pendulum traces out on the ground is going to rotate relative to the ground at about 15 degrees per hour, like you would expect on the spinning Earth at the poles, and that precession goes to 0 based on the sign of the latitude at the equator.
Okay, so you have a pendulum that moves 15 degrees an hour. Okay, so we have that. It swings back and forth, and apparently it does this pattern on the ground. Cool. What does that have to do with the Earth rotating?
Well, just like a gyroscope, it's going to try to maintain this rotation back and forth in a straight line if the Earth were stationary. And
Well,
because it's attached with this in this pendulum, in this way where it's like freely able to swing, you're able to detect the rotation of the Earth underneath it. So it's just a mechanism for measuring Earth's rotation in a way.
so this is the only thing that measures Earth rotation is a moving pendulum. There's no other device that we can use, not gyroscopes, nothing. This is the only thing that does it. And we
It
have to beg
seems
the
like a
question that
very
the Earth is
simple.
rotating
It
first.
seems like a very simple, probably the simplest way that I can think of.
Really? You don't think like an accelerometer or a gyroscope would be better?
Well, those are those are more complicated in a sense. Those involve some technology.
So,
That's why I
okay,
say
this
simplest. Like,
this involves technology too. So you're telling me that it's simpler to hang a really huge long string from a mechanical magnetic mechanism from a ceiling and be able to make sure that you drop it just correctly, that you let it go just right so it does this precession. You think that's simple?
yeah, it's simpler than an accelerometer in terms of the device complexity. I mean, it may be a little larger than in order to get a long enough period of swing, but you don't need some magnetic drive to keep it to keep it uh to keep it going. You can just
Okay,
let it
so
go until it stops, and
okay,
if it's only an
so
hour or so, you can still measure the 15 degrees in that hour, or some fraction of that based on the latitude.
okay, so now we have something that processes. This is the thing I don't understand why you're fighting against it, unless you just actually really want the globe to be true, which it sounds like. I mean, the conversations that we've had with you, you just kind of want it to be true. So we have a processing pendulum, and we don't have any Earth movement. Is that right?
No, we're saying that it seems to indicate the Earth is moving because it is processing.
Okay,
Why would
so
it be why would it be
you want it. What?
processing
I'll
if
tell
the
you
Earth
why.
is not
Because
rotating?
there's these little pixie fairies that make it process. They grab onto the pendulum and they move it.
See, now you're just being absurdist. Like, do you have a
No, I don't think
realistic
that's absurd.
explanation?
Excuse me, I don't think that's absurd. I have every bit of evidence, like you do, of the Earth rotating for my little fairies. I can ascribe any cause to this procession, just like you can ascribe the cause that you prefer. I prefer the fairies, you prefer Earth rotation.
I think that's a cope. I mean, do you have a more reasonable
This is a cope for
argument?
me. I think that's well. So, how much evidence do you have other than the processing of the pendulum for the Earth rotation? What other evidence do you have? Because
we see the sky moving at that same rate.
so the sky moves. All right, so the sky moves too. So we have two things that are in motion, and the Earth still isn't moving.
Well, that's what's in question. I'm arguing that the Earth is in motion, and we're looking for evidence, like as to
But
what
so far, you've
explains
given me
it.
two
So
things.
when we see the
that
sky rotating, that either indicates the sky is rotating or the Earth is rotating underneath the sky, right?
Well,
So
which one do you observe? Do you observe the
either
sky or
or.
the Earth moving? Which one do you observe moving, the sky or the Earth?
It's all relative motion, so
There it is. So you are begging the question on purpose. So you're saying this is relative. You're saying the Earth, I'm already assuming that the Earth is moving, and that's actually the stars being still and the Earth moving. So you've already kind of baked in your conclusion because I think you have a bias towards the globe.
This is a pretty simple explanation here. Either the Earth is rotating underneath the sky, or the sky is orbiting around us, and we're stationary. If we're stationary, the sky has to be the one that's rotating.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Right. So that's why we go to some other test, right? In order to
Yes.
confirm
So
whether
we go to another test. We
which
check
is the
accelerometers,
total
we check
pendulum.
gyroscopes, we tried everything that we possibly can. Even Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is in motion. The one thing that you have is something swinging from a ceiling that processes. That's all you have. Everything else says no. Even Einstein says no. One guy
Einstein
with a
did
parlor
not say the
trick
Earth
hanging
wasn't
from the
rotating.
ceiling.
Einstein clearly thought the Earth
Excuse
was a
me.
globe and was
He
rotating.
said there is no optical experiment that we can conduct that proves that the Earth is in motion. That's what he said.
He's talking about the interferometers in like a Michelson-Morley experiment. He was talking about the motion of the Earth through an ether.
Okay, terrific. So we've gotten rid
You're
of
taking that
ether,
quote totally
and
out
we
of
don't.
context.
Okay, so what did he do to prove that the Earth was in motion? If he's saying, "Oh no, we just can't do it
He wasn't
optically,"
trying to
what
prove
else
the
do we
Earth
do?
was in motion. He was not trying to prove the Earth
So
was in motion.
So there's no optical experiment, like he said, that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is in motion, unless we beg the question first of all, right?
Through an ether.
That sounds like science.
Through an ether. He specifically was talking about the motion of the Earth through a luminiferous ether. That was what the quote is in reference to. So he thought the Earth was rotating and it was a globe, and that was not in question. To the
Well, I
extent
don't
he was
care.
talking
What did he
about
say?
relativity, there's no he was saying it's otherwise, you couldn't tell the difference between accelerating and a gravitational field. Like you were in an elevator moving upward, accelerating upward at like a rocket, you wouldn't be able to distinguish whether you were actually accelerating upwards or just experiencing gravity. That gravity is essentially like accelerating upward, because it's an acceleration. But
right. So
none of
what we
that
have
was
is Einstein
evidence.
saying that there's no experiment that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is in motion. You're saying it has to do with the ether and all that stuff, and then now you're begging once again relative motion, right? Relativity. So we don't have any proof that the Earth is in motion at any point, unless we beg the question first of all that it is in motion, and then because we see something else move, it's relative. So the entire thing is based on fallacious reasoning. I just want you to go ahead and admit to that, but I don't think that you will.
I don't think it is fallacious reasoning. I think that the Foucault's pendulum seems to indicate like pretty clearly that it's rotating a globe, and your fairy
Okay, but
explanation gets us nowhere.
my fairy explanation is everything that the earth moving is. It's the same. Because I'm begging the question that there are little invisible fairies that push pendulums. You are begging the question that the earth is in motion. So it's all the same.
No, it's not the same.
It is exactly the same. I just want you don't think you're gonna so you don't think begging the question is fallacious? Can you look up begging the question and tell me if it's a fallacy or not? Assuming
If
the
if
premise.
you're gonna invoke fairies causing this effect, then there's no knowledge that we can clearly have about the world. There's no causation that
Right.
we can draw. Like if I step on a
Right. We
scale,
don't,
it's not necessarily my weight that's causing the scale to go up. It could be just fairies. Like everything could just be fairies. Like there's no knowledge gained there.
sure.
It's not a
Sure. I think
it's not a reasonable argument.
it's not so you don't think it's reasonable to just assume that fairies are doing something, just kind of like it's not reasonable to assume that the earth is in motion?
I think it is reasonable to assume the earth is in motion. I don't see
So you
why.
do like to beg the question. So your entire worldview, as far as the earth moving, is based on begging the question, a fallacy.
There's a lot of different evidence that points to the earth in rotation.
Okay, what else is it? What else you got?
Well, the principal ones are the sky rotating and effects like this Foucault pendulum or like a
Okay,
Coriolis effect.
we've got two. You said lots, we've got two, and both of them require
There
us to
are
beg the question
gyroscopes
that the
from what
earth
I
is in
understand.
motion.
From what I understand, there are gyroscope tests that show the same thing.
Great. Let's post those.
Okay.
Are you going to get it
Let
from
me look for some.
Bob that used a uncalibrated ring laser gyroscope, with the only one, as far as we know, on a Netflix documentary that showed a 15 degrees per hour drift?
Is it? I haven't seen that one specifically, but yeah, it makes sense.
That's a good one. Yeah, okay, so we've got
What do you
one
not
in
like
all
about
of
that?
existence. Well, because it's the only one in all of existence. It just happened not to be calibrated. It was just kind of a ring laser gyroscope that was given to Bob to use, and it has a 15 per hour drift. However, that causes a problem for anybody else that uses ring laser gyros, because now they're essentially useless since they process or they deviate. Now you don't have anything holding its rigidity in free space, right? Now it's useless.
No, because it's a predictable effect.
Oh, so okay, so let's get one that's calibrated. Do you have any predictable effects that we can expect from an actually calibrated gyroscope of any kind, mechanical or ring laser?
I'm gonna look something up. We were talking about the Foucault pendulum, so if I'm gonna look something else up entirely, it's gonna take me a second.
Okay.
But just to be clear, your explanation was fairies, so that doesn't look
Yeah,
good
no,
for the flat Earth.
well, I know. I mean, it could be fairies. It could be invisible three-toed gnomes. It could be all kinds of things. You're not trying to just like poison the well and say, well, because you brought up the fairies, which, by the way, has every bit as much evidence as the Earth moving, right? Like you're
I
saying
can't
that the Earth is
believe
moving.
that
I
you're
don't
putting
think
those
it's
on the
looking very
same
good for
tier.
you.
I
They're
cannot
exactly
believe
on the
that you're
same tier.
seriously putting those on the same tier of seriousness.
All
It
right,
seems
of
like
course
you
I, because the
specifically
Earth
chose
doesn't move.
fairies because that's ridiculous.
Hey,
Like,
hey, hey, Dylan, do you experience the Earth in motion?
Not. I mean, I'm in an inertial framework, so I don't experience like some acceleration the way that I would when I'm like
Begging the question. That's
accelerating in
begging
a
the
car
question.
or something like that.
Excuse me. What frame of reference are you in? Inertial or non-inertial?
An inertial framework.
You're in an inertial frame. So on the Earth, that you think is moving, even in the Coriolis, the Earth is the non-inertial spinning reference frame.
Yes, I think that I'm spinning. I don't
Well, then that would be
experience an
non-inertial.
acceleration. You know, we feel force equals mass times acceleration. So if we're rotating at a constant rate, I'm not going to feel that. So that's,
Okay,
you know,
so it's an
if I
angular
go
path.
outside
Is
and I
it?
think, you know, that I
Excuse me.
feel stationary, that doesn't get me anywhere.
So now you're lying to me because an angular path is a constant acceleration. So there should be
Yes,
some kind of
there's
acceleration experience.
outward from which would oppose gravity, and we do measure that
What
too.
gravity?
I showed evidence that we calibrate
There's no
scales
gravity.
based on latitude.
There's no
It does
gravity.
that exact effect.
There's no gravity. What gravity?
And so you say there's no gravity. Well, there's some sort of
Give me.
acceleration field in a downward direction that causes
Oh,
things
okay.
to have weight.
How
And
do we
if
detect
there's
this
an outward
acceleration field?
acceleration from the rotation, which is
Oh
what
my
you're
gosh,
saying,
dude.
we experience an acceleration outward
Man.
from the
Dude, claims aren't
from the Earth
evidence.
that would
Yeah.
oppose gravity, right? And so that's why we calibrate the scales exactly as you would expect from that effect.
Okay. So can you show me this gravitational field?
I'm busy looking up gyroscope stuff right now.
Okay. Well, have you ever experienced the gravitational field? Like, can you touch it, or what's it look like?
See, I don't think that this is like an argument in good faith. Like you understand the globe model. I would assume that you
Oh,
like
no.
understand like the
No.
normal
I
model
don't
of physics.
understand the
Like
globe model
to
at
ask,
all. I've
can
never
I
seen the
see the
globe model.
gravitational field?
Dylan, I've never even seen a globe model.
See, I don't think that that's true.
Okay, can you show me what? Show me the globe model. Can you show it to me?
I don't think you're being serious. This is another like fairy type
I'm
of argument here.
absolutely serious. But are you saying that the globe model is like fairies, where it doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying you're being an absurdist by saying you've never seen the
No.
globe model.
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't like
trap.
the ad
It's a trap,
hominem.
Dylan.
You're not arguing in good faith when you say you've
Of
never
course I
seen the
am.
globe model.
I've never seen the globe model. I've never seen it. I've never seen a picture of it. What I've heard is lots of stories surrounding an idea of a globe, but I've never seen a globe model. Have you seen one?
Yes.
Terrific. Show it to me.
You can look up any image of a globe you want.
Oh, you're talking about the polar coordinate system, a projection. That's not a model, my friend. In this
That's
genre, we're
exactly what
talking
it
about
is.
scientific models. Scientific models require experimentation. What experiment was conducted to create that polar coordinate system? Give me the hypothesis.
We're bouncing around a little too much. I'm gonna focus on getting this gyroscope data for you, sir.
Well, look, we're talking about the globe, dude. You said there is a globe model, the globe model. You've seen it. I want to see it too. Now you're saying it's just the thing that they put on the teacher's desk that says not for educational purposes.
Dude, stop being semantical, man. He's talking about the globe, dude.
Yeah, I know. Semantical. Yeah, we're really worried about actually words and their meanings. Yeah, semantics. We like that here.
So I have a question. How do you know that the picture that you're seeing of the globe is what Earth should look like? You know, when offered to present a model of the Earth, you said, well, I mean, we got pictures of a globe. How do you know Earth is supposed to look like that for somebody to give you a picture of it?
Well, we have this, you know, how do I
Right? Because you
know
you
that
need
it's
a frame of
supposed to look
reference in
like a
order to make that
globe?
determination that it is the globe. Have
Well,
you
we
ever
have
seen
a
one in
system of
reality? No.
latitude and longitude. We have a coordinate system, so you can verify, like, oh, this latitude and longitude on the globe does correspond to this place on the map.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. It could be a dinosaur-shaped coordinate reference system, and it's still going to give you coordinates on whatever surface you apply it
Then
to.
go ahead and come up with a coordinate system that makes sense other than the spherical coordinate system that we use. Like, if a dinosaur system would work, then why don't we
Dude,
use any other system? You
well,
guys,
we do use
even in
other
your own flat
systems.
Earth experiments, you
The
cite
entire
latitude and longitude.
listen, the British national government uses a flat coordinate reference system called the British National Grid System. It's not spherical.
I
We
don't
also have
think that that's true.
state plane coordinate reference systems in the United States, particularly west of the Mississippi, that are also planar coordinates. Right? And they use these in order to settle disputes, property boundary disputes, where the meets and bounds are organized. If you go to court, you're gonna use a coordinate reference system, and in some cases, you may be using a planar one.
Yeah, there's different projections from the globe where you can, on a small scale, get away with, having latitude and longitude lines be represented as parallel.
Yeah, but listen, the
But
globe itself is a projection of the Earth.
see, we're just like, you're just restating your opinions here instead of
No,
like,
it's not my opinion, dude. Listen, the globe is a projection of the Earth. Do you know how latitude is derived? Most people think
latitude is that
latitude is on the ground, but
latitude is
it's
an
not. It's in the
angle
sky.
measurement is an angle measurement from the geographic north and south poles
Yeah.
relative
No,
to
not
the
geographic.
equator.
Celestial north and south poles. If you're out in the middle of the ocean and you have no idea where you are, you look up to the stars. Latitude is derived from angles to Polaris.
Right, we have a
You
celestial
can also use
sphere and a
angles to the
terrestrial sphere.
celestial equator in the sky. Right? So if I treat the sky as a sphere, and it's not the only way to model the sky,
Why don't you give me some
and then I
citation that
start
I can look
projecting my
up that
land
shows some
masses
other
into the
system?
sphere, then no wonder I'm going to get a globe, because that's what you're doing. You're
You're
building
making
one.
you're making claims. Why don't you show me a citation of this other system that's not spherical, that is a coordinate system of of the Earth that we live on?
Okay, it's called the UK Ordnance Survey using the British National Grid System. Let me go pull that up for you. All right, so we have it pulled up. Let's go take a look. What does it say about this? Well, what is the British National Grid System? How to use it? It's a Great Britain-centric coordinate system used to pinpoint any location, dividing the country into a hierarchical grid of squares. Utilizing two-letter codes followed by pairs of numbers, measured in meters from false origin southwest of the Isles of Scilly. Great Britain is mapped using a hierarchy of square areas. 500-kilometer squares. The country is first divided into 500-kilometer blocks, each designated by a single letter. Each 500-kilometer square is subdivided into 2,500-kilometer squares, identified by A to Z, omitting I. Locations are referenced using a two-letter code. Within 100-kilometer square, locations are found using eastings, which is how many meters to the right, northings, how many meters up. Very similar to the state plane system I mentioned earlier, which our friend was kind enough to link to me above. These are square areas. If you haven't noticed, latitude and longitude don't form squares. So here's another thing. I can take the British National Grid system and overlay it on top of a globe, and I'll show you how it doesn't match. This usually blows people's minds when they hear about this, but I mean, this is, depending on your field, this is pretty common. Check this out. So how do you know which one is correct? I took flat squares from the British National Grid system, and I slapped it onto a globe to curve it. And uh-oh, they don't match up. The lines of latitude and longitude don't match. Well, shocker. It wasn't designed to. So as I was saying, like when you use latitude and longitude, you're baking in a globe. You're going to be projecting your surface up into the heavens that you're imagining as a sky. And to my knowledge, there's not a single globe believer today that thinks there's an actual celestial sphere in the heavens. Do you? Do you think the sky at night is a gigantic black ball with lights in it? No. I don't think it is either. It's a concept. And the big problem we're dealing with today is everyone believes in a globe because they put the map before the territory. It's called a
You must
reification
think that it's
fallacy.
some sort of a sphere because the stars are all
No, I
moving
don't.
in as you think they are moving, they're all moving in lockstep in that same sphere shape. It's as if
No, they
they would
don't.
have to be, huh?
They trace arcs, and they
But
don't
their
even connect
relative
up to where they
position,
meet.
the
No,
relative
they trace
positions of
arcs
these
and they
stars
move
are
in a
the
heel.
same.
Listen, you
So
don't
they're
understand how the
moving as
sky
if they
works.
were a solid sphere.
If you were to look outside at the same point in the sky every night and at the same star, the star's going to start shifting to the north and start shifting to the south over time. The sky actually moves in a more complex motion, a helical motion, and spirals. It doesn't form these lines, these star trails don't form circles. They form arcs, and if you were to actually connect them over time, over the course of a year, you'd have gigantic, messy spirals, especially when you factor in proper motion. So the sky sphere is a way to oversimplify things.
Well, I'm looking up your BNG system here, and it doesn't seem to be evidence for a flat Earth or anything. It's just a flat
Well, I didn't
grid
provide it
system
as
that says
evidence for a flat Earth. You said that nobody uses any other coordinate reference system but this latitude and longitude. The
that's
BS coordinate
local to
reference systems
Britain,
are
and they're
arbitrary. They
using
could
it for
be shaped like a
specific.
dinosaur nugget. They could be shaped
They're
like a
not using
dinosaur
that
nugget.
for
You still have
navigation.
coordinates that you can map to any surface. Well, here's a British National Grid system that uses squares.
That's not
So
used
it
for
sounds like,
navigation.
how do you know it's not used for navigation? Do you know what they mean
I'm
by
looking it up.
ordnance?
It's explaining.
It's for
I'm looking
military
at the links
purposes,
you sent.
bro. And wait till you find out about the military grid reference system that the U.S. Army uses. Yeah, have
U.S.
you ever
Army
heard of
uses
grid
latitude
squares
and
before? You
longitude
ever go root
also.
through a box of grid squares to go find one, Private?
The U.S. Army uses latitude and longitude also.
Yeah, of course they do. It's not dispute. What wasn't dispute was that this is the only one that everybody uses, a spherical one. And I'm bringing up examples where that's not the case. And it's because I understand that coordinate reference systems are an
these are
arbitrary
grids, but
factor
they're
that can be
not used
used.
for navigation.
What do you mean by
And
what
what's
do you
your
mean by
point?
not used for navigation? That's BS. If I want to hit a target, I may switch to any coordinate system I need to use or want to use, depending. I might use one that's classified. It's probably way more complicated geometrically than anything that you can come up with. It may have absolutely no bearing to whatever you think the true shape of the Earth is.
It's actually designed to be simpler than any other system because they're just even distance boxes. Like it's designed to be simple. This
Oh,
BNG
he's
one
going
that
to
you
talk
showed
about
us.
distance.
How about designed to be more accurate? When we start pulling up some references where surveyors tried to use latitude and longitude from GPS, and they were repeatedly confounded with errors, which were only settled when instead of using spherical coordinates, they used flat planar coordinates instead. Would you like me to go present you some examples from that? I posted several dozen of them in our home server. And I could sit here and read through these all day. It'd probably be pretty boring. In fact, one of them was by Jesse Kozlowski, who's an anti-flat earther who comes in here all the time. Well, not in here all the time. He used to come around our place all the time and argue that Earth is a globe. But what's funny is I found a paper of his from 2006 where he's describing this very discrepancy before the flat Earth, globe Earth argument started to take off. Here's what he said in his own paper. Okay. The first thing you would probably do is measure the distance with your electronic distance measuring device. That's like a laser. All right. Could be a laser. That's just one means of doing it. After reducing the slope distance to a horizontal distance, you might record something very close to the required meters on a globe. But as it turns out, this distance is actually the ground distance between the two marks, which you actually measured. When you inverse the pair of state plane coordinates, you get a distance that's very different from the one you measured. The inverted grid length of 354.8 meters is 33 millimeters shorter than what you measured. What's going on here? It's because he's trying to reconcile the difference between GPS obtained spherical coordinate system obtained distances and ones that he measured linearly using flat angular geometry with the laser electronically. Here's Wisconsin State Cartographer's Office, Wisconsin Department of Transportation by David Moyer. Regional coordinate systems require ground-to-grid conversions to relate field surveyed coordinates to projected mapping coordinates. Design drawings have tens of thousands of map projection distances on them, too difficult to convert to ground distances for a construction stakeout. Wisconsin DOT desired a unified set of county coordinate systems to develop map projections that are even more localized than state plane projections. So there are no significant differences between ground distances and map projection distances. Why is he saying that? He's admitting that using the global map projection makes construction stakeouts mathematically agonizing because the geodetic curving grid distances never match the physical steel and pavement that they lay down. The solution was to abandon the state plane, mathematically raise a flat plane to the surface in every single county in Wisconsin so that the ground measurements could be used identically to the math. I got another one. University of Connecticut, Thomas Meyer. Few field workers choose to work in spherical coordinates. Yeah, I'll say that again, just the opener. Few field workers choose to work in spherical coordinates because it's not practicable to fix closely spaced latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates. Instead, plots typically reside in local planimetric coordinates, which assume the Earth is flat. UTM maintains the distance error distortions to be at worst 1 part in 1,000. Perhaps the main disadvantage of UTM coordinate systems is also one of its strengths, namely that it imposes a linear scale distortion of 1 to 1,000 at the edges and center of the zone. Such distortion is unacceptable for survey quality mapping. Here's another one by Illinois Society of Professional Engineers. That, man, maybe I won't read that. Maybe I won't read the other one from the Fundamentals of the State Plane Coordinate Systems by the National Geodetic Survey, because I could quote from there too. I've got a quote from Designing a Local Coordinate System by Earl Burkholder, Another one called Geolocation Using Direction Finding Angles by Johns Hopkins University. Case after case after case. Here's another one by Thomas Meyer. I'll read this one and end it after this. In practice, a total station, this is what surveyors use to measure the Earth, makes a flat Earth assumption so that the vertical components of measurements can be removed to simple trigonometry. This practice essentially projects the measurements onto a horizontal plane defined by the local gravitational normal vector, preventing major horizontal errors in GPS derivation. Yeah, we're using flat planar coordinates and a flat horizontal plane of reference to measure the Earth in order to prevent major horizontal errors in GPS point derivation. One of my favorite ones is actually where the entire particle accelerator built out at CERN out there in Switzerland. They had to develop their own horizontal local reference plane because the geodetic arcing, curving, spherical coordinate geometry was not good enough. I got another one by the Department of the Navy, Naval Research Lab, where they're describing how UAVs that they're flying and testing, in order to make proper runway alignments, they need to switch from globe Earth coordinates to more precise flat Earth measurements. This isn't about being simpler and easier. This is also about being simpler, easier, as well as improving accuracy. Every time, and this is call it an open secret, every time surveyors who run into these conflicts can resolve their errors when they switch to planar geometry. Just as you experience reality in a Euclidean manner, so are their measurements conforming to reality in a planar Euclidean manner too. So in order to resolve the discrepancy between globe and flat, you have to always go to the ground to measure it. You have to have those distances mapped out. And you have to have it to a degree of error that is precise enough for you to understand and differentiate between globe and flat geometries, because they're not going to be the same. You can't enclose a 180-degree triangle on the surface of a curving ball. If you project that onto a flat surface, then your sides are going to be curved, and the triangle may not even close at all three corners, at all three vertices. You're going to have these issues pop up. And everyone knows this. You might
All right. Well, I'm gonna look for some more
so
evidence for you guys. I appreciate your references.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being kind. Oh, he's gone. All right. I got to go too, but I'm going to listen.
Yeah, good shit, Yoder.
Seems like you made it sort of uncomfortable for him. All the references and citations and quotes. It's a bummer.
That is.
Sounded like he was almost going to go away and study.
Yeah, he was texting earlier, and we were kind of having it back and forth between us on Foucault pendulum.
No.
Which is funny because I happened to walk into a museum, a science museum, over the weekend. They had a big freaking one right where you walk in. I'm like, oh, this is great. Right where you walk in front of like 10 doors that open up in this veranda, this arc around the entire display. The doors opening and closing, pressure in, pressure out, temperatures moving, wind rushing, people moving. And that's before we get to the question of whether or not they steered the collar of this thing, 60 feet up or however high it was, directly over the disc on the ground, which is maybe, 12 feet across. Or before you even can test whether or not the tensile strength of the cord that it's hanging from is even uniformly distributed, or that the magnetic drive motor that we all know is underneath this, because that's what the design plans show, has good enough. Oh, hold on, something beeping. has good enough
Gotta
dipole
be
alignment to ensure that the entire magnetic field is symmetrical and not asymmetrical. Because if it's an asymmetrical magnetic field that the thing's wobbling in, then it's going to introduce torque, something called airy precession. And I don't know if like how expensive is this thing? Because if you want something that's going to not have that magnetic torque, you're going to have to pay out the ass for it.
Yeah, and then it's good. Then you got to be able to set it at 0, right? And to them, 0 would be it processing at a certain rate due to latitude and longitude, right?
Yeah. Yep. All of that has to be set up with guilty knowledge of the globe in the first instance.
Yeah. It's not working properly. Put more power into the left side of the magnet.
Yeah, what happens if you have some kind of, dielectric electromagnetic interaction, right? You got this oscillating pendulum in a field. Oh, man. Yeah, the whole thing is just, I mean, it's a parlor trick. And I got to really thank my dad who told me decades ago. He told me decades ago that this thing was a trick. And he told me that it's a trick because you have to start it in order to get it to do anything.
Yeah.
He's not a flat earther, never was, but he was an engineer.
On his way then, isn't he?
He also told me the reason why things fall is because you picked it up in the first place and dropped it.
Yeah, when you think
Smart
about
man.
it, it's common sense, isn't it? Yeah. Why did this thing fall? Oh, picked it up.
Yeah, why'd the apple fall from the tree? Well, because the tree grew and lifted itself up there and the apple formed and then it fell back down again.
Why'd the pen
Right?
drop? Because you opened your
Guys,
hand?
do you believe
So
in
why?
Illuminati?
What?
Illuminati?
Why'd the boulders fall from the mountain? Well, it's because geologic processes forced that crustal part of the earth way up high, and then the mountain piece broke off and fell back down.
Because I'm Indian.
What's up, dude?
What's up?
Your mic sucks. I'm sorry.
Are you in a swimming pool underwater?
I left in the.
I got no idea. I can't work that one out.
Ninja Turtle, your mic's terrible, and we need you to speak English, bro.
I'm just a new guy.
Okay.
My English
Well, the
accent
Earth
is
is
too
flat.
bad. I'm trying to make my English accent some good.
Terrific.
Okay.
We're talking about the Earth
Best
being
way to
flat,
do
Drew.
that. Yeah. The best way to do that is to fix your mic.
Yeah, you know, that's a good step to sound in with better English.
Ninja Turtle, did you know that the Earth was flat? Or is flat?
Yeah. We have
Cool.
ice wall.
What ice wall?
Which is separating us from the whole earth. Like I have this mythology in which our 7 continents are separated from the whole earth, which is ice wall.
I don't know about any ice wall. The United States military, gave us some information about an ice wall in Antarctica, but I don't know what that has to do with the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
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 Like, ice wall is a like border or something that separates us from the whole earth. I'm trying to say.
A what?
Have you seen it?
Like ice wall is a line which separates us from the other part of Earth?
I don't think so.
You
I don't
talking
know
about the
anything about that.
equator?
Like it's my mythology. Like so many
You th-
people say that we have only know 5% of the Earth, and the 95% of the Earth is mysterious.
Who said that?
I think that's the ocean.
On YouTube, I watched some videos like
Oh, some guy on YouTube said it, right?
they say Illuminati control this whole world.
Yeah, but what evidence did they give you that the ice wall surrounds the whole known Earth? What evidence was
My
it?
Instagram is filled with this aliens, ice wall, or whatever else.
I don't know, man. That all sounds kind of weird.
Like Game of
Nobody in
Thrones or
here
something?
talks like that.
You might have to watch HBO to get those details.
You know, I'm just a kid, so I believe some fake news. That's bad thing about me. I trust on everything.
You
You shouldn't
trust
do
on
that.
everything. Yeah, don't do that.
That'll get you in trouble.
But I don't know
Especially with
what should I
especially with
believe
women,
or
dude.
what should I believe. Why are this much people silent?
We're listening to you. We're giving you a chance because you're
Oh,
learning English. We're giving you a chance to speak so you don't get frustrated. And
thank you.
no worries. Anytime. You're doing all right because you can understand me. So Americans are easy to understand.
Well, that's
But I'm
because we
not
have the best
American.
accents.
The clearest English accent.
But I'm not American.
What?
Yo guys, what's going on? Hello Flat Earthers.
Hello.
Yo guys.
Yo.
Hello.
So what's the topic is going on? Can anyone tell me?
What's the what?
The topic.
Flat Earth.
Yo.
You got any evidence it's a globe?
The
Bro,
universe
I'm
listens.
perfect with Flat Earther.
Sorry?
Yeah, globe doesn't make sense.
Globe doesn't make sense. All right. So
Globe,
what other
globe.
option? Yeah. So what other options have you got?
Like most of the ancient mathematical astrologers, they used to study everything mathematical by using flat earth charts, flat earth, cosmos. Most of the maps were flat earth. What needed us in the just 200 years that we are just believing in something that is called as heliocentrism, that was not mentioned by any Greek astrologist, not mentioned by any one of the most finest astrologists used to come from Greece. They used to come from Egypt.
Guys,
They
I
never
just
mentioned
got a
about it.
question.
Yo, yeah, bro.
Can I ask?
Okay.
If we are the only thing that is alive in the whole multiverse universe, whatever you'll say, then this whole world is ours. Like this whole universe
Um.
is ours.
Yo, yeah. I mean, there is a mention of other dimensional beings, like there are called as dimensions, there are called as I ams, or known
Yeah, I
as
know that
arcanis.
multiverse.
Yeah. No, no, that is not multiverse. Multiverse means a reality that is wholly separated from you. own universe that would be wholly separated, and that would not be
So
even
you're
identical.
saying about third, 3D or 4D, four-dimensional beings or fifth-dimensional beings.
No, multiverse counts as a whole different world. That is a whole different world.
All right, can we get
Means dimensions means the type of, that's like an I am, also known as ISO, where it talks about the beings that are from different realms. Like there is
can we
a
get can we back,
dimension.
get
Yeah,
can we get back to something that we can prove?
yeah. So I just wanted to say, like, in just last 200 years, what we needed, that we suddenly started to believe all this big, small spheres around us that are rotating and all of that. Like
Philosophy.
before,
That's what came.
yeah, yeah, like 200 years before, everything was making sense with flat Earth. Everything was making sense with flat Earth astrology, mathematics, geometry. What could
What
took
do you mean
sudden
by
that we,
what do you
yeah,
mean by flat Earth? What do you mean by flat Earth astrology? What do you mean
you
by
mean
that?
the homocentric astrology, homocentrism.
So you can
The
explain the
homos,
things in the so you can explain the things in the sky?
yeah, yeah, the things like the most of the things that we have seen on by NASA, by other space organizations, like the moon
They don't
landing.
see
There is, yeah, there is no evidence of such. Like NASA itself disapproves that the first moon landing never happened, and afterwards all the moon landings, you can clearly see how much of the CGIs they were using. I have like one of my friend's father, who comes from my own country as an Indian. He used to work in NASA back in the earlier 2015, and he left it when he got to know some realities of what the international space agencies like NASA are actually doing. They are corrupted.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't specifically believe that there is a globe. We are all the center of the universe. We are living on a flat disk, and
We're not on
yeah,
a disc.
then what we are.
What if I just said that Earth was everything that we know? There is nothing else.
I mean, all the stars are just the cosmic beings that are held in the sky. So yeah,
Beings? I don't know about that, but they're lights.
yeah.
Yeah. But the surface measures to be flat. And
Wait, do you believe this thing that, as for being the center of the earth, that there is a big ice wall, and behind that ice wall there are
no,
more
no,
landscape and there is more thing? Do
no,
you believe that?
I don't.
Okay,
No, I don't have a belief about that. Yeah.
okay.
I know anything about an ice wall apart from what the US Geology Services tell us. They said there was an ice wall when they did a survey, but they just kind of called it that as a description, right? It doesn't mean that it goes right the way around the known land, right? There's no evidence
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, that's also good.
Yeah. So we don't know if there's anything outside of, if there is an outside. All we know that we can verify is that the Earth's surface, as in water, measures
Yeah,
to be flat.
yeah.
That's all we know. All the other stuff's just made up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Speculation. Where'd you get the idea of a disc from if you think that the Earth is flat? That would mean that you believe in the vacuum of space, and the Earth would be floating in the vacuum of
No,
space, right?
no. Okay,
No.
no. I just took the word disk as in means the surface. The Earth is flat. Okay, the Earth is flat. I just say the disk as in as a reference. Okay, so yeah.
Okay.
I was a globe back in the earlier days of my like
Yeah, we all
3 to 4 years
were.
ago.
All of
Yeah,
us were.
3 to 4 years. Yeah, 3 to 4 years ago, I was a glober too. I used to read physics back in the like I took mainstreams as physics and chemistry back in my earlier 12th standard. And one of my friend who was a flat earther, and he came up to me, and he was studying in medical science, and he was all like he took two things, biology and and as known as geology. Okay, geographic. So he told me that Earth cannot be round. It can only be flat by every means. And the reason we are flat, um, because everything that around us doesn't make any kind of sense. Like there doesn't make sense. So what happened? What happened? In the early times of my high school, this friend came up to me and said that no, Earth is flat, and I asked him give me some evidence. He gave me some like 50 evidences and told me if you want to check these out, you have a whole ass room, a big coordinator office of your father. Go check there out, and I also did. And when I saw every single evidences he's given, it's actually making sense to me. Then have we all been told everything as lie back what we have wrote or known or being taught by the teachers back in the schools or everything? This blown my mind. And after that, when I took like a full 1 year of studying about flat Earth, now I understand that flat Earth is the truth, and there is nothing more than this.
Hello, boys. Yo, what's up? Hello. What's the story? They just talk telepathically, I think.
Yeah, they're meditating.
Yeah, we're highly advanced humanoids.
You're just visiting
Stop,
Earth.
stop capping, brother.
No, we didn't come here troll. We came in peace, alright? So we're just trying to figure out, are you like just exercising some, I don't know, some debates here or something on flat
Yeah,
Earth?
we do see that here, but it's not really a debate anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you just you already tricked yourself into thinking that it's not debate anymore, right? You proved it in your head.
Well, the globe
Or
has
what?
never been proven in the first place, so
I have a question, and I'm not a troll.
Yeah, genuinely, it's interesting.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not that smart people. We're just trying to get better and smarter. So let me
Yeah.
ask you.
The
But
question.
you go ahead first.
Can I go first, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you. If Earth is flat, how can the satellites work?
what makes you think they're working the way they are said to work?
They are in space and they are falling a bit to the planet, and their trajectory is corrected.
How do you know that?
Science.
Yeah, it's just some fucking mental masturbation, I think, in the end.
No,
Playing
no,
Discord.
it's quite serious.
Yeah, it's
No way.
a
No,
serious
listen.
question. How can satellites work on the flat Earth? Because they don't have gravity
I don't
on a
know.
flat Earth.
I don't
No,
even think I
not
know
this
how
one.
they work at all. Do you know how they work at all?
I can Google it.
Yeah, I can Google that too, but that doesn't tell me anything except, it's just another explanation.
Yeah, but how can
Yeah, so
satellites be proven to you? You don't know how to make them and make
What
them
makes
into
it
orbit.
proven? This is the problem. What makes it proven? Listen, we're told our entire lives that it's easy to prove. Well, how do you prove it?
Use GPS.
How does that prove anything?
Because you cannot have GPS signal without satellite.
Doesn't mean the satellites are going around the globe.
But what it is?
just trolling, bro. What the fuck,
No,
dude?
I mean it's funny.
Bro.
So
I'm
yeah,
asking you,
satellites.
how can I use GPS if they are not satellites?
Well, you can use GPS by using ground positioning called differential GPS.
Yes, but if you tell that I can see the satellites from the Earth, you don't.
Yeah, but you don't need
see the
them with differential GPS. You don't need them.
Yeah, but I can see them. That's the point.
Okay, no, the point is you asked me how it would work without them, and I told you how they'd work without them.
Okay, I agree with you on that subject. But if I can see them, why you don't say they doesn't exist?
What makes you think seeing them proves that the Earth is a globe?
Because on a flat Earth, you don't have gravity.
What does that mean?
The
Listen,
Earth,
man, if I drop my phone, isn't that gravity? Dude, I
Yes, it's
dropped my
gravity.
phone. Do you think dropping my phone proves the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
You think dropping a phone proves the Earth is a globe? All
Yes,
right, and you think that we're the ones? Listen, you guys think we're the ones that are in here trolling?
Man, in the middle of the Earth, it's a core. That core, it's making the gravity.
The core is making gravity.
Yes.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that things are being pulled inward to a core and are not just falling downward onto a flat floor?
And you are saying that the Earth is continuously falling.
Yeah, I'm asking you how you know that things are moving inward towards a core as opposed to falling down onto a flat floor.
Why will be the Earth falling?
Because the object is denser than the medium to support it?
That's not
Yeah,
making any
do,
Brother,
do you
you
like
have fucking.
science or are you
not
a
making
science
any sense.
denier? 'Cause Archimedes
You have
described it
like
perfectly.
You got a PhD in the like physics or something? Or do you have a beef with Newton? I watched the documentary on Newton today, and he can track the stars. And if you go to a different side of the planet, you can track it with different angle and see the same star. You know, which is
You need to go on the different
use
side of
basic.
a planet. Why do you need to go on a different side of a planet to do that? You can go into a different part of your house and see a different light in the ceiling.
Yeah, bro, because they're so far away that you need big distances to measure them and big amount of
Oh yeah,
years
how'd they
to.
measure those distances?
In light years.
Why are you fucking asking me questions that I don't know a fucking answer? I'm not astronomer.
Dude, why are you making claims that you don't know how to
mentioning it
answer for? Like
Because
nobody's making
I
these claims
trust,
but you,
because
bro.
that's how world works. Are you having some bias against authority? Like you don't follow authority, right?
No, it has nothing to
So
do with any bias at all. I'm just asking you questions to test what you know, and you don't seem to know much.
yeah, but you already had this debate before a million times. I'm here first time to learn. Yeah. So well, you can educate
Okay.
me, man. I'm not fighting you. Don't scream at me also,
Okay,
right?
I'm going to
Please.
leave you with an impressive thought. This is going to blow your mind.
All right. You
That
sure?
the Earth is exactly as you experience the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me ask you something. Do you ever watch a sunset?
Oh yeah, sometimes when I see it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what makes you think that you're rolling backwards instead of the sun actually setting and moving in the sky?
Mm. Yeah, but bro, it doesn't give in to humans, right? Like I just trust. I mean, I cannot test it. Yeah, I'm not the 300 IQ genius that
You don't
can.
have to be, man. Like little kids understand that the Earth is flat, bro.
Which kids? What the fuck you mean? The kids believe in Santa also. Yeah?
No, no.
If you tell
Kids
kids,
form.
bro,
It's
bro,
commonly
Can I ask
known
one
as
kids.
more question?
in developmental
Mhm.
psychology. They've done the surveys. They know that children
Mhm.
develop a flat cosmology before they're told
Yeah,
otherwise.
and also kids cannot tie the shoes. Kids are born fucking
Yeah,
blank
but
slate.
you seem
They
to think it
biological
requires a
definition.
300 IQ. It doesn't require 300 IQ, and that's my point. And now you agree with me, so that's good.
I
Oh
agree
yeah,
with
let's
you too,
fucking.
but I have one more question. If the
It
Earth
only
is flat,
requires you to be
what's the edge?
American.
What's on the edge of the Earth if it's flat?
I don't know. Why don't you go there and tell me?
Because I'm not
Yeah,
educated
you never.
enough. That's why I come here to be educated.
Well, listen, I'm not an explorer, so I've never been there to tell you.
Okay, so if you never step outside of your house, you're only surrounded by books and maybe talk to some other people around
What
you
makes
in
you
your own
think that
town. You
that's
never
the
left your
case?
town. So you question
What
everything
makes
that
you
is
think that
not
that's the
in your
case? I've
town.
traveled all over the world. I've just never put on a snowsuit and explored Antarctica or anything like that. I'm not an explorer. I'm not looking for an edge, but I am an
Yeah, bro.
experienced traveler.
You live
I'm just not an
in Truman Show,
explorer,
bro.
dude.
It's all scam. It's all scam for you. It's Truman Show, bro. It's all great for
What do
you.
you mean,
I'll
what
be honest.
scam?
It's all fake.
What are you talking about?
The flat Earth. So much conviction in your words.
No, the Earth is exactly as you experience. Crazy?
Mm-hmm.
You think it's crazy? I think it's crazy when you say you watch a sunset and you actually believe
Mm-hmm.
that you're on a ball rolling backwards.
Okay. I have one more
Mm-hmm.
question. Do you believe in the I don't know how to say it in English. Wait, I need to search it to say it better.
All right, so bro, are you
I'm
recording
sorry.
content or something?
The English barrier it's a bit
Good
hard.
afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, welcome to
Gay.
the best room on the server.
Thank
Yes.
you.
The smartest people here.
Bro, imagine saying that Earth is flat in like
Okay,
2026.
okay,
Bro, it's
okay.
it's like it's
How can you
actually.
prove me that Earth is flat if you don't believe the Earth?
Who is asking the silly question? Earth is flat or something?
Why do you think the Earth is flat if you don't believe in Earth? Did you
No, no,
seriously
no.
ask that?
I said that if you don't believe in the magnet field of the Earth,
What
the
do
Earth is a
magnetic
magnet
fields have to
field.
do with this? Yeah, like I have a compass. It tells me where the North Magnetic Pole is.
Because you cannot have the magnetic field on a flat Earth because the Earth doesn't have a core, and the core makes the magnetic field.
What makes you think
Yeah,
that
yeah,
story
that's
is
correct.
true?
Science, the laws
Yes.
of physics.
So
Welcome, brother. Let's
I
take
have
someone over.
magnets at work. I work with magnets.
oh, you do. So how can you have a molten iron core and a coherent magnetic field with coherent dipole alignment at the same time?
Tectonic plates, they are moving and they are making the core hotter, and he's already
Yeah.
hotter.
Do you know what so you said you work with magnets. Do you know the Curie point?
I don't know it in English. How can I translate it?
Curie point, named after Madame Curie. It's the point at which a magnetic field loses coherence because the object producing it becomes too hot. The molecules are vibrating too fast,
All right.
and the
Listen,
dipoles are no
brother.
longer aligned, which means they can't suspend a magnetic field.
You use some physical terms, but we talk about common sense here, right? So what's the problem here? Is it like a distrust of authority, or what's happened to you?
No, it has nothing to do with authority. This has everything to do with measuring what the Earth is.
Oh, yeah. So 8 billion people agreed that on one thing, and you decided to push your own
Oh,
agenda,
so
right?
you think truth is determined by consensus now? You think trust in consensus is going to give you the truth?
Oh yeah, on such things, 100%. If 8 billion people agreed over many generations on this one thing, I mean,
So wait, billions of people also believe in a sky god.
yeah, but mostly all scientists. I mean, all the smartest one that push and change the world around them, and also.
Wait, so hold on. Consensus is that there's a sky daddy watching over you, but you don't think that's
for
the
most
case?
people. All right, so let's switch
Right.
this.
So
Let's go.
yeah. So the same people who believe a sky daddy also believe that the Earth is a globe.
All right, so let's talk about scientific community. Like most of the
Oh,
scientific
so
guys
you want to step?
are
Oh yeah.
atheists.
So yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's embarrassing for you. So let's move on to a different topic. Okay, let's talk about the scientific community.
No.
Who the hell is that?
Educated people that have participated in university activities. Maybe they
Great, wonderful.
innovate something.
Want to read some university papers and engineering papers on flat Earth models?
All right. So what's your source?
NASA.
One guy or
NASA
something.
develops flat Earth models. Did you know that?
All right. Let's see. What's your source?
Oh, NASA. Hold on. I'm gonna actually wait while somebody else will probably beat me to it on the derivation of a linear flight model using a flat Earth.
Bro, you sound like Bill Burr. Are you trolling here? All right, so let's see. But what's your source? Can you send me some articles? Can you send me some like articles like that published? Maybe some paid article that I can pay for. Like a legit one that's cited by a lot of people. Is it possible?
I don't think that is possible.
Dude, I'm going to give you some NASA articles on their flat Earth models. Hang on.
Okay, go ahead. No worries. Maybe you could try to convince me. I'm open-minded, all right? I try to think of myself like this. At least today.
All right, there's one. I'm going to post some more.
Okay, let's see. There's gonna be a Rickroll there. Flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's a model, right? Models don't mean much to me because anybody can come up with a model for anything. All models are wrong, even globe ones.
Okay, so I don't know. I need to read this again. So just give me a few minutes. Maybe someone else will take over. It's like 30 people here. I'll take my time, right? Thank.
Here's another one by the U.S. Army where they modeled it for the purpose of electromagnetic field propagation. Like if you want
That's a real
flat Earth
article.
models, like I can give you tons of them.
That's a real article, but it's misused by the flat earthers because it's an article made for the
Bro, don't fucking read
claim.
ChatGPT. Don't read ChatGPT, bro. Think for yourself, alright? So
No,
just be quiet, right?
I'm not using ChatGPT. I'm reading an article on a newspaper.
Alright.
I can give you.
Let's. I check, man.
Like how many people's flat Earth models do you want? I've got some where they're using flat Earth models for satellites.
God damn, it's like 100 pages, bro. What the fuck you want from me? To read 4 hours?
Well, the point is you're asking for a flat Earth model, and I'm giving you some by the U.S. government, and I'm also telling you it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but it's an assumption. It's just a mon game. You know, like the
I just
engineers, they
explained to you.
invent
It's aircraft
problems
model.
and they try to solve them. I see.
Yeah. So does that mean that globe models prove things and flat Earth models don't prove things? Let me let you in on a little bit of knowledge here. Models don't prove anything. Models describe. Models describe things. So the question is, are we describing something that we can observe in reality or not?
I would like to intervene. Why was I muted? I wasn't even like Mr. J.
So you're gay. Sorry.
Look, I can give you. Here is a discussion why the flat earther used this and misleading.
What are you talking? Am I misleading anybody by? Somebody wanted some flat Earth models.
Because that thing is not a model of flat Earth. It's a model used for the big airplanes in simulations.
Yeah, I know.
saying that it's a real article about real.
Yeah, I know. Models are not real things. Shocker. Guess what? Globe models are also not real.
Yeah, but that thing was created for the pilots to be trained in 1988 or whenever.
I know. Yeah, they create flat models of Earth for pilot training and safety, right? Because if you model Earth as flat, it helps for safety reasons.
No, that's not the point. That's why I'm saying
that is the point. That's exactly what it's for, right? Flight safety. You want to train pilots, right?
They didn't have the technology to make a 3D thing like
yeah, they did.
In 88, come on.
What you talking about, man? I thought they put satellites up there in 1988.
Yeah, but they didn't have the equipment to make training software.
So they can only model Earth as flat because for globe technology.
Yeah, that's the point with that program.
So you're telling me that they have to model the Earth as flat for globe technology to work in the 1980s? Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, dude. Whatever.
Just read some comments over here. They're explaining better than I can. My English is not the best one, but you can read like 10 comments.
You asked for these models and I gave them to you, and I'm sorry that they don't agree with you.
And I give you the reason why they are misleading. look, if the Earth is flat, a flat model should decrease in error as the scale increased of the gravity error, not increased.
Great. So what's the measurement?
Wait, I'm reading.
Yeah, I understand, and I can give you some great math in order to determine that. I actually did my own derivation of this a week ago, and I've been sharing it with the audience.
To
The
contribute.
measurement is it's made in prisms. I don't really know what prisms it is. Let's Google. Well,
Oh, sorry.
If you take the arc length that's claimed to be on a globe, like 100 miles of arc length, and you divide it by 4 times the Earth's radius, you can come up with how much percentage it is. It's flat by subtracting that from 1. So if you do like 100 miles divided by 4 times Earth's radius, and you subtract that quantity from 1, it comes out to something like 99.37. So 100 miles is 99.37% flat.
Wow. Your calculation is quite good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Dr. Yoger, I have a question.
I may or may not have an answer. What's on your mind?
It's a very important question. Like, at what point of time you started to believe that the Earth is flat?
It started to happen when flat earthers told me that nobody measured curvature of the Earth to substantiate the radius value of the Earth.
That's such
So
a empirical thing.
I started to look for evidence of that measurement, and I could only find circular reasoning. I could not find an actual direct measurement whatsoever. These were all derivations of concepts and nothing in reality.
Wow. So can I count you as someone who take things based on empirical data and facts and not just by his emotions, right?
Yes, 10,000%.
Do you believe in God?
Oh
Please
yeah,
wait a minute.
I'm a man of faith. I do believe in God. I am a Christian, but I also know that I also know that this isn't a scientific matter.
How is religion scientific then?
Sorry, there's a lot of feedback. What was your question?
You said that you're empirical rationalist and someone who takes facts over emotions, right? And you do not buy things which are told to you by the people, but you rather see it and feel it yourself. And then you continue to say that you are a theist.
Yeah, that's right. I know that my belief in God has nothing to do with empiricism itself specifically.
That's like the greatest,
No,
irony
it's
of
not a
all time.
contradiction. These are two completely different camps. You've got metaphysics in parallel to physics. Right? The reason why I believe in God is for similar reasons that I believe in love.
So you believe that there's a hell after you die and they will treat you on that basis or something like that?
No, personally, I think hell is a state of mind or state of existence. It begins when you're alive.
No, religion is something which you cannot contradict or make personally what you feel or something. It is what it is. It is stated in the
Listen,
books.
I can't
Yeah.
prove God to you, but I also can't show you, I can't prove and make you see that the earth is flat. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. I can show you where to go and what to look at, and how to think about things if you want to come to the same conclusion, but I can't force you into flat Earth no more than I can force you into believing in God. So what do you think of that?
Of course, you cannot force me because my rationality and my idea cannot come with forcing someone. Of course, I might say yes to you for the sake of having agreement, but of course, in
Yeah.
deep down, I would not. Yeah.
So what's the empirical evidence for a globe?
Oh my goodness, there are literally like it's a accepted fact. It's a reality, not just a fact.
It's a fact, though.
Well,
It is because it is.
no, it's not because it is. It's because we found it out.
How did they find that out? Can you please tell me what made you believe that the Earth is a globe?
Existence of solar system.
Really? How did they figure out that the sun's in the center and not the Earth?
Nobody that just to make things convenient and basic. We are told that the Earth is, but once you start to read in higher classes, you will get to know that sun isn't even stationary, and it's like forming. I'm forgetting the word here, but you get that right, of course.
It's traveling through the universe, something like that.
That's what
What kind
they
of
told me
language?
too.
What?
Yeah, I used to believe in the solar system. I used to believe in the Big Bang cosmology. I used to watch interesting videos on the lambda cold dark matter cosmological framework for the Big Bang and the problem of dark energy and dark matter, the great vacuum crisis. Yeah, I used to believe in all this stuff, and I don't anymore.
Okay, you don't anymore. That means that you have started to de-evolve. That's fine.
No,
And
listen, I'll tell you what, because modern cosmology depends on the cosmic distance ladder being true. Do you know what the cosmic distance ladder is?
of course not.
Okay, it begins with Earth's radius. People say that they were able to tell how far away the sun is when they watched the transit of Venus move across the sun in the sky like an eclipse.
Can we
Christian
Roger go on?
Huygens made this observation in the 1600s, and he assumed that Venus was a planet like Earth of the same dimension, same proportionality and size. And
Can we please
given that and its
okay.
angular size in the sky during its crossing of the sun, he was able to work out how far the sun is away from Earth using simple trigonometry.
Sorry to interrupt, Roger, but can we please keep things simple, assuming that not everyone is intelligent here like us? So, in order to keep up with the crowd, you need to only use basic terms, not such hard terms, okay? Next time, please.
I think you are
Sorry, do you
cherry
want me to
picking.
continue to describe the
I think
cosmic distance ladder to you or
no,
not?
no, no. But I think you are cherry picking some facts.
What am I
Yes,
cherry
yes, correct.
picking?
You are cherry picking it, of course. I agree with him, this guy.
Okay, what did I cherry pick? Because I
I
don't want
told
to
you
do that.
that article that you sent me from the NASA, it was made for the big planes.
Listen, somebody in here asked for a flat Earth model, so I gave one that NASA created.
And that's not a flat Earth created for the NASA for your cause. It's cherry picking. They created that for training airplane pilots on big
I know.
ones.
I don't dispute that. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't
But that,
dispute
yes,
that?
yes,
But I
but
also don't
that's
think that
not meaning
models
the
prove
flat Earth.
reality.
Yeah, but right now they're using the globe. That was one
Oh,
time.
okay. So why did you ask me for a model? I gave you that link because you asked me for one.
It's a fucking airplane model for a game
All right,
for
then
training pilots.
don't ask me for stuff that I'm gonna give to you and complain about.
It's a program made for pilots. It's not
I
something that
know
is
it
used.
is. You asked for one, I gave you one, and now you're complaining. Like, What's
Yeah,
the
because
problem
you
here?
give
If
me
you're
facts from
hungry and you ask for food and I give you food, are you going to throw it in my
Listen,
face?
listen.
Yes, yes.
Give me fucking proper food, mate.
If the food is from 88,
Okay.
yes, I give you the food back.
By the way, Dr. Roger, do you know that why do you
This is
think that
fucking
all the
backwards.
celestial please could you
I agree with you,
please
man.
wait
All right, so
yes.
listen,
Yes.
people ask me why I came to this conclusion. It's because there's no basis in reality for the cosmic distance ladder to be true, because the cosmic distance ladder requires Earth's radius to be true. And for Earth's radius to
Can
be
you use
true, there has to be a
human words?
curvature measurement.
Brother, I'm not PhD in physics, you know. You probably watch a lot of documentaries for flat
Yes.
earthers,
Okay,
and you
good.
have all
I'm
this
glad
shit.
you're not, because
Talk
that means
fucking sense.
you probably shouldn't accept what people tell you, because you're not equipped to evaluate
Everybody's
what
smart
people are
except me.
telling you.
Neither you.
Homer
Neither you
Simpson
are.
once said, "Everybody's stupid except me." Yeah, bro. Use like
I don't think you need. Listen, I said from the beginning. Listen,
Try to
dude. I
explain
said
like
from the
I'm your
beginning you
nephew.
don't need a
I'm
PhD
5
for
years
this.
old. Explain me like I'm 5 years old.
You
What's going
seem
on
to
here?
think you need a PhD for this, bro. I don't think you need
I
a
don't know this, sir.
PhD for this.
Oh, to live normal life, you don't need to know this half the words that you just used. It's just some random concept that you pull out of the ass that you watched some documentary before. You know, like just some confirmation bias. You just walking around the loop and
Confirmation
trying to
bias.
find. Yeah,
All right, give me one example of confirmation bias. Or are you just making that up?
flat Earth. Confirmation bias.
Yeah, what's the confirmation
nutshell.
bias? Can you explain it to me in the audience?
The things that you look every day, you spend a lot of energy to look for things that you already know to justify your time spent on thinking about the position that you formed for yourself before. And the more time you spend in it, the less possibility for you is debunk it, because you already invested a lot of energy and a lot of your life in this one. So I don't know how much time you spend, but man, you're a bit mistaken. You need to get out from this one. We're
Oh,
trying to
wait,
save you here,
I've
mate.
been out in the world, man. I want you to give me a globe test that doesn't rely on confirmation bias.
Globe test that doesn't rely on confirmation bias. Okay, so you're saying that thousands of independent organizations all around the world, like fucking from what time they tried to fucking observe universe? Since Herodot, right? Like since Greeks. So all these people, since Greeks 2,000 years ago, they were all mistaken, right? Basically.
Well,
Everybody's stupid.
what makes what they said true? That's what I want to know, Swag.
Because they were independent, they didn't have a, you know, they shouldn't have to, you know, fucking
Dude, you know the
carrying this
fact that
psyop.
they're independent doesn't mean that what they say is true.
Just to add something
Okay,
really
so come-
quickly, just
come
quickly,
with
Swag,
new-
just a moment,
new
my
idea.
friend.
All right.
If you
Yeah,
have
sorry.
this many people, thousands of years worth of people that think the Earth's a globe, surely you would be able to present one piece of empirical evidence that validates that the Earth is actually curving.
That was a question for me.
Yeah, with all of these people for thousands of years doing all of these observations, surely you can present one observation or one test that validates that the surface of the Earth is curving through empirical methods.
Yeah, I was on the flight 3 years ago to Canada, 15,000 kilometers. So I flew.
Great. How did that prove it?
I don't know, time zones. I came in, it was different time, bro.
I don't know.
I came in, it was different fucking time from my original country. So
I have no idea.
all right, so I'll look up to it. But guys, you're just mentally masturbating here.
Yeah, well, why don't you join us? Because it's a lot of fun.
See that? I'm not that smart to you know, to trick my brain. I'm just operating on basic principles.
So that's why you
So-
believe everything that you're told.
Like an NPC.
Hong Kong.
You're coded with basic instructions.
Non-player character, yeah. It's all psyops. Since I was born, I was born I've played fucking
Swag,
psyop.
man, I like you. I like you. I think you're a lot of fun. I really do want you to hang out with us more. I think we could have good conversations. Seriously.
Yeah, and then end up like yourself. Wait, are you
Yeah,
joking,
no,
right?
then you become a flat earther and you can't tell your friends because they'll think you're stupid.
All right. Yeah. So
It happens to all of us.
I know.
Don't worry.
Anyone else?
What else,
Boys.
man?
I don't know. Maybe there is like 30 people want to talk about something. Maybe some other arguments. As I said, like, do you have a beef with fucking Herodot? The guy was just living in like 2,500 years ago, drawing on the sand and observing the stars. And then like Newton took his fucking drawings and built this system. But also Newton was a junkie a bit. But in the end, do you have a beef with fucking Newton? Like the smartest guy that ever lived? One of the smartest dudes on the
I
planet?
don't have a beef with him per se, but most people don't know this. But Isaac Newton disavowed his own theory of gravitation. He called it stupid.
Do you guys believe
Yeah.
in flat Earth?
You know, and one of the problems with Newton's gravity for today, for modern
There is no
cosmology, is
problem with
that
Newton's gravity. Newton is such a smart guy.
Newton's gravity violates causality, violates the speed of light.
Bro, you're wrong.
You should just wait for him to finish talking and
Oh,
then.
okay, sorry. Please go on.
Yeah.
Please, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize.
Right.
Please go on.
Okay,
One of the things Newton described gravity doing is having an instantaneous, attractive relationship with everything in the universe all at the same time, regardless of distance.
And we know that's not the case, so why bring it up?
Well, he's the one saying that Newton's was the smartest man alive and was correct in every way, it seems. Do you understand what an internal critique is? Before we even get to talk about our evidence for flat Earth, we get to destroy the bungled evidence that is provided for the globe cosmology and all the contradictions inherent within it, because it's an absolute trash heap. So why should I accept this cosmology when it is not internally consistent? Yeah, so somebody asked me, what is it about flat Earth that interested me early on? It's the fact that the heliocentric globe Earth Big Bang cosmology is internally inconsistent and contradicts itself all over the place. I have no reason to accept it on a moral basis because of that. On a moral basis. And a logical basis follows.
I have another big question. Do you believe in Agartha or something like that?
In a metaphysical sense only, yes.
What do you mean by that?
Metaphysics, like I said earlier, involves other things like the category of love and compassion. How do you prove what love is?
I was not asking
I
that.
prove that it exists.
I was asking other thing, man. I was asking if you believe in Agartha or something like that.
I gave you my answer. Was it not what you're expecting?
And what do you mean? Do you love Agartha, the city, the ancient one, or what?
In a metaphysical sense, I believe it.
Do you believe it's real, like in real life, or in, I don't know, metaphysic way?
I don't think it's material or physical.
And when you die, you go to Agartha or what?
Yeah, what happens when you die? Do you go to Agartha? Maybe you don't. Maybe you're going to be unlucky. I don't know.
And
Maybe in your case, or maybe in the case of almost everybody, the lights turn off and that's it.
And what do you know about Agartha?
I've never been there, to my knowledge, so I don't know.
What did you read?
Why do you keep asking me this question? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It was just a question.
Yeah, okay. So guess what? People believe in all kinds of crazy things. Did you know that the Apollo moon astronauts believed in God and they read the Bible in outer space? At least according to them. Oh, it gets even crazier.
I don't
It gets even crazier than that. They took the body and blood of Jesus Christ in the form of communion wine and communion wafers, and they brought that into their Apollo capsule, they said. And they had communion on the moon.
Okay, and what?
Yeah, you want to call flat earthers crazy. Okay.
I don't think that's crazy.
Okay, well, I don't either. Welcome to the club. I think the moon part's crazy.
You
I don't think everything else is.
You don't believe in moon landing.
No. Listen,
Okay. Do you believe
you
in
don't have to listen. You don't have to be a flat earther to think the moon landing was crazy, dude. Like the moon landing was objectively crazy.
Okay, I agree with you. But do you believe
Okay.
in the Cold War?
Yeah, the Cold War. What about it? It's a crazy time. Lots of
Do
propaganda.
you believe it was real?
There was lots of propaganda during the time that's called the Cold War. Yeah, of
Yes,
course there was tons of propaganda.
But do you believe it's real or not?
What, the Cold War?
Yeah, exactly. The event.
With the heaven?
I said
The event.
The event.
The event, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, so dude, I was alive during the Cold War. I lived through it. So I know that there was a period of time called the Cold War. Bro, I'm almost 50 years old, okay? I probably don't sound like it.
Okay. But do you believe it? Yes or not? Answer the question.
I lived through the time of the Cold War. Yes,
So you believe?
Bro, how many times do I have to answer you?
Because I have a next question after this. If you say yes.
There was a period of time called the Cold War, which I would define as the tension between communism and capitalism.
It was not really that, but it was
How do
more
you define the Cold War?
Between United States and Union and the Soviet Union.
Not only it was against countries that were adopting including freaking India, bro. Yeah, India was not a friend of the United States during the Cold War. That's why the United States entered into peace treaties with Pakistan and gave them nuclear bombs.
Good. Continue.
Because India was aligned with the Soviet Union politically.
And do you think the Soviet Union did fake news or real news in that
Tons
era?
of fake news, but the American fake news was better.
Okay, so you also don't believe in Sputnik satellite.
Let me tell you what. There was a Secretary of Defense of the United States. He's the man who's in charge of the entire military, the Secretary of Defense. His name was Charlie Wilson at the time of Sputnik. When he first heard about Sputnik, he was interviewed by CBS News in the United States. And during the interview, he said that Sputnik was a cheap scientific trick.
So everybody is lying. The Americans, the
No, listen,
Soviets,
he thought the
everybody is lying.
Russians were lying. He thought the Russians were lying. Yeah, I think they're lying too about that.
And you don't believe in also Laika.
Excuse me, sorry?
You also don't believe in Laika. It was another space program where an
Depends what
animal
they
was
claim to
sent
do.
was sent into space. You don't believe also in that?
What you mean? Sorry, was that when they sent the dog or the monkey into space?
Yes, it was a dog.
I think that's plausible. You can put a dog in a rocket and shoot it really high.
And you believe in rockets? Good.
Bro, there's a difference between believing in rockets and believing in self-orbiting satellites.
I'm asking that because that dog was on Sputnik 2, was orbiting the planet.
Oh, so the dog orbited. Okay, well if they said it
No.
orbited a globe.
They sent the dog to the Sputnik 2. That satellite was orbiting.
All right. Well, if they say it went
the dog
around a
didn't-
globe, then they're wrong.
The dog didn't make it. Spoiler: he died.
All right, poor puppy. Now listen. If they describe the orbit as going around a ball in the vacuum of space, then I don't believe that whatsoever.
And you don't believe
No.
that Soviets tell
By
any
Dr.
truth?
Roger, just because you do not believe it, that doesn't mean that things will gonna change.
True. You know what would change
Yeah.
for me if I was provided evidence of curvature?
Look, Dr. Roger, you're not smart enough to calculate Earth anything. Scientists have already done that.
Wait, okay, hold
So
on. Does that mean you are? And is that why you accept the globe?
no, let me complete. Scientists have already done these things. Then why bother and do those things? Let's just research more important
Oh,
things.
shoot. Okay, so what makes you smart enough to know that the scientists are correct?
Because, I mean, look at the sky with a telescope. You see Jupiter.
I do that. The Greeks did that, and some of them thought the Earth was flat.
I think that is a
Okay.
good point. What made you think the scientists are correct, bro? That is a very good point. Wow.
Okay, let me tell you what makes me believe scientists are correct. See, the phone which you're holding right now, it has been possible due to the tremendous research of the scientists only. And if you believe that they are lying to us, then stop using everything and start to live a primitive life. Do not wear spectacles,
Oh
because
my
those,
goodness.
yes,
That's called the all or nothing fallacy.
whatever, this fallacy is very correct.
It's also a non sequitur. What the hell does my phone have to do with this discussion?
It is. Everything is relevant when it comes to love, war, and debate. Everything is fair.
All right, so why is the phone relevant to the shape of the Earth?
Look, it's not relevant for the shape of the earth, but it's relevant for the sake of the
Okay,
argument.
thanks. I will clip that for later, and I will love it.
Of
very
course you
lovingly.
do.
Yep, you said it's irrelevant. Thank you for bringing up an irrelevant point.
No, listen, I brought that point for the sake of example, but you are twisting my words. What is this behavior?
Twisting your words? I asked you if it was relevant, and you said no.
It is relevant.
What makes the phone relevant to the shape of the Earth, which is what we're debating right now?
No, right now the topic, the subtopic was scientists, whether they are correct or whether they are feeding us lies. And when
Yeah.
we saw
How does the scientific development of the phone prove that the Earth is a globe?
If they wanted you to feed lies, why would they give you such an access to varied information?
No. Answer the question that he just asked, please.
I gave that answer right now.
Okay, so
About the
do you
phone.
think globe scientists created radio equipment for the phone?
There's nothing such as globe scientists. Stop making up terms.
I know. Well, I don't know where the hell you're going with this. That's the point.
Look, hello, Dr. Roger. My point was simple that, you cannot cherry pick something whatever suits your sake of understanding. Okay, so opticals, the created by the scientists, is fine. I will use it because it's true. But yeah, they are telling us the globe is not flat, and it's round. That is lie, because that suits my area of interest, and that is convenient because what I think about it. That's not how things happen. You cannot choose convenience or your emotions when it comes to something which is drop dead correct, something which is factual and not even changing in
I
the course of
agree.
time.
I agree. So what makes the globe factual besides that your belief in scientists is so compelling?
Okay, my first point. Do you see the other celestial planets? Do you see or not?
I see the planets in the sky. I don't think Earth is a planet in the sky because Earth isn't in the sky.
Wow. You see the planets Earth is you are making every argument convenient to your own self and not
Why do
going
you
to the
think Earth is in the sky, dude?
Are you like nuts or something? Isn't Earth a part of solar system? It's
Why
the
do you
third.
think the Earth? Yeah, why? What makes you think the Earth is inside outer space?
Well, so what do you think? The Earth is a whole universe, and every other planet are like stars and everything. What kind of biblical answer you're giving me?
Think about it like this: when there's a new baby that's born, and you put the baby in a crib, the little bed with the cages around the side, and the baby looks straight up and it sees a turning mobile. The mobile above the baby turns around and around with stars,
Yeah,
planets, moons, and stuff on it.
and
It's
that
kind
is
of
why
like what we
babies
see,
grow.
right? It's kind of like what we see.
And,
Is the crib the same thing as the
and that
mobile
is
that the
why
baby's looking at in the sky? No, absolutely
that
not.
is
The
why
crib that
we
the
don't
baby's in is
derive.
something completely different. It's not even in the sky.
Oh my lords, for the sake of Jesus Christ, listen. We do not derive our intelligence or observation from babies. Do you get that?
Well,
And something,
you can derive this problem by examining this as an analogy.
Again, you are
yeah,
cherry picking
this
a bad example.
this
We
analogy
are
is
not
very
babies.
flawed. And oh my lord, what is this
Okay,
behavior?
let's get to the brass tacks. Okay, what makes Earth a planet?
What the hell? What are you asking? What makes Earth a planet? What do you think Earth is then? It is a stable object stuck to something?
No, the Earth is the floor of the universe.
What the hell? You think that? There's no point of arguing then. If the Earth is a
Why
floor of the
not? Why
universe,
isn't this the floor?
uh,
Like the Earth is the floor, the sky is above the floor.
what? Oh my goodness. Your idea comes from like Bible only. I get that. Okay, your source
No,
of
no, it comes from
information.
what I see. Look, dude, do you see the same thing I see? Do you see the Earth and the sky? No.
Do you see the amoeba in water? No. Does that mean
Yeah, I
amoeba
do
exists?
through a
Yes.
microscope. Guess what? I do see those
Uh-huh.
things in a microscope, and you know
Guess
what I
what?
see with a telescope? I see
Guess what?
beyond the curvature of the
Guess,
globe with a
oh,
telescope. I can see
guess
way
what?
beyond where the globe should have curvature.
Dr. Roger Boy, listen. If you manage to go to Mars, just take up a telescope and have a great look of leave Mars. Just go to Moon and have a beautiful look of Mother Earth and
Oh,
embellish that,
okay.
cherish that. Yeah.
All right. Is that your standard of evidence? Is that how you came to understand the Earth as a globe? Because you went to Mars?
Of course not.
Yeah,
Not
so why
interested
would you
in
want me to do that? Why do you ask me to do the thing that you won't do?
because I'm not being stupid. It's like you are asking
You are
if I'm
being
telling you that
stupid. You're telling me to go to
let,
Mars. prove that the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, okay, listen, if the standard of evidence is to go to Mars to prove that the Earth is a globe, and you didn't go to Mars to prove that the Earth is a globe, why should I have to go to Mars to prove that the Earth is a globe?
Cause I'm not the one. Look, it's like saying that I told you that that's venomous, right? And you are saying, oh, it didn't bit you. How can you say that it's
Venomous.
venomous?
You're giving me a double standard. That's venomous.
Whatever. Look, it's you who was taking the thing, so the burden of proof lies on you, not me. Thank you.
Okay. I am asking you for evidence that Earth is a globe, and everybody else in here who's got it. And so far, I get excuses. You have to go to Mars to prove that the Earth is a globe. Apparently,
You're not
that's what you
getting
got to do to prove that the Earth is a globe. You got to go to Mars, people.
Okay, tell me one thing. Cross your heart and speak. These people told you that the earth is flat. Did you ever thought that the earth was flat? They manipulated you, the people here who
No,
have the
I see flat Earth for myself. Don't you?
Just because you see it doesn't mean it's true.
So then what makes it true? Do you have to go to Mars?
No, moon, which is closer to earth.
Oh, so did you go to the moon? Is that how you prove that the Earth is a globe to you? Is that what
No, but my
everybody
country,
has to do now?
but my nation went on moon and they told us, of course. You might say that NASA is false, okay, but other space
Right,
stations, are they
so
having a time?
why do you believe them?
Because they are very poor people, scientists. They studied hard and went there. Why would they lie?
Who's that? Who are you talking about? So we can look them up.
ISRO.
All right. I want an example. Let's do it right now. Let's pull up an example. Who do you have in mind?
Chandrayaan, of course. They released the pictures, of course.
No, I'm asking you for the scientists, okay? Let's start with one and let's see what they know.
That scientist is from Tamil Nadu.
Sorry, who's this? Somebody who went to the moon? Who was that?
The first person who stepped on the moon from my nation was Rakesh Sharma. He's still alive. When he was
What?
asked by the Prime Minister of India.
Where are you from?
Hold on a second.
Wait. Oh, perfect timing.
Go ahead, DJ.
Okay, all right. Nobody from India has ever even claimed to have set foot on the moon.
Oh, and space mistakes, slip of tongue. I'm sorry, everyone.
That's okay. Good to that. No problem. No problem. That's fine. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Mistake.
That space, something went on moon. I'm not sure what went. Chandrayaan or something.
It looked like a telephone booth or something.
It looked like a little toy car,
Yeah.
right? Have a look in the side chat. This is the only footage. I'm sorry for interrupting. Just have a look in the side chat, right? So this little thing, this little buggy, I'd call it a buggy, right? So there's not really much footage other than this. This is basically it.
It's more than enough. That's crazy. Wow. They went on moon. Human imagination can lead to anything.
It would be very easy to create that footage in a small studio with a little buggy wrapped in cold foil. So if they wanted to trick you, they could.
Why do you think? Okay, if they could do that, then why didn't they did that a long years ago? Why did they took so much of failed tries and everything, hit and trial, and then only they succeeded? If that was the case, they could have created anyway. In the 2021, 2024, they did that. 2022, 2023, they could have done that, right? Why they waited? Tried, failed, and
I'm not sure. You would have to ask them. You would have to ask them about that and ask them why they have such limited footage. For India's greatest modern achievement, why did they have just one small piece of footage that looks completely fake and the rest of the footage was just animation? But obviously you're not going to do that, so that's fine. Look, Yoda, is there any chance you could go over how potentially the space race didn't end?
Yeah, they are now planning to send some space. Yeah.
So listen, if you could listen to Yoda for a minute about the space race.
Yep, give me just a second here, okay? I have to put the phone on hands-free.
Dr. Roger he's racist and he's disgusting. I wouldn't be having any more conversation with him. A
Dude, no,
forced
I'm not
hate on
racist. I'm not racist, bro. I'm a
Shut up.
Brahmin.
The picture which you shared, disgusting. Shame on you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you find that behavior acceptable, that's on you.
No, it's not acceptable. You're trying to be oversmart by mocking something, and hate against any community is so forced and so disgusting.
Listen, I'm making fun of people who steal. They're stealing tickets for transportation.
Get lost. Rather than cultivating scientific temper,
theft. Are you pro
learn
theft? Do you love thievery? Like, listen, I'm against theft. I don't know about you.
No, whatever you're saying, I'm Brahmin and something that comes that
Yeah,
gives the idea that
I'm Brahmin. What about them apples?
Okay, then tell me other sects of Brahminism. Quick.
Yes.
You're nothing but a loser.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that bothers you.
You're a typing warrior on Twitter. Get a life, please.
Okay. Yeah, there are different kinds of Brahmin. I'm sorry that bothers you. Yeah, there are different races of people, different castes, and you know what? The world is beautiful because of it. I'm sorry you find that so offensive.
No, I found you so dumb and so disgusting. Your source of information must be Twitter, right?
No, man, the Earth itself. The Earth informs me what it is.
Attention, please, everyone.
And whoever is ganging against me, shame on you, disgusting.
Mr.
I'm sorry you find diversity so horrible.
Mr. Aquarius,
Please,
I don't know.
I'm not gonna have any more conversation with this Dr. Roger, shameless guy.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Shame on you for being a racist.
You
Shut
just
up,
chill, bro. Can I say something? Wait.
How dare you,
Wait.
Dr. Roger?
Second, bro. Wait a second. I want to ask just one question, and I will be glad if you guys can just pay attention for a second. All right. So I came here. This is my first time here, and it is a very good one being here. While listening to you guys' conversation, I noticed that you were talking about the globe. People were talking about Earth is flat, Earth is ball, which is amazing, right? About the handwork of the Lord. But either the Earth is globe or the Earth is flat. It is a good thing that you guys are sharing words, knowledge to know about the things of this earth. However, don't let us get lost in this thing. It is a good thing to share knowledge. I'm not saying it is bad. But I want you all to, pay attention, not to get lost in this conversation. Why, discussing about this? If you are not careful, pride can come. So I'm saying these things to make us understand about these things. Now, if you go through it, you search it online. These are the two words that are going around, which is Earth is globe, Earth is flat. And if you think about this thing deeply, I can tell you, none of these things can give you life. I'm saying this thing from the place of honor to every one of us. This argument, none of these things, the globe, the flat, either Earth is round or it's square, no matter how shaped it is, none of it can give you life. None of it can save you. Rather, instead of we considering these things, how about we just give thanks to the one who has created it that we can see? Because if we should think about this globe, round or flat, from morning to night, it added nothing to our life. Of course, it is good to explore knowledge, but it can add nothing to your life.
Yep, I agree. God is good. Let's talk about his earth, the one that he made, not the one that man created after his own imagination.
Exactly. I know people, of course, one either the earth is round or it is flat. One must be a correct one. But I don't want us to get lost into these things.
That's right. One of these is correct. God made the earth flat. Man created it into a globe.
The Bible said the Bible said the earth is full of. I don't want to say anything right now. I want to, make us understand so that we won't get lost into these things. Please, everyone. It is good to share conversations like this, but instead of paying more attention to the things that were created, let us pay more attention to the Creator.
I got you. So yeah, let's give glory to God and let's continue on with our discussion regarding scientific empiricism.
So I just feel like sharing these things with us. And yeah, you guys have been so wonderful.
I was about to launch into an exposition regarding the space program, the space race. I don't know if anybody's still interested in that because I got accused of being like despicable for showing a bunch of thieves stealing a ride on the Apollo moon space station or spacecraft, excuse me.
That must be your family, because nobody's stealing a ride. Cheap stuff.
Yeah, that is like when people do that with trains and buses and trolleys, they're stealing rides. They actually
Nobody's
are.
doing that. It must be happening around your surrounding, but nobody's doing that here at least.
Oh, that happens all over India, bro. Like you ever
Oh,
go to
really?
India before?
I live in Delhi, Hoskas, very fantastic place.
Oh, so and you've never seen this happen? You've never seen people stealing rides?
No, not at all. I only travel. I only travel via plane or either premium first
Oh,
class.
so okay. Oh, so you're an elitist. You don't think people actually steal rides on airplanes? When they try to do
That's not
that, they
my.
die because they get crushed by
That's
the landing gear.
Shut up. There are people literally dying of hunger. What should I do about it? I'm not bothered by
I'm
everything.
not
Whatever.
telling you to do anything about it. I'm sorry you find this so offensive that people in your country steal rides on trains. Like I know
Yeah.
it's horrible. America has problems too, man.
Yeah. So, what are you? Why are you telling me this? I can't do anything about it. It's their problem, India problem.
Yeah, it's
But
India's problem. I know it's a huge problem, so I
no,
agree with you. Yeah, stealing
no. The
rides is a
only
huge
problem.
problem in India.
No, the sensitivity
You
came
said it
from the
doesn't
idea that.
I don't understand why you make fun of him because of that.
Could you please let? Yeah. No, the sensitivity came from the idea that when I was
Let's just
speaking about the
continue
space,
the conversation, please. Let's get back on
could
track.
you let me speak? Yeah. The
Not if
sensitivity
you're
came
going
from
to
the idea that.
complain.
Okay, fine.
Please.
I'm muted. Keep on
I
speaking.
would like to
Thank
hear
you.
about the space race, please.
Thank you. That's
All
a
right,
great
so
idea.
there's another one. Okay, you want to hear about the space race? All right, we can do that. All right, so the space race was actually the third of its kind, going back to the late 1800s. I know this sounds crazy, but I'll tell you how it's linked, okay? In the late 1980s, or 1880s, excuse me, 1880s, there was an event organized by the biggest countries in the world, the most powerful. The Habsburg Empire out of Austria funded an event called the International Polar Year, IPY. The first International Polar Year took place in the late 1800s to 1890s. The Habsburg Empire funded and crowdfunded explorers to go to the north, explorers to go to the south, and explorers to go way up high in the sky, and explorers to go down below in the ocean. The purpose was to definitively figure out what the heck this world even is. So in the 1880s, 1890s, they sent sleigh dogs and sleighs through the Arctic tundra, even down to Antarctica. They launched their first rockets, which were brand new at the time in the West. They used balloons, like blimps and hot air balloons, and they took scientific measurements of the weather, of the geology, of everything they could find. And they pulled all of their data together to figure out what this world is. Okay. The second International Polar Year was organized in 1933 and included Nazi Germany at the time. This is when the first Antarctic bases were first established. And they did much of the same thing, but with much greater technology, because by then technology had improved. They had better sounding rockets, or they were able to measure the meteorological conditions at extremely high altitudes. They're able to go further and deeper into the polar, frigid, freezing Arctic and Antarctic conditions and survive. Unfortunately, most of the data they collected was lost due to World War II. almost all of it. But during this time, they actually set up the first internet. They were called World Data Centers, WDC. The World Data Centers were set up during 1933 for the IPY, the second IPY. They were set up as computers in order to gather the information that was collected from all over the earth where everybody was exploring. And this is how the internet started, before DARPA. The third International Polar Year happened in 1958, and they renamed it. It was no longer called the International Polar Year, but the International Geophysical Year. They called it geophysical. Why? I don't know. But it had another name for it. They called it the space race. The space race was the third iteration of the same event going back to the 1880s. Oh yeah, and it never stopped. There was actually a fourth one in 2008. Almost nobody's heard of it, but it was significant. In 2008, there was the fourth International Polar Year. But in 1958, it began. Okay, so let's set the table. 1958, Sputnik, NASA, the Antarctic Treaty, all of that came to fruition around the same time. So let's look at 1958 and roll the clock back just a few years to 1951, and specifically April 4th, 1951. This is a very important date, sparking the genesis of the formal space program in the United States, setting the stage for NASA and everything that follows to the present day, including Operation Deep Freeze. And by the way, you've all heard of Operation Deep Freeze in Antarctica with Admiral Byrd. They still call that deep freeze today. Yeah, that's right. You can actually go sign up as a contractor with a company like Lockheed Martin or Leidos and go to Antarctica for Operation Deep Freeze. Anyway, let's go back to April 4th, 1951. Yep, go ahead.
Quick question. So what was Operation Deep Freeze? Because I've heard of Operation High Jump. Which one was Deep Freeze?
That came after High Jump. It was the successor to High Jump.
Same thing though? Just exploring
Yeah,
Antarctica?
same thing. Exactly, the continuance. And I think even Admiral Byrd was sent back for that. Maybe I'm wrong about that part, but it soon followed. Operation Deep Freeze has been going on a very long time. On April 4th, 1951, there was a presidential directive that was issued by President Harry Truman. It was called the Directive Establishing the Psychological Strategy Board. So, cue the record scratch, right? What the heck does the Psychological Strategy Board have to do with any of this? I'll tell you. The directive had a stated purpose to authorize and provide for the more effective planning, coordination, and conduct of psychological operations. I'm going to post links to this when I'm done. It's going to be easier for me that way, so I don't have to stop. With that in mind, on September 2nd, 1953, President Eisenhower was in charge, and he reorganized the Psychological Strategy Board. Again, this is the president's psychological warfare group for propaganda. He reorganized this. And under Executive Order 10483, he renamed it. Why? Because the Psychological Strategy Board was a little bit too on the nose, right? It's a little too obvious what they're doing. He called it the Operations Coordinating Board. All right? He called it that because he wanted to remove some of the scrutiny. Because when people see the president's Psychological Strategy Board is planning worldwide operations, it sounds a little freaky. You know, people don't want that scrutiny if they're behind it, so they renamed themselves. They put a new sign out front, right? They reorganized themselves, calling it the Operations Coordinating Board. Same people from this place worked at that place. They just got new T-shirts and new polo shirts and a new car with a new logo on it. All right. So after its renaming on February 25th, 1957, and by the way, what this group is doing this entire time is they're trying to topple governments. Here, I'm going to post a graphic timeline here. Okay. 54 minutes past the hour, so you can follow along. All right, so this is a group that's responsible for toppling foreign governments, for being a counterweight to communist propaganda. It was America's propaganda effort to counter the Russian communist propaganda and the Chinese propaganda later. On February 25th, 1957 came Executive Order 10700. This organized the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council, integrating it into America's national security framework. So we're now in 1957, 1 year away from 1958. So what happened in 1958? Sputnik. Oh my gosh, the Soviets, they've been launching rockets. Everybody's afraid of nukes. The Rosenberg stole nuclear secrets from America, brought them to the Russians. Israel had the Dimona reactor going. There were some stolen secrets there too, but nobody wants to talk about that. That might have come a little later. But nuclear power, nuclear weapons, weaponizing space, everybody was freaked out that somebody was going to put a nuke on a rocket up in space and bomb the crap out of somebody else, because Hiroshima and Nagasaki was still very fresh in people's minds. Well, the Sputnik program came. The Russians claimed to have sustained a self-orbiting piece of space junk they called Sputnik, a little radio beacon going blip, 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 blip. It's actually got something called a discone antenna. There are 4 emitters, four spokes sticking out from it, and it flies around and around and around the globe. Sputnik program freaked everyone out, because if the Russians could put something up in a self-sustaining orbit, it means they could set up a space settlement. They could weaponize space. They could own space. So America had to do it too. So you know what happened? The Sputnik program actually prompted the Eisenhower administration to commission a doctor. His name is James Killian from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Dr. Killian. Dr. Killian set up the President's Science Advisory Committee. It's a very vanilla, bland-sounding name, but their mission was to study the Sputnik claims and then provide policy directives to the U.S. government for a counter to the space program, to the Sputnik program. And this is actually captured here. Let me post a link to this. There is the document, the Introduction to Outer Space, that Dr. James Killian put together in side chat, 57 minutes past the hour. This document's important because the language that Dr. Killian wrote, what he observed, what he thought about, and what he recommended for the U.S. government was codified in a document under the OCB, the Operations Coordinating Board. Again, this is the President's Psychological Warfare Department. The OCB released a document called National Security Council 5814, NSC 5814. Title of the document is Preliminary U.S. Policy on Outer Space, promulgated on June 1958. This document emphasizes the need for the United States government to develop a space program. And in the space program, this document says that there's a psychological exploitation objective. And in their own words, I quote, call for the judicious selection of outer space projects, including those with only limited scientific value, to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact, unquote. To project U.S. dominance and power. Let that set in for a second, okay? They're calling for selecting specific projects, ideas, even those that may or may not have any scientific value whatsoever.
for the primary purpose of achieving a favorable worldwide psychological impact. That's what it says. Paragraph 62. Paragraph 62 of NSC 5814. This memo entails a whole bunch of discussion notes. We've got correspondence letters from working committees back and forth amongst the various stakeholders, and I'll show you who the stakeholders are. Okay, here's an organizational chart, the governance architecture of 1958. 59 minutes past the hour. We got correspondence back and forth and back and forth as they're discussing what this means. And at one point, Alan Dulles, CIA director, says that we need to appoint somebody from the CIA in order to be the chairman of the organization that will become the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And this intelligence person, this spy, will be Alan Dulles's duly appointed referent until NASA is able to become funded, to appoint its own people, and to get stood up on its own. Why would CIA be involved? Oh yeah, that's because the overarching organization behind this is the Operations Coordinating Board. And the Operations Coordinating Board, the OCB, is part of the National Security Council framework. And the National Security Council framework was organized to house the Operations Coordinating Board, which used to be called the Psychological Strategy Board for psychological warfare operations. Oh yeah, that's why. That's why CIA is involved. After NSC 5814 came a follow-up document called NSC 5918. And unlike the previous document, NSC 5918 was processed through the nascent organization called NACA, the National Aeronautics NASC, excuse me, the National Aeronautics and Space Council, NASC, not NACA. The National Aeronautics and Space Council produced the Space Act, adopted by the National Security Council, which became the NASA Act of 1958. This is the lineage of the space program, documenting what is absolutely critical psychological and political significance of space activities, particularly manned spaceflight, as you'll see in these documents, as an ultimate goal or objective to be leveraged in information operations to project U.S. prestige and overall superiority to the entire world. This was a psychological warfare operation. This was propaganda of the highest order. And they described future space missions, manned missions to the moon, manned missions in space stations, manned missions to other planets, and so on, for the purpose of projecting power and capabilities that may or may not exist. I'll read that quote again. Judiciously select outer space projects, even those of only limited scientific value, primarily to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Paragraph 62. NSC 5814. NASA, that's the founding of NASA. An organization that was created to judiciously select ideas of limited scientific value to project American power and capabilities that may or may not exist. There you have it, folks. I'm going to post some documents for you. Okay, incoming document stack.
Thank you. That was very thorough and entertaining.
You're welcome. All right, sources coming. Here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 minutes past the hour. And let me tell you, folks, that's the tip of the iceberg. You can read correspondence memos going back and forth between these agencies, between the CIA, between the president, between his appointees developed for this program. They're not only discussing space, but they're also discussing propaganda efforts aimed at deceiving foreign people and foreign governments. They're also designing operations to topple foreign leadership and foreign governments. The same people responsible for collapsing countries and their entire economies and political systems are the same people that created NASA. And the connective tissue lies within the Operations Coordinating Board under the National Security Council. The primary document for this, for pulling that thread, is National Security Council Memo 5814, NSC-5814, which I posted for you in the chat. You want to call me a conspiracy theorist? I'm just reporting what's documented in unclassified history. All right? I just happen to be pulling these threads together to tell you what they're doing. And this leads me to an ultimate point here, which I think bears repeating and cementing into your brain. Like Sumerian tablets carved in stone. Their primary objective here is not to hide the shape and nature of Earth. Their primary objective to project power, project technology, project capabilities, whether or not they exist, so that nobody challenges the West ever again. So nobody would rise up and challenge our technological progress and capabilities ever. Because America, the West, the Allied West, had won World War II against the greatest enemy of the world at the time. And then it got on to defeat communism. How dare anybody challenge the West? It's very possible, folks, that there are people who work at NASA today engaged in a propaganda effort, and they're fully cognizant of this, and they still believe that Earth is a globe. It's because they actually lack the technological progress to determine that Earth is a globe, to actually sustain a self-orbiting satellite around the globe. It's very likely that there are people working there right now that are still trying to solve problems of orbital mechanics, and they just can't quite crack the nut. Why? Because they think Earth is a globe and it's not. Okay?
Hello, guys.
Yep. So it's very possible that the whole reason for NASA's existence has nothing to do with concealing Earth's shape and has everything to do with projecting propaganda.
Yeah, Nazis are really bad people.
I mean, it's possible too that the astronauts, while they were vacationing on the island of Guam or whatever during the Apollo moon mission, that they thought the Earth was a globe too. So, is there a conspiracy to hide the shape of the Earth? Nah, I don't think so. If there is one, it doesn't have to do with that. It has to do with preserving American Western hegemony, for projecting American capitalism, system of ideals, the American dream, ensuring that the entire world knows that nobody can screw with America ever again, and we're the best and we're number one. That seems to be what this is all about from NASA. The whole flat versus globe thing, that's almost a side project. It doesn't mean that there aren't people at NASA who know. I bet there are people at NASA who know. I bet there are people in various pockets of academia and the government that know. But I don't think that this is that big of an issue for them at all. So, is there a massive worldwide conspiracy to hide this information from you? No. No. Within America's own national security framework, it's actually illegal to classify discoveries of natural origin. Nobody can do that. You can't classify something that somebody can discover through naturalist means, through observing how the world works. You can't hide that. You can't hide the geometry of Earth any more than you can hide the fact that water boils and that ice melts in certain conditions. They know this. That's codified into law. There is no flat Earth freaking, classification program. At least not like that. But what there absolutely is everything I described for you, and that's a whole history of propaganda measures to project power and capabilities. This could include the belief in a globe and a belief that there is self-orbiting space junk in perpetual motion around that globe. Absolutely. I mean, you can read in this document. Let me go find some screenshots for you if I have a minute here. Yeah, there are screenshots. I'm going to go dig them up from these documents. There's a whole chapter in NSC 5814 dedicated to psychological exploitation. All right. See, which is faster, finding it on my hard drive or finding it on the Discord server that I posted it to? I think this is important, so please bear with me as I go through this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to our home server. I can say the name of our server. It's discord.gg/flat earth. Can't post it in the side chat, though. It's probably not kosher. And here we go. All right, I found it. Save image. I'm going to post this in the chat for you guys to listen to, or to watch while you listen to me. Excuse me. Hold on here. Boom. Sorry. Operating quickly. I only use this on my phone, folks. So, all right, for the listening audience, this is from that seminal document I mentioned, NSC 5814. Scroll down on that document. I posted the PDF. Paragraph 51 begins psychological exploitation. What's the name of the document? The Preliminary U.S. Policy Program on Outer Space. It reads, psychological exploitation. In the near future, while the USSR, that's Soviet Russia, has a superior capability in space technology, Sputnik, judiciously select, without prejudicing activities under paragraph 47, projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Paragraph 52. Identify to the greatest extent possible the interests and aspirations of other free world nations in outer space with U.S.-sponsored activities and accomplishments. Uh-oh. That means all you other countries' space programs, you've been identified as having aspirations as free world nations. And you're only going to space because of U.S.-sponsored activities and accomplishments. Yeah, you guys are cooked, bitch. Next, okay, paragraph 53. Develop information and other programs that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis. Wait, say that again? Develop information. All right, that's different than produce information. When you say develop information, are you actually producing something that exists? Or are you creating something that doesn't exist so you can develop it? I love the ambiguity. Develop information and develop other programs that will exploit fully U.S. outer space activities on a continuing basis, especially during the period while the USSR has superior overall outer space capabilities. Those designed to counter the psychological impact of Soviet outer space activities and to present U.S. outer space progress in the most favorable comparative light. Next section is titled Reconnaissance Satellites, paragraph 54. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, seek urgently a political framework. Wait, seek urgently a political framework? Yeah, a political framework which will place the uses of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to states. So that's what satellites are for? Next, paragraph 55. At the earliest technologically practicable date, use reconnaissance satellites to enhance to the maximum extent the U.S. intelligence effort. But guys, I thought this was all for scientific progress and open transparency and, blobbity blobbity blah. No, guys. This is about psychological exploitation, about political power, projecting capabilities, whether or not they exist. This is Cold War history. And listen, I'm so glad that you asked me prior to this if I believed in the Cold War. And I laughed and I'm like, yeah, I'm actually old enough to have lived through it, at least the tail end of it. So you want some Cold War? Here's some Cold War for you. There's plenty more where this came from. This is just an introduction to the topic. If you want to know more, talk to me. I hang out here. I hang out in the politics server, in our home server. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, Spotify, you name it. We are 24/7 Flat Earth. We're the best place on Earth to talk about Flat Earth. Anyway, thank you for the floor. I'm going to yield it back to everybody, and I actually have some dinner to cook, so I'm going to put myself on mute for now. Take care.
Yeah, so none of that established anything, right? Like it was mostly just gibberish.
Just gibberish. Yeah, you came in a bit late.
So I don't know. I didn't see any. Wait, I don't think there's any globers here. Maybe there is. Sorry.
Yeah. Guess what? I wasn't talking about that. We were talking about the space program and the Cold War. So maybe you did come in late. Now you're in through the side door and you're being a fucking asshole.
Sorry, I was rolling. Okay, I'll go back on mute.
No. Yeah, you're being a fucking asshole.
Yeah, let's get some massive W's in the chat for that epic rant from Yoda. By the way, we need at least 10 W's. That was some good information. Yeah, debate daddy, shut the fuck up.
I know, I'm just being an asshole. Don't worry.
Yeah, you are. You also sound drunk.
You do sound drunk. And you know who's probably drinking but doesn't sound drunk?
How do I sound drunk?
Me and Yoda.
Bro, I'm one bottle of wine into this.
Why do I sound drunk? Yeah. Why do people think I sound drunk? I don't know.
Yeah, you can drink without being a drunk, you know? It's called experience. All right, so I'm going to move away from all of my covariance matrices in order to do my Cholesky decompositions of negative eigenvalues and go make some dinner right now.
DJ, I was wondering, do you know who's that disabled veteran flat earther who's a surveyor?
Oh, your mom?
Yeah, not sure who you're talking about.
It's
You mean someone mentally disabled, debate daddy?
such old guy. Fuck. Let me go. Wait. Let me find the.
Yeah, probably somebody nobody here talks about ever. Yeah,
Ray
you want to talk?
Goodwin.
Who the hell's that? Yeah, you want to talk about all the retarded globers out there? Freaking mentally disabled people who believe that Earth is in a solar system. Dude, I bet I could go down to the Association for Retarded Citizens, several streets down, and talk to lots of retards down there who think that Earth is
I
a
didn't
globe
call him.
because you guys
I
believe
didn't
it so
call him a
much.
retard. I didn't call him a retard. I
You said
said
he's disabled.
He has both of his legs blown off or whatever.
Doesn't mean he's not a retard.
He's a surveyor and he's a flat earther. Anyway, I was listening to he debated Barron. That was pretty good, actually. I was wondering if you guys have gone down the rabbit hole of like auditing Barron.
No, yeah, Barron's been in here and he's left with his tail between his legs at least twice within the past couple months.
What I heard
he
was
just gets emotional and runs away when he never got muted, he never got insulted, he just gets questioned.
It's true.
And he just runs away and says,
that's right.
Come to TikTok. Come to TikTok with me and the TikTokers.
Dude, Indio and I both talked to him recently and he left. Like he dips out when he's questioned.
But
I heard him
to
say to Indio, the thing that stands out, there's a lot though, but the one thing I remember was Indio was asking for his numbers and Barron replied with, if I gave them with you, what would you do with them? And Indio couldn't answer. Like he didn't know how to compute from the raw numbers anything.
No, that never happened.
But Indio's not a surveyor, right? So it's like that. I thought that was kind of unfair. He's not a surveyor. He might not know what to actually do with the numbers.
No. I mean, listen, some of us know surveying better than surveyors do. Why? Because guess where I went? When somebody told me that the Earth was flat, guess what I started checking out first? I started checking out maps and surveying and cartography. And, just like some of the others in here that have done the same, when we start getting into it and we uncover concepts like the deflection of the vertical, and then we ask professional surveyors about it, they're freaking clueless. And the reason why they're clueless is because all the stuff we're actually starting to uncover and research and apply are concepts that they were never taught because they're just involved in going out there and doing the mechanical motions of taking azimuthal angles and elevation angles with their theodolite, punching in numbers and calling it a day. They're not actually thinking critically and evaluating what they're doing through any kind of psychological or philosophical framework whatsoever. Right? Some of us are afforded with that opportunity. And some of us have actually worked with and for organizations that do mapping and stuff for a living. Not going to say who that is, though. Wish I could freaking deafen the YouTube bot, but I'm not going to do that. So.
Oh, I'll do it. Welcome back, YouTube audience.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
He just had to give me his PIN number for social insurance number.
Please don't go to the ATM, man. I didn't mean to give that to you.
Anyway,
Hey, Daddy, I think you're really cool, and I think you're an asshole sometimes, but I still think you're cool. So I'm kind of like conflicted right now.
I was being an asshole earlier. I just was trolling, but How do I get over fences to not hate me? Because she always bans me from the room. I'm always banned
First,
by her.
stop talking to her.
I try. I don't. She railroads anytime she comes in when I'm here. And if I'm
Bro, she's
talking,
not going to date you, okay?
no, I'm not. Wait, is she? Her voice sounds like who's that
No,
other
she's
flat
not
Earth
on
YouTuber?
OnlyFans,
It
dude. No,
sounds
she's
like
not going to date you.
I have a girlfriend, but she sounds like the
Okay.
girlfriend of that flat Earth YouTuber. Is that true?
I don't know,
I
man,
wish
but whoever she
I
is,
wish she was a
she's
little more
really freaking
specific.
cool and smart, and we like her. So
Austin Wits, the Witsit guy.
oh no,
Okay, different one.
oh no.
He had a
Okay,
girlfriend
debate
that
daddy.
debated.
Debate daddy.
They did a
Hey,
2v2
debate daddy.
once.
Check it out. Wait, check it out. If Fences is in here, do not say that. You'll get banned faster than ever before.
I don't want to get
Dude,
perma banned.
Debate daddy, you gotta admit, like, she's pretty freaking smart, and she might be smarter than you. You know.
Austin was doing a 2v2 debate on Modern Day Debate, and his partner was like there on cam, and she kind of sounded like over fences, but not really. So I was like, maybe it's a mic thing.
All right, man. Well, so you're a fan. We get it. So don't stalk her.
No, fuck. I have a girlfriend. I was just.
Yeah,
Why
it
is
doesn't
she
mean
always on my
anything. People have
case?
wives too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I just want her off my case. That's all.
yeah, listen, man, I get it. Like something strange, like a flat earther. Like you never been with a flat earther. Be kind of interesting. I get it. It's why when you become a flat earther as a dude, you get all the chicks. Is that right, Matrix?
Yeah, they're just banging on my front door.
I can't wait to get enough, man.
I can kind of confirm that.
Is it? Wait, is it
DJ's
not
got
the
the credits.
opposite? Like on a serious note, isn't it like generally repulsive? Do women not like how would you bring it up on a first date?
Bro, you don't talk about it. Like
You don't.
Unless no. That's why nobody will know how many of us there are ever, and why the numbers from surveys are going to be always way off. But I can tell you there are more of us than you think. Way more.
If you just have more like friendly liberal views, it's just way easier. I don't know. You're probably judging that statement.
Dude, the first flat earther I met, fine. You don't have to mute. You don't have to deafen the YouTube bots for this, but I'll say it. The first flat earther I met in real life was like in 2010 at the National Reconnaissance Office. And I thought he was batshit crazy, dude. They are everywhere, okay?
I don't know. I've just never had to hide any views from any partner.
I have an extremely gorgeous wife, and I actually met her on Discord in a Flat Earth server.
Yeah. The problem is, man, this topic has such a social stigma about it. There's almost like an Ash conformity test about this. You know how like you know what the Ash conformity test is? You line up a bunch of people, right? And all of them are plants except for the one dude who doesn't know anything. And basically you go down the line and you say something stupid like, does 1 + 1 = 3? If so, raise your hand. And the guy raises his hand. And the next guy raises his hand. The next guy raises his hand. And the chump, he looks around, he sees the past 10, 12 people raising their hand. He's like, why the hell are they raising their hand? For 1 + 1 = 3. Well, when the guy asks me, I'm going to raise my hand too. And then so his turn comes, does 1 + 1 = 3? And he raises his hand. And then continues on down the line. Okay? Social conformity. is important. There's a social cost. There's a social cost anytime you go against what society thinks is true and what society values as a truth in order to maintain social cohesion. And this topic is seen as one that will absolutely destroy social cohesion.
Well,
So
I think there's
keep our
two
mouth shut.
sides to it. Like I can see on your side, it's probably something like it's like a check to see do they think critically. Do you know what I mean? Like if they're receptive in some way. I think on like the other side, they're probably like, this is just a litmus test. Like they're like, well, if somebody believes that, there's no way they're intelligent in any way in anything else. That's I'm guessing that's their thought. But the flip side is like you guys are like, well, do they actually unpack their beliefs and like reflect on them? Are they that smart?
Bro, let me tell you what, like I would say 99% of flat earthers and flat earth content out there pisses me off. And I hate it. In fact, I would probably be more out there with my true name and true face and all of that if it weren't for the flat earthers out there making this topic look so stupid. This isn't because I'm hiding from Globers. It's because I don't want to be associated with the throngs of retards out there.
Like the TikTok flat Earth army.
Yeah, exactly. The kind of people that McToon debates and the kind that Dave McKeegan like chastises. And you know what? They're doing the Lord's work. Why are they doing the Lord's work? Because this isn't about some kind of team, us versus them. This is about right versus wrong. And McToon and Dave McKeegan, these others, they're taking out the freaking trash. They're helping me in my job because guess what? I'll kick out that trash too if they come in here with that stuff. You know, what I'm offering, what I'm explaining to you and the rest of the world is pretty mundane and boring by all accounts. I'm not here to offer some exciting new way to think about the world and the cosmology. It's actually quite boring.
Wait, DJ, does she come on Discord anymore? Or that's like a love story. That's crazy.
Are you talking about Witz's wife?
No, DJ's wife. But if you want to share it, like, I mean, because you're here, I don't know if she's
No, it doesn't
online.
really doesn't come into service anymore.
No need to. Yeah, I think in the vegan servers, there's one love story I heard. The vegan Discord.
Yeah, my wife was never like one to try to debate the topic or to come in to try to debate. It's just to get find some interesting information and that kind of thing. Because the censorship on YouTube and that kind of thing. So you kind of got to branch out if you want to find the good information. Yeah.
I had a gardener helper come over last year, and she was staying in my trailer, and then it turned out that she was a flat earther. It was really strange, a little bit.
Flat Earth believer?
Yep.
Okay, like a TikToker.
Well, just a normie. Like, honestly, I think there's data on this. 25% of millennials question whether it's a globe. It's the highest percent demographic.
I would say 25% of boomers secretly do.
I think it's 10%. They 10% question the moon landing.
Yeah,
but then
the other 15% are good at keeping their mouth shut.
But like millennials weren't there, so it's up to 25% on the moon landing and globe.
I don't think the moon landing has to do with it so much as the fact that there are people out there who are actually, I would say, psychologically just predisposed in this fashion. Like I remember when I was young,
I remember I grew up in the 80s, and there was a neighbor of mine whose son was around my age. We didn't know each other too well. But I mean, this was like the height of NASA, man. Like everybody loved NASA. I grew up in a NASA household. I won't get into reasons how or why. Just covered with NASA. NASA everywhere. Space shuttle program, freaking Apollo was not that long ago, and so on. And his parents said something, not directly to me, but to my parents at the time. And it was because their son had a flat cosmology, and so did they. And they said, our son thinks of the world, processes it differently than you. He understands it not to be a globe, but he understands Earth to be flat. And these folks are kind of like very Montessori types. So they were very granola, and they allowed their son to explore this cosmology, this idea, to the fullest extent possible. And that's just how he was. He did not have any concept of a globe because it was not within his experience. And you know what? Same goes for everybody else. The globe is not in your experience. It's not in mine. And if we're honest with ourselves, with yourself, you'll know that that's true, that there's nothing you can do, that I can do, any of us can do in the natural world to experience the globe. The globe comes to us through data and information. And that information is processed into pictures and images on screens and in art and film and so on, iPhones, internet. The globe is constructed, and the globe is provided as a construct to explain how things work, and it does so to a limited extent, good enough for people to accept as they go about their daily lives and not have to consider. Like what I was saying earlier, if you were to look at a swath of the globe, 100 by 100 miles square, and compare that to a swath of a flat horizontal plane, 100 by 100 miles square, the globe is going to be about 99.37% flat. So with every mile that an airplane travels, how many decimal points does it have to go out with its calculation that it's updating at every second? Let's assume that this 777, an airplane, has a polling rate of once a second. It's probably much faster than that. Given its polling rate, where it takes its azimuthal heading and elevation angle, given that we know that the inertial navigation system computationally has one job to do, and that's to take its heading, its elevation, its velocity, and to translate that into globular coordinates. Given a 1 second polling rate at 600 miles per hour, how many decimal points out does it have to go to modify the information that it gathers to create a globe? It's like 7 or 8 decimal points out. It's like far beyond what's considered statistically significant. So it's very conceivable that a pilot could sit down and watch a screen where his airplane is flying around a globe using spherical coordinates. That's not what's really happening in real life, folks. All this to say, when and how do you experience that curve, that transport rate, the deviation between the globe heading and your actual true heading? If you're at the equator, right, and you head due east, you don't have to deviate to the left or to the right if you want to head due east. On a globe, you don't deviate left or right to head east. You deviate down.
If you're north of the equator and you want to head due east on a globe, you still have to deviate downwards, right? But you have to take some of that downward rotation and add it to your leftward deviation. So you're going to be heading a little bit more towards the left. And the more that you head towards the left to maintain your eastward heading on a globe, the more north that you are migrating away from the equator of a globe. Okay. The opposite happens when you head south. You give up the downward vector for a horizontal vector. So when you're at the North Pole, right? Let's say you're at the North Pole on a globe and you're at 89 degrees north latitude. And if you head east, you can complete, without a great circle route, you maintain your 89 degrees north latitude. You're going to travel about 439 miles going in almost a flat circle to end it back to where you started. And then at the equator on the globe, you maintain 0 degrees heading. You have to travel almost 25,000 miles without turning left or right to head back to where you started, but dip down. Something we've been looking for this entire time is evidence of those rotational vectors, whether they're in airplanes, boats, long-haul truckers that go vast distances, or even satellites. And within their inertial navigation systems, we're asking for the measured rotational vectors, and we don't get it. You know what we do get? Because we deconstructed these. We've looked at their blueprints when they're available. We've gathered the data when it's available, like from the National Transportation Safety Board that investigates crashes, and they provide black box data of aircraft. And we take that, we dissect it. I've got hundreds of megabytes of Excel files I actually have one Excel file where I've got hundreds of columns and hundreds of thousands of rows of information from the black box and the various instrumentation that goes into it. You know what I find? I don't find a globe measurement, but I find globe calculations. I find refinement columns that accept the altitude and azimuthal headings and changes over time, over distance, and push them through filtering processes to conform the coordinate system to WGS84. The globe is being reconstructed in real time to conform to latitude, longitude, to conform to GPS, to conform to what everybody's using as a worldwide convention for how the globe should work. And guess what that means? Yes, that does mean over vast distances, that the distance between what is actually traveled and what is globe traveled are going to vary significantly over like thousands of miles. Absolutely. And the headings are going to be way off. Absolutely. You bet. We know that this is the case because we can see how the data is being massaged almost in real time through the files that we download, through the information we gather, through how we read how the systems freaking work. Same thing happens with geodetic surveying. People measure the Earth using elevation angles and azimuthal angles. They measure distances from points of interest, and they perform what's called a horizontal reduction of the datum in order to basically take a flat blanket and drape it over a gigantic beach ball. And then they update the distances based off of that. This is what's happening everywhere all the time. And people believe in the globe as they perform this process, as they sit down with software and code it in, because they believe Earth has to be a globe. So they got to do it this way. Like, people are not actively questioning what they're doing as they build the software, as they build these systems, as they use the systems, because this globe idea has been a foregone conclusion for so long, and everybody believes it, like the Ash conformity test, where everybody raises their hand to the left and to the right of the chump when asked if 1 + 1 = 3. And the chump, the glober, raises his hand too, because everybody else is raising his hand. very few people have the guts to actually examine the evidence and to break away from this mindset and to look at it with a critical mind. This is what's been going on. And really, in the grand scheme of history, this is no different than many other things that have popped up over time. It's the map and territory problem. The problem of the ages. Do people reify their imaginations into reality? Do people imagine something so vividly that they convince themselves that it's possibly true, that they accept that it's most likely true, and therefore it has to be true? Yes, that's what we're dealing with the globe, 100%. We can prove it in every instance, whether it is how through these INS systems work in modern aircraft, whether it's through how geodetic surveying works, whether it's with our laser tests or long distance infrared observations, or even short distance observations where people think there should be curvature and there isn't because it's miraging. This is the issue. And you know what? It's freaking crazy. I know, like, listen, folks, I don't want this to be true, but it is. Welcome to the playing field. I don't want this to be political, but you know what? It's become political. It's become a lot of these things because a lot of what our politics rests its prowess on is on the history of the space program and the idea that there's a globe for satellites to go around. So, guys, I mean, we're kind of stuck with this, and it sucks. But you know what? It works good enough. And because it works good enough, people are going to believe it's true. You know, and if the pragmatic fallacy is enough for you to go about your daily life and, you know, carry on about and not have to question anything, then fine, that's good for you. But you know what, for some of us, it just kind of sticks in our craw, and we gotta dig deeper. We gotta find out, we gotta get this out of our throat. And that's why we're here. So, yep, welcome to 24/7.
Since we're kind of on the topic, you might have asked you a question.
Yeah, man, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just we were talking yesterday. I didn't get a chance to keep going because of work, but I was talking yesterday about the flight path stuff. And you were just talking about airplanes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and
man, it's my jam.
I couldn't get an explanation. That's why I'm asking. From what I've seen versus what we were talking about yesterday, with the flight path stuff that you see online, like, can you explain to me why on the globe, why planes flying like Buenos Aires, they land all over the U.S., you know, Washington State, California, Texas, New York, whatever, on their way to like Sydney or New Zealand, why that, like, it not, I don't know if it's about proof or evidence or anything, but why, like, I basically saying it doesn't make sense for somebody to go all the way to the Northern Hemisphere before they go down there instead of just going across the Pacific Ocean on the globe. And I got shit on for even mentioning that. So it's going to explain why that, like, is not a evidence that we don't live on a globe.
All right, good question. So, all right, so many folks new to this topic, even those, excuse me, those have been in for a few years. We've been inundated with the Gleason's map, the azimuthal equidistant map, as some kind of, at least a starting point to understand what flat Earth is. Guaranteed, most people have no idea what they're looking at when they stare at this thing, the coordinate reference system. They're not asking themselves one valuable question, and that is, where's the map scale and how do I use it on this map? When you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, you are still looking at a globe. You're looking at a globe because you're looking at a projection. The globe, without being splayed out like a bicycle wheel, the globe has 2 points of origin, not one. When most of us think of maps, we think of an X and Y axes and 1 point of origin directly in the middle, 0, 0, that's X and Y where they meet. And any deviation from that point of origin can be expressed X and Y, and that's that. Well, guess what? I have something to tell you, folks. The globe, latitude and longitude, has 2 points of origin, and you can express your position on the globe with respect to either point of origin, the north one or the south one. Here is where things get confusing. On what is often considered the flat Earth map, the Gleason's map, the azimuthal equidistant map, they preserve one of those 2 points of origin the way that your brain can easily comprehend it. It's the one at the North Pole, boom. And everything splays out like a bicycle wheel with radials. Here's the thing you have to know. It's still a globe because the outer rim, 90 degrees south of that azimuthal equidistant map, is being displayed to you on a flat surface as a ring. But on the Gleason's map, on the azimuthal equidistant map, it is geometrically and mathematically not treated as a ring. It's treated as a central point. Here's where the mind-bending thing really starts to break your noodle, okay? If you were to go to 89 degrees north on this map, that is darn close to the center of the map. That is right there at the North Pole, but just off a little bit, about 69 miles. 89 degrees north latitude is about 69 miles away from the center of the map, using the scale. And 69 miles, pi times diameter, comes to about 439 miles. That means if you were to trace a circumference of 89 degrees north on this map, the AE map, you're tracing a distance of 439 miles circumference around the North Pole. That's about a 69-mile radius, okay? What if I told you the azimuthal equidistant map presents the same thing in the south? If you were to look at 89 degrees south on the azimuthal equidistant map, it looks like it should be going like 60 to 80,000 miles in circumference. It looks that way. But if you use the coordinate system the way it was designed, which is for a globe, and apply the scale properly, it's a non-uniform scale. This means with latitude, the longitudinal distances are going to have to be scaled and changed. At 89 degrees south, you were also 69 miles from the outer rim. And if you trace the circumference of 89 degrees south around the ice barrier, that's also 439 miles circumference. And it really pisses me off when people don't get this. You cannot use this as a depiction of your world if you measure it flat. All right. I said I had to make some dinner about half an hour ago, and I really got to do it now. So, D-Town, great hearing from you.
I appreciate you, bro.
You too, man. Thank you for coming. And listen, I mean, we're here about education. We're not here to provide indoctrination. We're not here to teach people a certain way to think. We just want you to think. So some of us have some very interesting and varied backgrounds. It takes all types. One of my favorite flat earthers delivers pizzas for a living, and he's got like a 180 IQ. Okay. You can learn something from everybody. You can even learn something from your children, because guess what? They develop a flat cosmology absent of any outside influence, and they're correct.
Thank you for the great information. God bless.
Yeah, thanks, Yoda. That's epic information. Thank you very much. And yeah, it is very unfortunate that I mean, I think the vast majority of flat earthers are basically AE map ice wall flat earthers. It's very concerning. And 90% of the flat earth videos I see on TikTok, for example, or Facebook are completely retarded. It's once again extremely concerning.
All right, maybe I can still talk if I just put you on hands free and I can just blabbity blabbity blab as I start cooking. But you're gonna have to put up with some of my noise. My son's in the other room watching TV. He doesn't care. You know what? That's another thing. People who don't care. There are genuinely people who don't care about this. I remember like 25 years ago plus, my girlfriend at the time, she didn't know anything about the solar system or about Earth. I remember asking her questions about this, like how she thought of the world, and it was like bring your own cosmology time. And she honestly did not care. She did not care about NASA, did not care about space, satellites, rockets. She did not care about any of this stuff. And I got to say that there are many people like that out there who genuinely don't care. And when they tell us they don't care, it might be worth believing them. Because I used to know people like this. But you know what that means? This means they might not have cognitive dissonance, like what many flat earthers accuse globers of. It really means that they don't have cognitive dissonance. For them to have cognitive dissonance, they have to have true conviction in one thing and then be met with evidence of something that contravenes that conviction, and then have to reconcile these convictions. And it's a very deep psychological process. It totally vitiates everything. People with cognitive dissonance to an extreme degree experience actual cognitive deficits in other areas of their life, in other parts of their brain. But people who don't care, who are not emotionally invested into this topic, they may genuinely not have cog dis. And so that means when they're trolling, they're almost doing a psychological projection. They're like, it's a fundamental attribution error, right? It means I can't understand why people might take this seriously. I've thought about this deeply and I'm just not emotionally or intellectually invested in this whatsoever. I can't fathom why somebody else might be. Because of that, you know what? That means these people on either side of this topic, they're trolling me. So guess what? I'm going to troll them back. And there you go. And you know what? That probably describes a lot of people who come through here. And when we meet them with vitriolic anger and hatred and resentment, we're trying to defend ideas and stuff. It only feeds their preconceived notions that this is all just one big, gigantic joke anyway. They might actually believe that to be the case. But you know what? My girlfriend back then, even though she doesn't care about cosmology, she had a very loving heart and cared about people more than anything else. And cared about her work. She cared about her academics. She cared about other things other than the shape of the earth question, the cosmology question. There are genuinely people out there like this, and probably a lot of them. We have to recognize that. They're not educated in this way. They're educated in other ways. It doesn't make them stupid. You know, it doesn't mean that they're ignorant. It doesn't mean that they're doing any damage to themselves or anybody else by not thinking about this. Because to be honest, none of us are going to go to space anyway. You know, we all experience a flat and stationary Earth. Even the most diehard globers like Neil deGrasse Tyson are honest enough to admit that kind of thing. I think some perspective on our side is probably worth mentioning, worth getting into. Here I am being defeated by a Ziploc bag on some burritos.
I think I'm that way a little bit myself through this whole journey. I was looking for a place to learn and, you know, to try to help because I want to help people, you know. And honestly, a lot of what I found here is I don't think this is my place to be. Because the empiricism stuff that you guys work with, it's so easy to understand for me that it's like boring. Like I don't understand why people don't get it. Maybe it's not autism or whatever, but like when like these people like today, like it's like frustrating to me that they're like they just don't get it. And so for me, it's like I don't even want to. I don't want to have a debate. I don't want to have an argument. I don't know why you don't get it. It's silly. And so for me, I'm more towards the non-empirical stuff because you know that stuff's easy. And
I get that,
so
man.
I'm
It resonates.
so I'm using that with people because I mean, dude, like y'all are doing your thing here, but like in real life and stuff like that, like out here, dude, in the past couple months, like I've converted like dozens of people to flat Earth, and even the people who I'd say were converted, they're out there thinking and looking up stuff and questioning things. And I haven't had a single argument, no arguments, no debates, just asking questions and getting them to think and getting them to go look. And I think that's my place, and I don't think my
It's a
place
good
is
place to be.
here.
Listen, I would
So-
not denigrate that at all. I mean, some of us have been in this a long time, even as rugged, nasty empiricists. And by virtue of being in this space long enough, we see the value of the other side of this, like what you're bringing, like what Mark Sargent and David Weiss bring to the table. For what we think are all their faults, they reach people on a certain level or frequency, some kind of connection, some puzzle piece. They got the right fit for a lot of people that we don't. You know, it's why, like, when you listen to politicians talk, some of them appeal to emotion or appeal to consensus or appeal to science or appeal to this and appeal to that. They're trying to fit different puzzle pieces into your heart to lock you in and to get you to connect with them. And, you know, 24/7, we're kind of like open about this. We're supposed to be, and we are holding rigid to a lot of rugged empiricism, direct realism. We're in this for the hard, cold facts, and with probably a heavy emphasis on cold, you know, and that can turn off a lot of people. And I know that it seems to turn off more people than it grabs. Okay, so an indictment against us on that front is valid from that remark. Okay, we're not the best at rhetoric, but we're probably really good at logic and empiricism. You know,
I'll agree with
people
that
are really good at
100%,
rhetoric.
100% on both facts. So I love you guys, but seriously, sometimes.
We love you too, man. And you know what? I think ultimately a fully developed person in this or any field is somebody who embodies the entire trivium, not just one or two legs of the triangle, but all three: grammar, logic, and rhetoric. You get the building blocks for grammar. You know how to put them together for the logic. And for the rhetoric, you know how to convince somebody that you've got the best freaking Lego set on earth. You know, I think ultimately all three of those factor in. And I know that we focus on the foundations, on grammar and logic more than the rhetoric. And some of us might be more valuable rhetoricians, whatever, but not everyone. We've also got some people who have absolutely no foundation whatsoever. But you know what? they're good at like making songs about this topic, at generating excitement and meeting people. I mean, I love listening to Strange World by Mark Sargent and DJ Curious. They actually reached out to some of us, to DJ and I, and they're asking us to come on their show. You know, and we're asking them to come over here and hang out with us because they are extremely good at two legs of the triangle that we're probably weakest at, and vice versa. And I think that there's a very good relationship that can be developed between our two worlds and communities in this fact. If we could take Mark Sargent, David Weiss, DJ Curious, and give them extra material and information that we gather from our cold hard logic, they can improve and they can totally fortify a lot of their presentational material. And you know what? If we adopt some of the wonderful rhetoric that they have, that their way to reach hearts and minds of people, and the way that they connect with people on an emotional level, we can improve our reach too. I don't know if anybody out there would disagree with any of this. So, you know, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad other people like you are here. And I hope that our folks that are like us, that are, you know, like, I don't know, freaking Data or Klingons from Star Trek, will wander into your spaces too. And we can all just be one big happy family. Because if we're all willing to learn off of each other, I think we can improve everything that we're weak on. We got to reinforce all three sides of the trivium, man. I keep talking and getting myself distracted from cooking.
I'm a big Player Dave fan. In fact, I've talked to him a few times on email and sent him some of my stuff that I've found. And so I think I'm definitely more like him, like reaching hearts.
Yeah,
When
he's
it
good.
comes to the mind, dude, it's been like terrible for me. Like when I was in calculus back in college, these people were like, "Hey, let's get together and study." I show up and there's like 8 other people around this table, and I'm like, "What are we talking about?" And like all the other people, they were like, "I don't get it. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about in class and no idea what the book is saying." And I was like, "What are y'all talking about? It's right there. It is literally." So like, it's like I don't know. It's just not something I have the patience for, and not something I have the understanding for. But I can reach people with their feelings. That's I definitely have that emotional input on people and can reach people with their feelings, and that's my spot.
Yeah, man, that's good. I mean, that's what's needed. Like, how many times do you hear people come in through our channel here, right? And you know, they come in and they're probably more of an extrovert, maybe more of a feeling type, you know, like using Myers-Briggs typology. And they're immediately met with a barrage of facts and information. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So
you see them crack a lot. They maybe, you know, they'll ask you a question about flat Earth, and you'll show them some stuff, and then they're like, "What about the stars in the mirror?" And they're just like, because they bounce off. They're just like they spin out.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like big business, right? Like the salespeople, the marketing people. I mean, they're really suave. They're really cool. They're out drinking with their contacts and their friends, and they're making money and they're making deals. And then all like the engineers and geeks and analysts are in the back, you know, twiddling on freaking calculators and shit. It takes all kinds of people. You know, and the engineering mind is going to appeal more to the engineering type, obviously. The sales and marketing people are going to roll their eyes at all the freaking, you know, blueprint data, but they're going to really like something that resonates with them at a deep level, you know, emotional level. And a big part of this is about reading your audience. I mean, we can't be a bunch of autistic artards and expect to be universally successful with all people all the time. At the same point, you know, we can't appeal. Listen, we need to reach the scientific elite. We need to reach the technocracy. Love it or hate it, the technocrats have always ruled the world. And those that favor and curry influence at the top, I got to say, folks, I mean, they're probably going to be more into the data, whatever data that supports their agenda. But if we can appeal to the technocrats, they're going to reach a whole different level of audience. But that's not all you need, right? Because guess what? Culture comes from upstream. Culture flows upstream down to the technocrats. You're going to find that the people are swayed more by rhetoric than logic or grammar.
Yeah, and that's like for me. That's also what's funny to me about all these discussions. People like the guy you were talking to earlier. They were arguing with you. There's like three guys or whatever. They were all like, "You're crazy, man, flat Earth." I was like, "If you think the Earth being flat is crazy, then you're going to be in for a rude awakening. It gets way weirder. You have no idea."
Hi guys, are there anyone can explain to me what's the benefit of this room?
Yeah, what's up, man? Welcome to the most difficult English topic on the entire server. You just happen to fall into this. I'm so sorry, but if it's too complicated, let us know. We talk about the philosophy of mathematics. We talk about engineering and science principles in English.
What about the medical? What about the medical?
What about political? Yeah, we get into politics too.
Because I'm interested. That's nice thing. It's very big rooms, and you can to communicate with a lot of people from all the world. After you are there. And my English is not very good, but I improved it little by little, step by step, because I don't have a lot of time to conversation with another person. Are you
okay?
Understand me?
A little bit. Have you ever thought about the nature of Earth?
Yeah.
Do you see the Earth as a globe, or do you see the Earth as flat and stationary?
Let's see.
What if I told you that you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes? Neither has anybody else. The only place you have seen this and anybody else has seen this is on TV or the internet or artwork.
Are you with me or another?
Yeah, I'm talking to you and everybody.
Oh.
Nobody's seen the globe Earth, man. Nobody's seen curvature. You've never seen it at the beach. You've never seen it in an airplane.
So nice to meet you.
That's a starting point.
For another time, we will speak with you. So I should meet you go. It becomes late. Bye. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Bye.
Go tell your mom. Go tell your wife. The Earth is not a globe.
I am not.
All right, who's all out there, guys? Who's all out there? Am I by myself? Got D-Town in the house. Thank you for joining us, man. We got, let's see, who else is a known quantity? Effie Alaskan Malamute, man. How you doing? My favorite Vietnamese friend. If you don't want to mic up, that's okay. I got you, man. We've been longtime friends, you and me. Effie Batman, bro. If you guys don't know, Effie Batman, he holds down the fort. When there's like nobody here and the trolls like to come out of the woodwork, the little gnomes, and they like to wreck our YouTube stream to hope to get a strike on our YouTube stream account. Guess who's here? Effie Batman's here. He's here when nobody else is here. And he is muting and booting those MFers who come in and try to get us banned. He's an unsung hero. He doesn't talk much, but we've heard him talk. He's been around longer than most of us have been in this topic. Effie Batman, thank you for your service. So happy to have you around. Flat Earth Judge, dude, you came onto the scene a few years ago here in politics, 24/7. You came in with a whole book of knowledge ready to go. It was like, man, no training required. If I had hired somebody on my team at work who was like that, he'd be my most valued person ever because, hey, like value add from day one. Who can argue with that? And he's just been increasing in knowledge and increasing capability and prowess, awareness and everything. Flat Earth Judge, man, you're a legendary hero. Jay, DJ, you're welcome, man. DJ, been around like this topic since probably the beginning. I mean, what can be said about that? He is a YouTube influencer. He's an FE influencer. He's been around here. He is not only in front of the crowd, leading from the front, but he also gets behind the crowd and pushes everyone from behind. Like a leader like that who moves from the front to the back to keep everybody aligned is somebody that you want on your team, somebody who can manage and provide an inspiration for the cause. Who else do we know about? Lats, man. Lats, you are awesome, bro. Everybody thought that you were CB at first because you kind of came onto the scene, became popular after CB, and you kind of sound like him, not gonna lie. No, but you're your own dude. You're chill, you're laid back. You know how to connect with people. You know, like when the rest of us are getting hot and bothered and under the collar and just trying to like get at the conversation and start smacking people verbally. You're like, hey man, let's just talk. Let's just have a conversation. And what's funny is given your chill and calm demeanor, you still make some of our detractors spiral in an emotional rage. And you know what? That's almost funnier than listening to some of us go all freaking angry and hot and mad and getting them to spiral. You're just like chilling out and the guys start spiraling. I mean, those totally awesome clippable moments. Morvis, man, like we go back a ways, man. We kind of bonded around metal and barbecue. And you helped me get reestablished after my account was booed and blocked, and I had to get started all over again. So thanks to you, Morvis, for being there. Morvis, you're also a legendary flat smacker. You kind of seem retired now. I know you've been going through a lot with work changes and stuff. You know, I think the IT field is definitely your fit. So keep going with that. Rayleigh Criterion. Oh wait, sorry, Neil just entered the chat. Neil, man, Neil, dude, you're like the guy that you want at a party to get everybody excited and engaged. Like you're the kind of guy that walks into a place and you see a bunch of dorks hanging around, like listening to cool music, but they're just like wallflowers and stuff. Like, come on, man, you start conversations, you start mixing people up, you start mixing us up with the TikTok people we never talked to. And you use your phone as a bridge to make that technology work. And we're suddenly connected around the world across multiple social media platforms. Like, Neil, man, you are the connector. You help us get further reach. And you love that concept, man. We love that about you. So thank you, Neil. Rayleigh Criterion, your name says it all. You love cameras, you love optics. People who listen to you get an education on how cameras work, on how to see, and also how to think about what they're seeing. And you've got your own FE observations. You're showing us things like what refraction is and what diffraction is. Hello, Rayleigh Criterion. If anybody has a question over the difference between diffraction and refraction, Rayleigh criterion is a guy in our chat that you need to talk to about this. Says who? Dude, you're like a freaking drill sergeant, okay? When stuff is getting out of control and out of whack, you come in and you set everybody straight. And when there's some wayward glober coming in who's sassing off, and maybe everybody else in the room's a bit tone deaf to it, you and your experience, you clue into that. And you're like, all right, man, I got this. And you start taking ownership of the place and you get the situation under control. So says who? Thank you for your service. Let's continue. Who else do I know? Who else has been around? Yaga Bruno. People don't really know who you are. You've mic'd up a few times, but you know, we've heard you. We know you're a true person. Yaga Bruno does a lot of, I call it tech support. Okay. When there's a conversation going on, and especially when one of the people, the presenters, is having a hard time trying to find information to post in the text chat to support the conversation, dude, Yaga Bruno, you're there like almost all the time. I'm like, hey, I'm scrolling through my phone looking for X. Yaga Bruno's like, I got this, man. Boom, there it goes. And it goes up in the text chat and everybody sees it. Everybody knows that Yaga Bruno knows what's going on. He's always watching, always paying attention. And he's taking care of the action trash that sometimes like to sit back in text chat and try to degrade this conversation in another medium. So Yaga Bruno, thank you for being an enforcer and a supporter. Who else we got? Who else we got? I think that ends it for all of the regulars who are presently in this chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Oh, wait, 20 cups. Bro, 20 cups, man. If you guys don't know, this guy knows calculus. He's got like a 10-page derivation of the globe using calculus notation. If you're interested. He's like, no, man, I'm skipping over algebra and trig. We're going straight to freaking calculus. We're going to use calculus to talk about how to derive the globe radius and dimensions. And if you're interested, he's going to post that document. And even if you're not interested, he's going to post that document just to rub that in your face and show you guys that we're not just a bunch of cavemen picking boogers and wiping them at the wall, that we actually know what we're doing. We know what we're talking about. We know how to take care of the earth and we know how to describe it. And it's not what you think it is. And he will show that to you. Oh, now we got a yapper coming in here. Hey, hello, yapper.
Leżesz do mu napisz czetu i another champion.
Shit, stesse cigare, Michael.
Oh my gosh, you're so mad. You're like, me.
What was that?
I don't know, man. All right, I got to get back to cooking. I should have finished this like 20 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, it's 6:22 Eastern.
Dude, big thanks to you, Yoder. We got to give you a little shout out as well. I can't recall how many times I've heard people in here say, dude, I wish Yoder was here. He's a specialist in this area. And
Really?
So thank you. Thank you for
Dude,
all you do.
they might seem to say that when I'm out here, and I'm never here to hear it. So thank you for letting me know that they say that when I'm out here. That helps. I appreciate that.
You're great.
And folks, it's important to only speak on the things that you know you can talk about, at least to the extent that you're able to convey. If you're honest about the extent of your knowledge and you speak to that, nobody can criticize you. Nobody. Even if it's a little bit, guess what, folks? What little knowledge you have in one topic might be infinity knowledge relative to somebody else. Even though there might be other people in the room who know more about that, the person that's listening to it, whether they're in the room or on YouTube, they might be hearing this for the first time. It takes everybody. It takes patience. There are things, listen, guys, I suck at chemistry and biology. Just off the top of my head, those are two subjects I hated. I also hate accounting. I never did well in any of those things. I don't like it at all. And we've got people who are freaking experts in those fields, and I would love to defer to them on those topics. So, yep, it takes all kinds. All right, I got to get back to cooking, like I said I'd do an hour ago.
Much appreciated, Dr. Yoder. Thank you for having, for the most part, a very positive demeanor and good interaction with every guest that comes through here and always going 2 or 3 levels deeper on every topic that you find interesting because we all learn from it. So thank you very much.
Dude, you're gonna make me cry. Here I am using artificial intelligence to figure out how to cook. Oh wait, there's 20 cups, dude, bro. All right, begin to some algebra there. You've got the functions, or you've got the y squared equals r squared minus x squared and blah, 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 blah. F of x equals r squared minus x squared raised to the half power. Yeah, that describes the top half of a circle centered at the origin. The semicircle spanning quadrants 1 and 2. That's exactly right. That's like a protractor, folks. So that's a setup. And then the next page, he's got it. He's like, here is the function. Here's what it describes. There's the visual. And then he throws the freaking Maclaurin polynomial at you, which, like, you'll learn about this in later trig. All right. That probably comes like before or after Taylor expansions. And then he gets into the constituent parts, and it starts to look a bit more like calculus. Yeah. dy, du, dx, df, dA, dB, dB, cd, did it, over this, over that, over this, over that, and so on and so forth. And just keep subdividing everything by the change. Blah, bitty, blah, bitty, blah, negative 2x. And yeah, so you get to the bottom of that. And negative 2x is basically describing this section. And then he does it in reverse. And he gets back to the original equation. And then he says, okay, so that's the proof. He does it forwards and backwards. And then he's like, all right, here's how to obtain the second derivative. All right, expressing, oh, as a product. Okay, da 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 da. You know what they say in like academia, right? The more mathematical operations you have in your paper, the less PhDs will read it. But you know what? That's true for PhDs, but not necessarily for those with master's or bachelor's degrees. Yeah, so, I mean, I love this. It is so extensive and so involved, but it is also so complete and accurate. I mean, what 20 Cups posted was basically how to take a parabola and fit it to a circle segment and describe the degree of relationship between that parabolic arc and the circle segment, which also has inherently contained with it the deviation of that parabola from its point of contact, where y equals x, over the distance of the parabola's arc relative to the circle's arc. And then from there, you can use drop over distance, and he shows you 8 inches per mile squared. He shows you that you can use this up to a certain point. Now, let me show you guys something. I'm going to show you, gosh, I still haven't, I'm like watching like chicken here in a container that's being weighed, and I shouldn't be doing this. 20 cups. I don't know if you're listening right now, man, but I did a thing. I'm going to post this and I'll read it to the chat. This is part 1 of 2. All right, he posted tables. So you can express the percent flatness of a curving swath of the globe, like a square patch, like a quilted patch on a ball, you can express that curving square patch on a ball relative to a flat surface by using the following derivation. It's very easy. You take 1 minus the length of the arc divided by 4 times of the radius. If you have a 100-mile swath of the globe, let's say you have a quilted patch that measures 100 miles by 100 miles, and you flop that onto a globe-sized beach ball, you divide that 100 miles, 100 by 4 times the radius, which is 15,836 miles. You subtract that from 1, you get 99.37%. 100 square mile swath of the globe, that quilted patch laid on top of a beach ball, is 99.37% flat at 100 miles distance. What's great about this, all right? I mean, to many flat earthers, it doesn't sound right, but it's absolutely true. I'm about to post the proof of it. If you modify this formula to attain drop over distance, take the 100 miles divided by 4 times the radius. Well, you take the 100 miles and you square it times 4 times the radius. And then you multiply that quantity by 2. You got 100 times 100 in the numerator divided by 15,836 in the denominator. And then you multiply that by 2, you get 1.26 miles. That's 6,666 feet. 100-mile distance has a 6,666 foot drop. If you were to take 1 squared, 1 mile, so that's 1 mile divided by 15,836. If you take 1 squared, which is 1, divided by that, multiplied by 2, and reduce it down to inches, 1 divided by 15,836 times 2 is 8 inches. That's 8 inches per mile squared without calculus. Yep, there you go.
Man, I hope T-Dub is out there, man. Haven't seen you in a while, bro. Hope you're okay.
To the top of the mountain in the clouds with the angels looking down at the ground. There are cities all around, and they're playing with the people, with their pieces, mile by mile. There's a game that's being played.
This song's for
That's
you,
not
Tanner.
ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants, they're among us. From a town that's made of stone, that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and full of no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul.
Hey, Yoda, you mind if I send you a couple things in a DM?
Yeah, who's that? Me? Yeah, my DMs are open.
Cool. I'm gonna send you a couple, some pictures of mine or some screenshots of mine. I just wanted to, I gotta go because I'm off work now. And I'm gonna spend time with my son and shit. But I wanted to see a couple things, maybe kind of explain like where my head's at and why I am where I am. So much love for you, bro. Good talking to you.
Okay, man. You too. You're D-Town, right? Man, there goes a Northern Virginia native right there. Nova represent.
Yeah. Well, I was born in South Carolina, but I moved up here to the Valley. So yeah, I'm up here.
Dude, man, cool. So like you in Winchester, I was actually down that way.
No, I'm down farther south in the Valley near GMU.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Harrisonburg. I got you.
Yep, that's where I deliver.
I used to live in Springfield, Manassas. And I moved down south in Spotsylvania County, where we
Nice.
had carnivorous plants growing alongside the stream of the river, a tributary of the Rappahannock.
Nice. I passed through there a lot heading up to DC for fun and heading up to the rivers for kayaking and stuff. So I love this place.
So we had pitcher plants and sundew plants. They're pretty cool, man. You should Google them. They grow out there, but only in very limited environments, in acidic environments, which actually corresponds to where pyrite and quartz are found, which are markers for gold. Yeah, there's a ton of gold in Central Virginia. Central Virginia used to be actually called Germana. Germana because German immigrants came over in the late 1700s through the 1800s as miners, gold miners, to come down to that place to pick out the gold wherever they could. The soil's still kind of tinged with yellow. And the soil has trenches still visible from the Civil War. Divots maybe only about 7 to 12 inches deep, running alongside. But those divots have been filled in because back in the Civil War, they were several feet deep.
Assalamualaikum. Halo. Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna play some more FE music, so stand by. T-Dub, this is for you. T-Dub said that this song brought him to tears. Sorry if I shared that, but I'm gonna play it right now anyway. So thank you, T-Dub. Hope you're okay, man. Here you go.
I built a kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Path the paper showed. I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my head. Lines on a page, iron and rust. Whatever we build turns into dust. You can't draw the heat. You can't draw the cold. You can't draw the hunger. You can't draw the soul. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand. Because the map is not the land. the grave.
Our friend Tawadwathel teed up. Hasn't been seen in about a month. Teed up, man. Hope you're out there. We're pulling for you. We're praying for your body. We're praying for your soul. Hope to see you soon.
Hey Yoda, I just wanted to say thank you for your kind words before I couldn't really jump on. But yeah, no, that was nice to hear, dude. Appreciate you very much. I'm gonna have to bounce, but yeah, good shit. Appreciate
You
you.
too,
Appreciate
man.
you all. And yeah, we'll talk soon.
Great, man. Thank you for all your work, especially during the late night shift. The graveyard.
Yeah, the graveyard shift, eh? Someone's gotta do it. I'm up anyways. All good, all good. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Love you, man. See ya.
Likewise. Peace.
All right. We got a full room. Nobody's talking. So let me say this, okay? I can't talk much, but I can play some songs. Do you want my songs or somebody else's songs? Do you want a song that's got high energy or chill, relaxed, low energy? Show me what you want, YouTube or Discord. Let's see what you got. I'm going to monitor the situation. I'll respond accordingly. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play one from my archives, and it's going to be deep in the archives. Someone's mic is on. Causing feedback. Anybody up for an old sea shanty? See if I can post this and play it.
All right, sorry, no sea shanties available now. I don't have them. All right, going for a different vibe unless anybody else wants to speak up.
Midnight lens and trembling hands. Each measurement shifts like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths hate mysteries. Just filling dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, a certainty slowly each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. As I chase the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of planet streams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myth we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, as certainty slowly takes flight. Through endless nights of measurement, truth becomes forever. The answers lie in what we see, not when we're told. Reactionates should be. Shut down. Beneath bent boughs where breezes break, tread a trail unshorn. Through shifting shale and silver streams, hone a fate unknown. Let dust descend with whispered weight, a cloak of cool repose. Yet kindle embers where shadows fade, a spark that fiercely grows. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. Past craggy cliffs where cold winds call, stride through mist and mire. Let sodden soil sing soft and slow, a hymn of hidden fire. No compass carves a crooked course, no star to steer the sight. Yet every step, a stubborn spark ignites the endless night. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. In the cradle of the quiet, where the world unwinds its thread, gather glints of gleaming grace from paths the lost have led. Through the dark let drumbeats dawn, raise voices in a tide, unfurl a flame, renew a vow, where doubt and dreams collide. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free, shape each soul in eternity. Through hollow hills where echoes roam, seek the truth, a boundless home. With every breath, break through the veil, let spirits burn, they shall prevail. Shape the dawn through dusk's embrace, the truth, the flame, a timeless trace. We stand on the edge of a story untold, where shadows of towers stretch ancient and cold. The ground whispers secrets we've buried in stone, a canvas of signs we've claimed as our own. Through the haze a question grows, a fragile spark where wisdom flows. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. The maps we've drawn dissolve in the tide. The compass falters where starlight collide. A plane unfolds beneath our feet while the sky above hums wild and sweet. Through the silence, echoes sing, a thread of doubt on fragile wings. We soar through a fractured sky where the heavens twist and the old truths die. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. In the crucible of signs, we cast our chains aside. In the celestial void where questions collide. The tools we wield, the tales we weave, are shadows of a truth we grieve. A spark ascends, the veil ignites. We chase the dawn through endless nights. We break through the barriers blind. In the eye of the storm, our fates redefined. A fleeting glimpse, a boundless plea, unraveled minds eternally free. Through the chaos, we stake our claim, seekers of wonder, forever aflame. As the sky unfurls in a dance of light, we tread the plane through the endless night. With eyes unclouded, we breathe the unknown. A world we made, our seeds are sown.
Yo, sup, bro? Is there anyone to talk to? Hello? Damn, man, how long am going? The guy's AFK or something? Shit.
Yeah, how is flat Earth real, bro? I'm new to this.
Have you ever
Hello.
experienced the Earth to be anything else other than
I mean, I experienced
horizontal and
Earth to be
stationary?
round.
Oh, tell me about that experience.
Well, I was sailing in the ocean. I had my 360 out, and it was showing that it's pretty round.
Hmm.
The footage.
How did it show? How did it show that?
That the Earth was round. It was like, so you know about like the 360 is it captures the whole angle, right? 360 angle, and it's showing like a circular form of the ocean, right?
Yes, so I could hold the camera 10 foot above my head, and it would look like I'm on a small globe, right?
I kind of like that.
And you think this lens effect is proof of physical curvature at the surface? That's interesting.
No, you said experience. I didn't say proof. Experience cannot be proof of anything.
You seen a, a curvature on a screen. You didn't experience any curvature. There's a difference.
I mean, both way. Seeing is experiencing.
Seeing on a screen is not experiencing.
Okay, how do you prove the Earth is flat?
Oh, that's how everyone has ever experienced, utilized it, or measured it to be. There's been all kinds of, I'd say the best method would be the laser transit test. There's all kinds of them. And every time we go look for this elusive surface curvature, we can't find it.
But like a guy did, I saw it in that video. A guy did like a laser transit test, but what he was supposed to get, he didn't get that. He got
Oh,
2.7 or something.
what laser transit test are you referring to?
You're talking about the bro. Can you prove it to me in simpler terms? I don't really get into
You
these stuff.
you were just trying to tell me about a person that did this laser transit test. I was just inquiring who it might have been and what test it was.
Okay, let me find it. I saw it in a video, so let me find it. Hold up.
Sure. So you're pretty sure this was a laser test, are you?
Wait, let me find it. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's also known as like Bedford level experiment.
Oh, the Bedford level experiment was a laser transit test?
No, my
That's
bad. I
interesting.
don't know that. I don't know what laser transit test. I assume that is laser transit test.
Dude, Bedford level was in like the 1850s or something.
What?
Yeah, the Bedford level was like 150 years ago.
No, it's like 6 years ago. 6 years ago, this test.
6 years ago?
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, you gotta be kidding, man.
If I had like a screen share permission, I could show you the YouTube video that I'm just watching right now. And the title is Flat Earther Accidentally Proves the Earth is Round in His Own Experiment.
Oh, so I'm sure you know exactly what you need to know to evaluate that claim. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. The Bedford level is from the 19th century. All right. So I'm going to go to wikipedia.com. Okay. Bedford level experiment. It says the Bedford level experiment was a series of observations carried out along a 6-mile length of the old Bedford River on the Bedford level of the Cambridgeshire Fens of the United Kingdom. They were performed during the 19th and early 20th centuries.
Oh, but
Samuel Rowbottom performed the first Bedford level test in the year 1838.
okay, but why is this guy doing it now if they did it before?
I don't know, because they always prove it flat every time they try. They keep trying and trying and trying to produce a globe, and they can't freaking do it no matter what they do. That's probably why, because they're frustrated.
Wait, let me send a link in the chat. This guy excellently proves that the Earth is not flat.
That's what the video says. It must be true, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
You,
So some guy like who empties your trash or cleans your toilets says the Earth is a globe. Okay.
dude, you fell for a Netflix hoax, okay? Do you know what a hoax is? It's a mockumentary, man. Forget it. It's called Behind the Curve. It's just a mockumentary. Come up with some real evidence instead.
Oh, so they're mocking the
Yeah, they're
belief. That's
mocking Flat Earth. Yeah, it's not a real test, okay? Forget about it.
oh
Some
my bad.
people in our community was in that video. Okay. Some people that we know that come here, I'm not one of them, but some people who come here were actually from that video. And they'll tell you that that video was a complete hoax. There's actually 1 or 2 lawsuits. We're talking legal complaints levied against that company for misrepresenting the claims in the video. Right now, you have no idea what you're talking about. You probably never actually watched the video, and you probably don't know enough about the geometry of the globe or flat Earth in order for you to make a determination whether or not what you're watching is true. You're
Well, he's
just
got
going
a
to
Yeah,
believe,
360
that's why
yeah,
camera.
I'm asking
you're
you.
just going to watch something on the internet, and if you believe it because it sounds true to you, you're going to say it's true for everybody else.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking, educate me on this topic, bro.
Okay, well, first thing I can tell you is
If you
that,
want.
all right,
What just happened? He left?
He might be having some technical difficulties. But
Oh.
It's a little
so
shaky, but
that test
yeah.
you're referring to, I knew what you were talking about. You know, it is no test. You know, it's uh like the judge said, man, it's just a joke. It's just a mockumentary. Whoever said that. But anyways, it's there's actual real laser transit tests, and you know there's been probably hundreds performed at this time, and every single time when there should be hundreds of foot of drop over distance, there's none to be found, time and time again. Even people that know exactly what they're doing and have all kinds of equipment, and people that set out to find the curvature, not flat earthers, people that know what they're doing and set out to find the curvature, have spent a lot of time and energy trying to find it, and guess what? They can't find it. And a lot of them come to the realization that this sphere idea, this sphere concept we've been taught, is not reality. Um, I'll share a test with you now. This is done by a PhD physicist who specializes in optics, who has done probably more of these tests than anybody I've ever heard of. And this is his YouTube channel here, and you're welcome to check it out.
Sure.
His name is Dr. John D. His phone to cooperate here. 1 second.
Yep, take your time.
There you go. They should have posted there, but you know, this isn't what cursory Google search tells you that it is. That's not what this conversation is. You know, this conversation has been hidden from you and censored many ways, buried on the internet. And this is no theory. There was a congressional session meeting where they openly said that flat Earth would be censored. So you know,
Mm-hmm.
I can believe in flying spaghetti monsters, Xenu, supreme alien beings, or whatever wild, crazy stuff I'd want to talk about and discuss. And nobody would bat an eye. But if I want to tell you about how Earth might be how we experience it to be, that conversation might be censored. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Let me check this
Yeah,
out.
man.
Hold up.
Yeah. Take your time, man. Like I said, that's his actual channel. He has several videos posted on it, and you know, this isn't even a matter of science, really. It's a matter of geometry. You know, and the empirical measurements, time and time again, show us no drop over distance, no curvature. You know, if you look, you know, we're told the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. You know, so we know how much drop is to be expected. You know, and this isn't flat Earth math or anything like this. You can go look up any Earth curve calculator online to verify this. You know, there's a parabolic approximation that works just fine up to several hundred miles, and it's simple enough. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, you'd have about 66 feet of drop. Over 20-mile stretch of lake, you'd have 266 feet of drop. So these lasers should be couple hundred feet up in the air, and they hit a 5-foot target the same distance. I mean, the same height that they leave from. You know, and this isn't just a one-time event. Like I said, there's tons of these tests. Okay.
Okay.
So no matter what we've been taught about the model, you know, that it doesn't. Stories do not trump physical empirical measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Not claiming we
Okay.
know exactly what this realm is, how it works, or anything of the sort. Just that it's not
Can I ask you
what
one
we're
more
told
question?
that it is. Sure, man.
These are personal belief and religion and stuff.
I mean, my personal belief in religion, it's not relevant to anything. But I
I
would
know,
say
but like, yeah.
this. I would say if I was to imagine, you know, the heliocentric model that we were taught, I could imagine that realm without a creator. But if this realm is flat, horizontal, and closed, it would be hard to imagine it to not have a creator.
Hmm. Okay, man. God, I appreciate your effort.
No problem, bud. Come back
Yeah,
anytime.
because I don't have any single idea about this. That's why I just said stupid stuff. I think so.
Yeah, well, that's what you'll find when you're trying to search on Google. You'll find all kinds of stupid stuff.
Okay. See you later,
Isn't
bro.
that funny?
Appreciate it.
No problem, man. Peace out.
Peace.
Is it flat or is it a globe? That's the question. Chat. Is anyone alive? Chat.
Well, it's definitely not a globe hurtling through space.
What is it though? Is it something in water? Are we in water? Is there space? Is there not space? Is there a dome?
It's God's footstool.
So how is the image like? How would you translate the image? Like, what's the model? What model
I've
are we
never,
talking?
I've never seen it from a distance, so I wouldn't have any idea on how to describe it.
I see. Yeah. So you're telling me it's fishy.
Hello? Excuse me, guys. I just want to ask a question. Can we speak freely, or are we supposed to stay mute? Hello? Yo, excuse me? Anyone?
You're speaking freely, aren't you?
Man, who the fuck are you, bro? Your name is Boogie Woods. You believe in flat earth, yo. Shut the fuck up before I rape your
Oh
mother.
no, no, I don't believe in flat Earth. I go out and measure it, so
I'm sorry. I would never. Yo, I'm sorry. That was very inappropriate of me. Hi, Hitler.
no worries. That stuff don't go on for long.
Yeah, bro. Hitler and type shit. Yeah, Hitler.
Yo, tagad ask Hindu, bro.
I better.